Hello and welcome to the Custom Cup, the Custom Map Cup Spring 2021 at ENSL and Natural Selection 2. I welcome everyone to the broadcast. My name is Loopy. I hope you all are doing a fine day today. I want to welcome you to the tournament, and I hope you'll be joining us for the next few hours because we're going to be going through a lot of games and a lot of maps and a lot of things. I have chat up here next to me, so if you guys want to communicate with me directly, I'm here. Let me type in chat. There you are. Hello, chat. In case you want to pick up any of the other streams, we do have some other folks that are streaming at the moment. Their channels are... Let me go find them, because I literally had them earlier. There they are. Here are the other streamers. I should probably break those up. Let's do this instead. There's Loam. And there is Kopunga. Those are the other two folks that are streaming our games today. We have a whole plethora of games that are available to us today. There's going to be a total of 5 maps, so let me run through the way this is going to be set up. So today's tournament is going to be run with a round-robin style first round of games. So there are a total of 6 teams. Let me go pull up said teams, because I actually have them. Pop over to here. So we have 6 teams, right? And those teams are Fades with Shades, Curious Gorge, Hand Washers, We Surrender, Dart Paladin Ozerbach, and Gorge Has Gone Wild. Those 6 teams are going to be playing each other 1v1 for 1 round apiece, which means they're only going to get 1 chance to win. After the round robin set, there will be a final match, a 1v1, one team versus one team final matchup set, best of 3. And the teams get to those by winning their round robin stages. Now, if they win their round robin stages, then they get a point. If they tie, which can happen in Natural Selection 2, it's very rare, but draws do occur. Sorry about that, chat. Draws do occur, they get a half a point. Once the round robin stages are over, those points are going to be totaled up, and then the team with the highest point total is going to be in slot 1 for the best of 3, and then the next highest is going to be in the second slot for best of 3. So that's really how it breaks down. And we have a lot of matches today with 5 different maps. We're going to be playing the first 4 maps during the round robin stages. Those maps are Stag, Eclipse Lit, Unearthed But Better, and Tanith. And then the best of 3 final match is going to be played on Tram. Now, as you can see, pop back over to NS2 real fast. You and me, me and chat, we're all on Stag here. Stag is a beautiful map. There is a lot going on here, and it is themed around a spaceship. It's really that simple. There is a spaceship themed map, and it is a beautiful map, and we actually put together a trailer for you that I hope you'll enjoy. So I'm going to mute my mic, and I'm going to go ahead and just play that trailer, and I hope you guys enjoy this.
Attention, and welcome aboard, Grunts. You lucky few have been selected to serve aboard the crown jewel of the TSF fleet, the USS Stag. We hope you'll enjoy your pleasure cruise aboard this vessel. Constructed using the most advanced materials this side of Planet 4546 Beta, this ship sports 10 engines capable of speeds up to warp 9.9 and is built with both beauty and function in mind.
My strength says I need an outlet for my aggression.
The Stag's ingenious design and layout will give you everything you need to crush and destroy the Kara Scourge across the galaxy.
How'd I get to be so good?
A stacked deck configuration will allow you and your crewmates to share space efficiently so that you thrive both physically and mentally. No matter what your task aboard this amazing vessel might be, you'll be sure to do it in style.
Firmware update available.
Perhaps your best friend is a robot, and you want to help keep our tough-as-nails robotic fighting force in tip-top shape to stomp some Kara scum into the dirt. Or maybe you're a super genius, in which case our supercomputer will allow you to analyze and calculate our battle tactics to give us every edge possible. Figureheads among you will certainly enjoy tinkering inside our state-of-the-art engine room. Powered by purple energy crystals dug in the mines of a far-off world, these engines will take you and your crewmates on new and exciting adventures. Your commander will lead you to victory over the Kara hordes from inside the most advanced bridge in the fleet, giving you your best chance of survival in our ongoing fight against the hive mind. Our crack team of xenobiologists have analyzed and studied the Kara and will teach you everything you need to know to obliterate them. We'll travel the universe fighting Xeno scum and spreading humanity across the stars. You're the best and brightest humanity has to offer, so always remember, you're doing your part to help further ensure humanity's survival. There are no limits aboard the USS Stag.
And welcome back. I hope you guys enjoyed that little video that we put together to try and show off the map a little bit. So that is Stag. It's pretty simple. It's a spaceship themed map, and today's match we're going to be playing on that map. So since we're talking about it, let's talk a little about that map. Let me actually switch over to NS2 itself. So the map itself, if you can see let me actually, graphics, is it under advanced? Map, opacity. So this is the Stag map. As you can see, there are 3 tech points here on the bottom and 1 tech point up in the middle for Marine start. This looks kind of like Vale, but it is not Vale. It is absolutely not Vale. This map is really based around aliens holding the bottom set of tech points here and this lane right here. Without this lane, they really don't accomplish much. And in my experience, this map, depending on how the aliens approach their hive and cyst pathing, this middle hive here in lobby is a little bit of a bait hive. Personally, in my opinion, it is complete and utter bait. It can be arced from multiple spots, including over here in CPU and over here in Arcsaber. This hive can be arced in 2 different spots. That's not including the bottom half of CPU, all of which are very defendable by Marines. Turbines is very arcable from both sides of the tech point, and then engines is really the only non-arcable hive that's not easy to get to. You could probably arc from down here in this corner, but it might be a little bit of a stretch. But it is. It is an easily arcable hive map. So in order for aliens to win, what they need to do is take the bottom half of this map right here, ignore lobby, and actually take up through the right half of the map, through CPU, up into airlocks, and hold that res so they can have enough time to get lurks and fades so that they can dominate the rest of the map. You should see a lot of res biting by skulks and a lot of forward pushing. We're probably going to end up seeing gates somewhere in CPU or in Arcsaber or even in Glance, depending on where Marines want to, how they want to play this out. Now, today's match is going to be played between, let me pull up my web scene real fast. Web scene. is going to be played between Fades with the Shades and Gordas Gone Wild. Now, if you've played NS2 for any amount of time, you'll know that there are a handful of servers. There are the bad servers, the bad clan servers, rather. Then that's where Fades with Shades come from. That is made up of Wraith, Night Fury, Merc, Shifter, Rookie, Zapar, Nightmare, and Nex. Nightmare being their comm. And the DMD server crew, the Diamond Gamers crew, are the Gordas Gone Wild crew, made up of Dream, Pookie, Chalky, Assault Gorge, Rosalis, Plobits, and Outsider. So this should be an interesting match. I've played with both teams before. Well, I've played with Gordas Gone Wild. I am technically a merc for Gordas Gone Wild. But seeing as how I'm casting, I obviously can't play with them. So I've played with both teams. They're both a rough average of around of a tier 6. If you're unfamiliar with the tier system, it's the badges that... Let me pop back over to NS2. I hope you guys like that transition. It's pretty neat. Yeah, I can absolutely use the free cam. I can absolutely do that. By the way, this stream is on a 3.5-minute delay, so whatever you say won't get around to me too terribly soon. But I will pop into free cam real fast, and we'll just go roam the map. But on the earlier topic, so if you look at... Go out here to nothing. So these are badges. NS2, Natural Selection 2 has an ELO system, and that your ELO is determined, well, your badge is determined by your ELO. So you go from Recruit to Rookie to Silver to Gold to Plat, which is this blue badge, to Purple to Asanji, which is Tier 7. There's 7 tiers of badges. I would venture, in my opinion, both teams, both Gordas Gone Wild and Fades with Shades, are both roughly tier 6 teams. So pretty high on the ELO scale. So you're going to see average accuracies of around 25 to 30%, depending on how things are. This map is a little weird in that there's a lot of open space, but there's also a lot of corners to work around. So let me just turn off my GUI real fast. Actually, I probably should leave it on just in case I need to have it, in case something said it's anything. So this is main start. You asked that I... The final round, the first final round is on Trammed, yes. So the way the final round is going to work is the first round will be on Trammed. The second map, if it gets to that, will be on a map of the first team's choosing. And if we end up getting to a third map, then the second team will end up choosing that map. So that's how that breakdown is going to go. So here is main start. As you can see, there's a chair here, some IPs here. There's a lot of free space to build, but there's also these 2 lanes on both sides that can be available to a rush. However, in the back of the chair, if you look at the way the map is designed, generally the OBS is going to be placed right behind the chair here for... So the OBS should be able to cover both sides, if it's placed right here behind the chair, should be able to cover both sides of these lanes so that getting rushed will actually be fairly difficult. You're going to get caught coming in pretty early, and making it around these bends is going to take a while. So swinging down the left side into access, this is a big open room, big hallway, you know, generally right off Marine Start. Their first natural is here in left arms, where... you can see the ceiling. You're going to see a lot of skulks sitting on these pipes ready to ambush. They're going to come up from these stairs from the other side, swing across, and go to these pipes here. Continuing down. Hello, Pookie. Going down into supply, you can kind of see some coverage here. Skulk and Marine engagements will often happen here, as there's an RT right here. So what you'll end up seeing is some Marines will probably start chipping away at Skulks as they end up right about here, as Skulks try and parasite from down below. Let's see. Let's swing into... We're probably maybe going to see a tunnel here in storage room B. This is an interesting tunnel room. It has a lot of space, but it is also very open and very vulnerable to grenade spam. So you'll probably maybe see a tunnel here. In all honesty, we're most likely going to see a tunnel in airlock. Now, airlock is a very fortifiable room. You can put a tunnel up on this console here, and getting to it for Marines is extremely difficult. There's one door in, a stairwell, and one door out. Coming in and up, if you fortify this correctly, will be near impossible for Marines. So I have seen Carrillo, if you're familiar with him, get a tunnel up on that same pillar and held it for pretty much the entire game. It was pretty amazing, actually. Even with grenades, they held that tunnel for quite a long time until Advanced Armory came up, which was a long time. Scooting down through airlock, we're going to end up in, let's go to cooling tanks. RT here in cooling tanks, big open room. You can see a theme here. There's a lot of open space, but a lot of weird places to hide a skulk. You can go under floors, you can go in corners, you can go up in the ceiling. There are a number of vents that connect the every room here, so we'll have a lot of vent play. Turbine tech point. This is network. Big open room with some cover. You might have gathered the theme by now if it hasn't been apparently clear. Coming up into lobby. This is the lobby tech point that I talked about, the one in the center of the map. And as you can see, it's very long and thin, but it is also very arcable from Arc Saber right here on this wall. And then down in... That's not the right direction. It is down through here. So lobby can be arced from two places on the right side. It can be arced from this wall right here in CPU behind these computer banks. Ah, you're a godsend. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'll have to leave it up during game, but thank you. I appreciate that. And then up here, which is the much more safe place for arcs, you put the arcs right behind this res point, and they can arc that hive. If you put arcs in this corner, they can arc that hive in lobby, which is pretty gross because you can put a gate here, shoot down a long hallway, and cover that doorway, and really get a lot of coverage. Even from the top, getting up through the top here is going to be very difficult because for aliens to come up and around, they have to come through storage room B, all the way through entry, and then through another door just to get up here. It's quite hard for them to get up here. Let's see, where haven't we covered? Just swing through the map here. You get to see all the behind the scenes. This is engines. It's a big open room. It's a nice tech point for aliens. You'll probably see a lot of aliens start here. You might see them start in turbines. It really depends on how they want to play it. Both are good starting points for aliens. You have a lot to work with in this room, a lot of space, a lot of building room. Same with turbines. Turbines is a little bit more thin, but you kind of get what you get there. They're both great starting points, but you absolutely do not want to start in lobby. Under no circumstance, you will get arced immediately. And then because arcs are available immediately as the game starts, you can get one arc and just start arcing a hive. It's pretty gross. And then here's glance, and then we come back up through cafeteria into Arc Saber, and then out of Arc Saber back up into the naturals, and then back to Marine start. It's pretty standard layout. We're gonna see a lot of alien rotations up through res. You're gonna see a lot of back res biting. Where can you see the map order? That is a good question. Where can you see the map order? I don't have a good answer for you. Oh, here it is. The map order isn't here, but if you go to ensl.org, you can see what maps are being played. Let me go type that into chat. Give me this to this. Okay. But if you're looking for the order is Stag, Tanith, Eclipse Lit, Unearthed But Better, and then the final map will be played on Tram. So you will, if you guys stay with this stream, you will see all 5 of those maps at some point today. They will be played. So we will see all 5 maps being played today. So where was I? Carrillo the Man. I see you're on the Carrillo section now. Cool. 3-minute delays, boys. That's how it works. So, let me... Why don't I just go play you that movie real fast? Cool, they're just still talking about stuff. Let me go play you that movie real fast and see if you guys can enjoy that.
Attention! And welcome aboard, Grunts. You lucky few have been selected to serve aboard the crown jewel of the TSF fleet, the USS Stag. We hope you'll enjoy your pleasure cruise aboard this vessel. Constructed using the most advanced materials this side of Planet 4546 Beta, this ship sports 10 engines capable of speeds up to warp 9.9 and is built with both beauty and function in mind.
My strength says I need an outlet for my aggression.
The Stag's ingenious design and layout will give you everything you need to crush and destroy the Kara scourge across the galaxy.
How'd I get to be so good?
A stacked deck configuration will allow you and your crewmates to share space efficiently so that you thrive both physically and mentally. No matter what your task aboard this amazing vessel might be, you'll be sure to do it in style.
Firmware updates available.
Perhaps your best friend is a robot, and you want to help keep our tough-as-nails robotic fighting force in tip-top shape to stomp some Kara scum into the dirt. Or maybe you're a super genius, in which case our supercomputer will allow you to analyze and calculate our battle tactics to give us every edge possible. Figureheads among you will certainly enjoy tinkering inside our state-of-the-art engine room. Powered by purple energy crystals dug in the mines of a far-off world, these engines will take you and your crewmates on new and exciting adventures. Your commander will lead you to victory over the Kara hordes from inside the most advanced bridge in the fleet, giving you your best chance of survival in our ongoing fight against the hive mind. Our crack team of xenobiologists have analyzed and studied the Kara and will teach you everything you need to know to obliterate them. We'll travel the universe fighting Xeno scum and spreading humanity across the stars. You're the best and brightest humanity has to offer, so always remember, you're doing your part to help further ensure humanity's survival. There are no limits aboard the USS Stag.
And I am back. Again, I hope you guys enjoyed that. We are still currently waiting on Fades, the other 3 players from Fades with Shades. I am looking at the Discord at the moment, and it looks like they're getting their players together. So, yeah, the storage room B tech point was pretty solid, not gonna lie. So we're currently waiting on some players from Fades with Shades to get here. Again, welcome to the stream. In case you're just popping in now, this is the Spring 2021 Custom Map ENSL Tournament. Welcome, everybody. I hope you enjoy the stream, and I hope you enjoy the games. They should be rather interesting, because the maps that are being played today are not the standard maps that are usually being played, which are Summit, Zombie, Vale, Tram, but we're kind of playing Tram later. Don't worry about that one right now. You see those same maps all the times, and the purpose of the custom map tournament was to play maps that were slightly different than what is normally played. And I personally enjoy these maps. They're a little unbalanced, personally, in my opinion. They need a little bit of work, but I mean, they're fun to play. They are very enjoyable. They're also very beautiful. A lot of these rooms have a lot of work has been put into the quality and the textures and the layout and just everything about the map has been refined, and they're really beautiful maps, and I really hope you guys enjoy watching them being played. You guys should really give them a try. they are incredibly beautiful, very enjoyable to look at, to listen to. The sound design is solid. Just I can't tell you how impressed I am with the work that was put into maps like Stag and Unearthed. Just, they're absolutely gorgeous. We are 2 players away from Faceless Shades, possibly 1 player away from Faceless Shades being ready to go. Switching over to, let's talk about our players, perhaps? Yeah, we can talk about our players. So, the players for each team, with the current layout, it seems like we're missing Gorda's Gone Wild's normal comm, who is Assault Gorge right now, which means that most likely either Chalky Milk or Dream will fill in as comm. Chalky Milk is their fade, is Gorda's Gone Wild's normal fade. Pookie and Dream are both their lurks. Zex is also their lurk. Zex is actually Pookie's little brother, fun fact. Outsider, if I remember correctly, is a fade. No, he's a lurk, and then Roger is a fade. On the opposing team, on Fades with Shades, I want to say that Wraith is a lurk. I believe Night Fury is a fade. Merc is a fade. I know Nightmare is their comm, and I believe Peerless is a Gorge, if I remember correctly. But they are also working on getting Mercs to fill in, because I don't think they have all their players. I believe Gorda's Gone Wild has done the same thing. Home could have made a relocation meta, but he didn't. Yeah. Okay. They are talking about Mercs right now. So, I really don't know what else to say about this map other than its layout. Again, we're going to be looking at a lot of res biting here. Let me pop over to NS1, or NS2 rather. NS1, oh man. Welcome to 2011. So we're going to be seeing a lot of lane res biting. You're going to see Skulks sort of shotgunning their way up into... Hello? Writing tool? Writing tool? I don't get to write? Really? Why don't I get to write? There we go. You're going to see a lot of res pushing up through Glance into left arms, and then up through cooling tanks up into escape pods. So you'll see Marines are going to want to sit in lanes. Probably in Cafeteria is where they're going to start laning, and then Storage Room B is where they're going to start laning, just to prevent Skulks from getting up through there, because they're going to try and make a push down to CPU and to Glance is what I would be doing if I was the Marines. It looks like all the players are here, so we might get started here in a moment. We're going to see how things are going. I think HTK is up here attempting a tunnel placement. So a few changes for Aliens. If you haven't played competitive, there are a few changes in the competitive mod that... Oh, I am ready. No, I forgot to unmute my mic because I'm a bad streamer. Oh no, I'm so bad. I forgot to unmute my mic because I'm a bad streamer. Unfortunate. So, just to kind of recap what I said, because I'm a terrible streamer, you're going to see a lot of Skulks pushing up through the left side and the right side to push res. You're going to see a lot of Marines laning down through Cafeteria and through Storage Room B, and then Airlock. So you're probably going to see a lot of holds right here in Entry, and just to cover both of those lanes. So that will be what you'll see. You'll probably see a gate in CPU and a gate in Glance, and the changes to Aliens that I was trying to get on, but I had my mic muted because I'm bad. The changes to Aliens are that Gordas can place their own tunnels. So usually the meta is the comm places a tunnel, and then the Gorge places a tunnel, and that saves the comm 6 res, thereabouts. Also, some of the tech pathing has moved. Spores is on Biomass 6. Stab has been replaced with something called Advanced Swipe, which is just a better auto attack from Marines. We are going to start here. Now that we're going to start, Phase of Shades has readied up. So let's start up at the top at Marine Start and see what happens. I hope you all enjoy. Welcome to the Spring 2021 Custom Cup put on by ENSL.org and Natural Selection 2. I hope you enjoy your stay and enjoy the stream. Here we go. Gordas Gone Wild are going to start up in main hold, up in the Marine Start. Zach, Dream, and Outsider are all going to power build the arm slab behind the chair as Roger and Pookie move down through escape pods to build a res tower. Roger's going to pick up the RT while Pookie makes a push down the right side of the map. Over in the middle of the map, you're going to see Merc and Peerless pushing up through lobby. They're going to start walking. They're going to look for parasites as they get into supply. Nightmare is hovering around. He most likely can hear Dream through the wall building that power node. Over in escape pods, 2-man covering the door while Roger builds. Merc and HDK pushing up through CPU. I really need to turn my map opacity down. So you see this, Outsider is up on top. He's going to use his, or he's just going to drop down to the floor. Okay. He could have sat right here up on top and used the stairwell to his advantage to shoot through the door. That would have been a really solid play from Outsider to cover that door while Dream builds because he doesn't want to get jumped. Nightmare looking for a parasite, looking for a jump. He might go on Outsider. Nope, he's going to look for a parasite. He does parasite Outsider from behind. As Marines have a hard push. Outsider going on Nightmare. Nightmare picking him off, but it's low health. Zach absolutely heard that from behind. Down in Glance. Dream trying to pick up a Drifter as Nightmare cleans him up. Saving that RT on the side. Over in CPU core, you're looking at a counter tunnel. It seems Phase of Shades wants to stop this gate from ever being started. So they're going to get a tunnel from engine over to CPU core. They do not want Marines to get in there. They know that this is an arc point. So it looks like they might actually be going for a lobby hive, and they're going to try and hold that one side with a tunnel and then the other side with a fade or a lurk or whatnot. Crag hive being finished on the aliens. There we go. Turn that off. And armor 1 being finished by the Marines. I am actually going to turn down my opacity on my map. It is way, way too high. Dream being parasited by Night Furies. He backs off, just looking for the early parasites. Aliens don't want to lose a lot of fights. They need the eggs. They need the spawns. They don't want to lose them. Outsider, Roger, and Dream now pushing down into cooling tanks. They're going to try and make a hard pressure on right, but there's nothing really to achieve down here. There's nothing being built, as you can see on the map here. Aliens really don't have a lot. They're assisting down through the south side of the map, just as I said they should, and ignore lobby entirely. So they want to get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 res nodes, possibly 6 if they can take this side. Night Fury biting an RT up top. Down in cooling tanks, Outsider and Dream both parasited. Merc does see them through the wall because of the parasites. He does have babblers, so he'll probably try and pick off. He'll parasite Outsider to do a little bit of health. Dream, they know he's there. He's going to... Nope. Thinking about it, maybe not. Maybe is going to. Outsider covering that vent. Merc getting chipped a little bit. As Dream and Outsider move into turbines, they're going to look to kill this Drifter. Drifter's going to get pulled out by Phase of Shades. HDK is just going to keep that alive at all costs. Dream is going to work on that RT. It's a real slow start to this game. You see in a lot of res push, well, some res pushing. The first lurk now up. Peerless is a lurk. I'm sorry for that misinformation earlier. Cooling tanks going down as the lurk. Nightmare picks up Roger. Now Nightmare and Peerless are going to roam the map, dual teaming them. It looks like Aliens and Marines are going to start trading res on the right side. Merc's going to kill off cooling tanks as Turbine goes down. But back up in cooling tanks, Merc and Night Fury pick off Zax. He's going to go down easily. On the left side, however, Pookie trying to kill Glance as these lurks start doing work as Peerless is going to roam the map, trying to keep lanes clear. Looks like Dream and Zach are back in cooling tanks, rebuilding a res node. Nightmare is going to bite that as Peerless is looking to pick up Pookie. Pookie now being 3-man surrounded. The entire team going on him. He doesn't actually achieve the RT. HGK is going to pick up this RT and save it, keep it healthy and alive. The tech path for Marines... Oh, I'm going to change this opacity now. This is getting to be a little... Oh no, that's not what I want at all. Wait till... There we go. That's a lot better. Oh man, that's so much better. Dream and Outsider looking to build the res. They're looking on a solid 5 to 6 res nodes all game. Nightmare dueling it off with Roger, but picking him up. Gonna clean him up. Alien still holding a solid 4 res nodes across the entire south side of the map. Weapons 1 finally being started at 4.5 minutes. Merc coming in to try and pick up Dream. Dream at like a quarter health. Merc's going to dip out. He doesn't want to get caught in that open room. He can just clean him up later. He can do some chip damage now and deal with it later. Pookie now pushing down into Glance, going one-on-one with Night Fury, trying to get some damage. HDK trying to get some spits off of him. He knows that that Night Fury is the real threat here. Pookie picking up Night Fury, but HDK could land a spit. He doesn't land the spit, and Ob's being finished by Marines. Pookie's going to go for that RT again, but Peerless is going to come in and clean him right up. He is going to go down. Gates finally being started by Marines. The Marines haven't really made any pressure other than the right side. However, Dream and Outsider now finally putting pressure into Stern. It looks like they've pushed the entire right side of the map down a little bit. An engagement going up on the top left as left wing is going to obviously go down to 2 lurks. Outsider and Dream now dueling off with these 2 sculpts. Wraith and Night Fury both going in, going to clean that up on the top left, up in left arms. These 2 lurks now cleaning up res on the left side. So you're going to see a nice even split on map control. Aliens holding the middle and the left side of the map, while Marines slightly hold the right side of the map. That might change once gates are finally finished. We're probably going to be looking for a left side gate to maybe counteract this lobby hive. But we're going to really see Night Fury and Wraith biting this RT down, doing what they can. Both the lurks, we're going to follow them for a bit. Just going to cruise the map, bite some res, clean up Marine res. They don't want him to have that south side of the map. Pookie doing work again in Glance, up in Cooling Tank Stream, getting cleanly picked off by those lurks. He isn't going to get much at all off that. Roger's going to try and build this RT, clean up the assist. They might actually go for a gate here in supply. That might be the best choice for them. A 3-man pack of aliens now pushing up through Drone Workshop into escape pods. They might be looking. Nope, they turn around. They might have been looking for a base rush, but they're going to bite this res. These lurks are going to clean up any Marines that come in. Dream's going to try and push them off, but he just can't do it. Outsider going to try and do what he can. He should have probably come in a little at the same time, but I don't think they should have coordinated that a little bit better. They might have been able to pick at least one lurk off. Roger coming in for the pinch, but that lurk's going to get out. Peerless just isn't having any of it right now. Down in Engine, Pookie just harassing Engine, doing what he can. Just trying to get upgrades, trying to get eggs. Night Fury is just going to heal off the hive, wait for him to get in a better position as Merc and Nightmare come in. They're going to clean Pookie up here in a second. Pookie goes down immediately. Up in supply, you are seeing an RT being built, so I'm still waiting on gates to be dropped. They haven't been dropped 7 minutes in. It looks like aliens are going to go with my advice and not going to build lobby. They're instead going to build turbine for their second hive and go for lobby third hive. As Marines push into lobby, scanning CPU, they now see that tunnel if they didn't see it before. Outsider Dream and Roger probably looking for a gate drop here in Arc Saber. There's the gate drop. So they're going to try and push down the center, maybe take CPU from behind. Over the right side, aliens just working their way across the entire map. As you can see by the res graph, Marines really haven't done a lot to kill any res. They've only killed 3 res nodes thus far. However, aliens have killed up to 6 res nodes, or have killed 6 res nodes in 8 minutes, which is quite a lot. Down in Stern, the Marines having cut this sys chain. Outsider sitting on the res as Roger and Dream push their way down into network. They might be going for a second gate as the lurks come back in. Up on the original gate, Pookie pushing off a fade, pushing off Night Fury and Nightmare, but they know this gate's being built. Aliens coming in are going to try and deal with network. Marines, 1 dies, Outsider goes down. Peerless gets pushed out. Merc's at half health. They can finish the gate. The gate is finished. Metabolize has finished. Biomass has started. Bile is done. So it looks like aliens are going to start going for structure pushes. This res and cooling tanks is going to go down naturally unless HDK can get there. Oh, it dies just as he walks into the room. Truly unfortunate. They're going to start using these gates to put heavy pressure on this res. Night Fury and Outsider just 1v1ing, just chipping away at each other as Roger kills an RT. Up on the original gate, Pookie's going to try and hold off Nightmare and Peerless, but not do a lot of work here. It's going to get picked off by that fade. Marines still at 9 minutes. No shotguns and weapons 1. I need a drink. They simply don't have the firepower to kill these life forms, presumably because of all the res they've lost. Up in left arms, this res is obviously going to go down to a lurk and a skulk while a fade covers. Down on the bottom side of the map, Outsider and Roger, weapons 2 being started by Marines. They're going to try and do some damage to this Fade. Night Fury is just going to ring around Erosium and get him to push off. HGK being more of a forward support Gorge, looking to keep as much res alive as possible for the aliens, give them as much of an advantage as possible. Peerless picking up Roger up on the north side of the map. Dream doing what he can to fight off Night Fury as HGK now biling that gate from the side. He, with Night Fury grinding it and HGK biling it, and nobody really near gates anywhere, there's no one really to stop this unless they phase through and pick off HGK, which might be good because HGK has 32 res, which means he could lurk or he could fade. The entire alien team now converging in CPU core, trying to figure out where to go. Looks like they're going to swing down through cooling tanks. Nope, they're going to pop up and they're just going to go back res bite. They're going to go kill escape pods. The shotguns finally started. Still trying to fight Night Fury off, but not really having a lot of success. Zach getting picked off as Roger and Dream look at lobby once again. Up on the top side of the map, Peerless and Merc going to kill off this res. This is sort of what I predicted would happen. Marines need to put a lot of pressure on them, but because of the way the map is designed, aliens can sort of run the lanes and just kill all the back res without Marines being able to really get to save anything because gates take so long to research and get to. Pookie trying to kill off this res as the entire alien pack here is going to go on this gate. Night Fury and both lurks. They are going to grind this gate successfully. Dream is around a corner. Shotguns are done, but he only has a rifle. Roger comes out, gets immediately picked off. The gate's half. Dream's going to go on by Night Fury. He's going to get picked off by Nightmare. This gate is absolutely going to go down. Peerless almost goes down. Oh, wow! Merc goes down to a sudden phase. Night Fury might get picked up on the way out. He does not. The other Fade comes in to save him. The gate does go down, but they did lose a lurk for that, which isn't really a huge deal. He can just re-lurk. He's got 29 res, so he can do that. Outsider trying to fight with Night Fury as Dream comes in. I don't really see any shotguns on the map. They have them researched, so I'm not really wondering what they're waiting for. Oh, there's the first shotgun. Pookie is the first shotgun. So you might see Lifeform start to die here. Night Fury goes down to a quarter. This might give Marines what they need to do something with map control. This CPU core gate is still really holding a lot for them, but it looks like they want to try and at least hold the middle of the map, sit on at least 3 to 4 res nodes, and get a gate again in network. I'm not sure if it's going to happen, but now that shotguns are online, they're actually going to go for a gate in Stern, which is a nice big open room. They can absolutely work with that. Merc just chipping down at Roger with spikes from afar. Just doing work to let the Fade come in and clean up. Night Fury's going to come in from behind. As Roger builds the gate, he's going to clean up Roger. Pookie's going to turn his back, look at Merc for a second, but not be able to save his friend. Nightmare getting poked a little bit. Pookie at 100 health. The rest of the alien team knows this gate's here. They're absolutely going to come in and kill Pookie here in a second, and they're not going to get anything for it. A Shift Hive having finished a while back, now Spurs being dropped. Outsider in Glance working on that RT is Roger and Dream. We're looking at res. I'm not sure why Marines aren't spending P-res. Roger has 52, Zek is 50, Outsider is 56, Dream is 56. I figured, wow, Merc gets out with 8 health. That is amazing. 2 Marines just do not kill that lurk. He should have absolutely been dead. These Marines really should be buying shotguns. They should be full man packing with shotguns. I'm not sure with how big and open these rooms are. These shotguns should be doing a lot of work. Zach picking up HGK. Seems like HGK is saving for an Onus at this point. Onus, if I remember correctly, costs 55. But it doesn't... I don't know if they're going to make it to Onus, to be honest with you. Now that we're running in 3-man packs with shotguns finally, looks like we are going to go for that Stern Gate again for Marines. Night Fury is going to come in and poke at the Marines, see what he can do. Going down to 120. He almost dies, goes down to like 20 health. Nightmare comes in and picks off Pookie. A shotgun going down. Outsider picks up the shotgun, recycles it. They're going to look for a 3v3 fight here. Lurk's coming around the side. They're going to try and flank with the Fade. But they're going to absolutely get this gate up with the 2 coverages. Aliens are assisting all across this map. I know I haven't talked a lot about it, but they are assisting up through both sides of the lanes. So we actually might see a second tunnel, maybe turbine to airlock is what we're probably going to see. If I was them, I'd do turbine to left arms and start pressuring up through the left side of the map to base rush. That's just me. Dream and Pookie now on this tunnel. They might let this, aliens might let this die and then relocate it later. Dream and Pookie doing what they can with the rifle. Just small skirmishes all throughout this map. These are just really small skirmishes. This is not an action game right now. This is a very economy-based game. Marines know they need a lot of map pressure. They know they need a lot of control. And Aliens have that control at the moment. Yep, there's the... Okay, not the same tunnel, but they did go for the airlock tunnel, just in a more safe space instead of up here with the more aggressive spot. So they went for the more fortifiable space because there's a wall right here. There's walls on both sides of this, so you can easily clog wall this up if they wanted to. Let's see, more res going down on the left. HTK getting picked off by a shotgun. Roger and Zach doing what they can to pick off these fades, but they're just getting chipped and running away. Typical fade nonsense. Get chipped, do damage, run away. Simple stuff. Down in Stern, Outsider doing what he can versus two lurks. Lurk and a fade. He's going to get chipped, no meds. That gate is not going to get hit just yet. Aliens are just trying to control, I think, the shotguns available to Marines. Night Fury just using these corners and using these really small 90-degree angles that he has all across the map to just run the map. Nightmare and Merc now finally going on that gate in Arcsaber. That gate is going to go down in. Dream's going to try and phase through, die immediately. Down in Stern. Looks like this was the first gate. Zach and Pookie doing what he can to kill Night Fury and Peerless. Not getting a lot off of it. Outsider coming in to reinforce. Peerless gets picked off by Zach from the Outsider coming in out of nowhere. I guess he didn't expect him to phase through. Res still being built. If we look back at the res graph, Night Fury just doing his fade thing, doing what he can, just poking, just poking, being annoying. Aliens are continuing their hold on the map, and they continue to assist up. They've actually capped the Marine Natural and escape pods. They are sitting on 6 res nodes right now. HDK is nearing Onos res, and we're only now looking at Weapons 3 as being a quarter completed. Marines are going to have to pull off a miracle. Did Merc just make it out with 4 health? The Mad Lad made it out with like 20 health. The Mad Lad. He did it. Wow. Roger coming in to fight with Night Fury. Both fades going on Roger. Roger's going to go down. Pookie coming up from behind, trying to keep the shotgun alive. Pick it up, or hitting Night Fury for like half his health, but obviously getting picked up by him. Outsider coming in from behind. It doesn't look like he's going to try and refresh that shotgun. Umbra now out is going to prevent a lot of damage from these Marines. It looks like Aliens have this round at this point. I don't think Marines won enough engagements early. A whip being dropped. A whip? Are you for real, Night? Are you for real, Wraith? A whip? You have that much res? You are rich. You have so much money. This gate in Stern is the only thing keeping the Marines going. They have started an arc lab, and it looks like they're going to try and arc. They're probably going to push these arcs down into network to try and arc out Turbine. Aliens do not have a Shade Hive, and they also don't have a third hive, which means that if they can hold this gate for long enough, and they can pump out at least 2 to 3 arcs, they can kill this hive and get themselves back in the game. Without a Shade Hive, since they went Shift Hive, they don't really have what they need to hold this map to hold this room successfully. However, a 4-man push from the Aliens is going to decimate that gate. HTK getting his Onos coming in. They're going to clean that gate up real quick. Anybody that phases through, that is an absolute grinder. That arc lab going to be recycled almost immediately, but probably not. Yep, there it is. The arc going down. This might be GG from the Marines. They don't have any map control. Roger looking to see what he can do. Nightmare is going to pick him up in the hallway, not let him go anywhere near any valuable gate points. We might be seeing a GG here in a second. Dream trying to get his res back up. So, oh, this is rough. Both fades just doing work. Aliens were able to control the map. Marines weren't able to push. They just didn't have the mobility to push down through the lanes. Peerless picking up Pookie. I don't really see Marines winning this at this point. I'm not sure what the accuracies are going to be looking like, but with the Aliens holding this much map control and this much res for this long, even without taking lobby, both of these hives are so far away from Marines. Without gates, you're not able to hold the map, and because of the nature of the design, it's hard to get into a position to hold res enough to get gates to make that happen. So Marines are kind of at a disadvantage. I have heard stories about this map being Marine-sided, but I'm not really sure what that's about, because with the way it looks, this map is absolutely, when played correctly, Alien-sided. Aliens are sitting on 7 res nodes. This is an absolute, I would say, a stomp right now. It's pretty rough. You can look at the res graph. It's 19 minutes. Marines have killed 8 res nodes. And Marines have lost 15 res, a fight going down on escape pods. HTK just going to clean these Marines up. In 19 and a half minutes, they have lost 15 res nodes going on 16. There's the GG. The resource graph doesn't actually tell the story, oddly enough. The kill graph, however, absolutely tells the story. Marines just lost too many engagements for too long. They didn't even break. They broke, 20 kills? Yeah, that was rough. That was really rough. Accuracies for Marines, a solid 24 average. Okay, all right. But they just couldn't hold the res. They just couldn't hold the res. It just wasn't in the cards. They had to travel too long and too far to get anything. So that was round 1. That was the first round robin stage, with Fades with Shades going 1-0 against Gorgeous Gone Wild. I am going to switch scenes real fast, and I have to go take care of something. I will be right back. All right, I am back. So far, that was the first round. We are going to redo the map, and we are going to go into switch sides real fast. Fades with Shades is going to pick up Marines. Excuse me. Gorgeous Gone Wild. Going to switch to Aliens. We're probably going to see the same strategy play it out again. They might go for a little bit more of an aggressive tunnel. If I know Dream correctly, he'll probably go for a CPU tunnel or even an early airlock tunnel, although that doesn't really give you as much control as the CPU tunnel. But you definitely will see them clear up the middle of the map and ignore a lobby, unless they don't. I don't know. I don't know what they're gonna do. I really don't know. In case you're just now joining us, this is going to be the second round. This is going to be the second round on Stag for the Spring 2021 Custom Cup Tournament from ENSL.org and Natural Selection 2. In the previous match, Fades with Shades took the entire map as Aliens and pretty much dominated. Marines were unable to push out. Welcome to the Custom Cup Tournament. I hope you enjoy the stream. I hope you enjoy your stay. Just waiting on both teams to ready. Seems like they're probably discussing tactics at the moment. I'm not really sure what they're doing, but we are. Let's see. I really do like how well held the CPU tunnel let the Aliens converse the map. They did an excellent job of using this tunnel to cover the entire map across from storage bay up through supply to hit back res to prevent Marines from even pushing. Even though they pushed all the way down the right side and pushed through cooling tanks and turbine, Aliens definitely made use of that tunnel and properly ignored lobby, because it's really just not great. Seems like Dream might be testing out tunnel placements right now, which might not be the best time to do this. Right before a match where Aliens can see that or Marines can see that. So they might actually go for a cooling tanks tunnel. They might be trying out to see what they can do. Really, I mean, if I was the Marines in this situation, I would actually rush gates. I would go armor 1, weapons 1, gates. and I would try and get map control as fast as possible, even though that puts you at a disadvantage. The traditional meta for competitive is to go armor 1, armor 2, weapons 1, gates, shotguns. But with the way this map is designed, I really feel like they would do a lot to... It would benefit Marines a lot to go faster gates to get the map coverage earlier so that they could actually put pressure on alien res and tech up slowly versus us hoping they win fights and then losing everything. You don't normally see mines in competitive either, just because of the level of skill of the players. However, I think that they might do benefit for this, for how much res there is to bite, though I'm not sure that players of this skill level would really be tricked by mines and fall into, mine traps behind res. But it's an option. It's an option. I really don't know. Just waiting on Fades with Shades to ready up. In case chat has any questions, let me know. I am looking at chat at the moment. I am on full screen. What are you guys talking about? That must have been earlier. So just waiting. Let me pop out to that Stag movie, and if I have to jump out of it early, I will.
Attention, and welcome aboard, Grunts. You lucky few have been selected to serve aboard the crown jewel of the TSF fleet, the USS Stag. We hope you'll enjoy your pleasure cruise aboard this vessel. Constructed using the most advanced materials this side of Planet 4546 Beta, this ship sports 10 engines capable of speeds up to warp 9.9 and is built with both beauty and function in mind.
My strength says I need an outlet for my aggression.
The Stag's ingenious design and layout will give you everything you need to crush and destroy the Kara Scourge across the galaxy.
How'd I get to be so good?
A stacked deck configuration will allow you and your crewmates to share space efficiently so that you thrive both physically and mentally. No matter what your task aboard this amazing vessel might be, you'll be sure to do it in style.
Firmware updates available.
Perhaps your best friend is a robot, and you want to help keep our tough-as-nails robotic fighting force in tip-top shape to stomp some Kara scum into the dirt. Or maybe you're a super genius, in which case our supercomputer will allow you to analyze and calculate our battle tactics to give us every edge possible. Figureheads among you will certainly enjoy tinkering inside our state-of-the-art engine room. Powered by purple energy crystals dug in the mines of a far-off world, these engines will take you and your crewmates on new and exciting adventures. Your commander will lead you to victory over the Kara hordes from inside the most advanced bridge in the fleet, giving you your best chance of survival in our ongoing fight against the hive mind. Our crack team of xenobiologists have analyzed and studied the Kara and will teach you everything you need to know to obliterate them. We'll travel the universe fighting Xeno scum and spreading humanity across the stars. You're the best and brightest humanity has to offer, so always remember, you're doing your part to help further ensure humanity's survival. There are no limits aboard the USS Stag.
Alright, I am back. Looks like... Looks like we are waiting on Fades with Shades to ready up. They had to get a Merc approved, I believe. I think they just had to reapprove Peerless for whatever reason. Waiting on them to ready. I have readied, so we're just sitting here sort of just chilling right now. A quick recap for the last round. In case you are just now arriving, this is the Spring 2021 Custom Cup tournament put on by ENSL.org and Natural Selection 2. Aliens started in engine, sysed out through stern over to turbine and up into CPU. They ignored lobby altogether before getting a tunnel in CPU and using that to hit all of the back res. They did syst up through cooling tanks and get res, but the Marines pushed down and killed everything up to stern. As the Marines lost res, they pushed down through the middle of the map, got a gate in stern, started arcs in stern to assumably push them in the network, but that didn't happen when they lost the gate. Still waiting on Fades with Shades to ready. There's the ready, so here we're going to start. We're going to pop down to Alien start this time. And actually, we're going to pop down to Marine start, see what Fades with Shades does. I want to see, really, I'm genuinely curious as to what they do on the map. I probably need to turn down my mic. Can you guys tell me if my mic's too loud? I'm sitting on, I feel like I'm peaking right now. So you guys need to, oh, we unreadied. I guess we're not readying. He's... Oh. Alright, so it looks like... Oh, I have time to turn down my mic then. Cool. Well, that's good. Turn this down. Let's see. Let's sit on... Yeah, there we go. That's good. Turn that down a few decibels so we're not, like, blasting your ears. I don't want to hurt you guys. So it looks like Assault Gorge has... finally arrived. He is going to take the place as Alien Comm. So they are going to trade out Zek for Assault Gorge, which is an interesting trade. I probably would have traded out Outsider. I know Zek is not as good of a player as Outsider is, but if I have my times correct, it is currently 1 p.m. Eastern. For him, I think it is 3 in the morning. How he is still awake, but it is super early for Outsider right now. So Assault Gorge is Gord Has Gone Wild's additional, is their main commander. So we should see some very interesting, hopefully Drifter macro play from him. He is usually a really solid Drifter management person, commander. He's very micro with how he does stuff. You might see some interesting tunnel placements from him as well. He might go for the... if I know him correctly, Assault Gorge will go for the aggressive tunnels in places like... That's cool. Just put me on the wrong side of the map. I didn't want to be there anyway. He'll probably go for the CPU tunnel. He might also try for an entry tunnel. He might try for the airlock tunnel that Fades with Shades did. He might try for this shelf tunnel in airlock, which would sort of be good. Well, would be really good and would allow for a lot more control, which is very risky. But on a 6v6 game, you could probably get away with it. As I spoke about earlier, you might see a storage room B tunnel. But again, that's super risky and super vulnerable. So knowing Salt, he probably won't pick that up. He might even go for a north lobby, like Arc Saber gate or an Arc Saber tunnel to try and push the left side. If the aliens start on the right side and start in Turbine, which could do them a lot of good, cooling tanks isn't that far away. You could get a lot out of it. It really is dependent on what Salt wants to do and how he wants to approach the map. There's the Merc. Merc bugs. Good old Merc bugs. Just waiting on stuff to happen, guys. Just waiting. This typical pre-game, things with mods. We have to approve mercs. We have to approve players. System needs the ability to allow people onto the server. It's just typical, typical stuff. Don't worry about it too much. We're gonna get started here in a second. I would like to see, personally, a little bit more aggression from the Marines, as I talked about earlier. He's finally here. I'd like to see gates earlier than the meta dictates, because they need the map control. There. Now we're finally starting. All right, so we're starting. I'm gonna stop over here in engines, and we're gonna start and see. I don't know if I want this on or off. We're gonna start over here in engine. Make sure to full screen so I don't screw that up. I don't want to be a bad streamer. Dream now going to go Gorge, a 3-1 split. Dream is normally their lurk, but I think they're going to leave that to Pookie. Going to see a 3-1 split from the aliens as they cruise up the south side of the map. Marines doing a 3-2 split, it looks like. Having built an arms lab, probably starting armor 1 here in a second. Night Fury and Merc are going to face off in storage room B. Pookie going for the parasite, missing 2 parasites. Getting chipped up by Night Fury. Merc getting parasited by Roger. Looking down this long hallway. Can I? I can. See what we can see. He's just chilling in the hallway. He knows they're there. He's just covering the lane. HTK killing Outsider. Down and routing. I'm going to try and go more third person for you guys. Try and give you a little bit more to look at here. Merc coming around this side. He is parasited. He's going to get parasited twice more. It's 20 more health that he lost. 30 health. Going for the reload. They're going to use this wall. They're just baiting with this one scope. As this other scope goes in, and Chalky goes in and picks up Merc. Easy, clean kill. Down in stern, Night Fury putting pressure on this RT and cutting this sys chain. Marines do not want to allow aliens to get to turbines easily. However, over in cooling tanks, it looks like they're going to drop a tunnel. Roger cleaning up Night Fury. That is going to be resisted and rebuilt. The cooling tanks tunnel, having been demoed earlier, is going to be dropped by Assault Gorge, or by Dream rather. Going to go for that early res. They're not going to go as aggressive as CPU, so they're going to go more safe. They want to be a little bit more safe. I think they realize that Fades with Shades knows they need to be a little bit more aggressive. I can drop my voice a little bit more if you'd like. Drop it just... There we go. Okay. Pookie fighting a res over in supply. Nightmare trying to get him off of it, doing some chip damage on him. He is going to kill Pookie easily enough. Down in cooling tanks, Outsider coming out of the tunnel. Night Fury definitely hurt him. He is parasited. He's going to try and kill him, but with a tunnel and a crag, there's very little chance that Night Fury is going to be able to kill Outsider here. Down in engines, Peerless making his way downtown into engine. Going to look for, at this res, he's looking for a lurk egg, I think. He might, oh, he got saw, he got seen. Pookie does parasite Peerless. I think Peerless was looking to kill an early lurk egg. He didn't want to, Pookie now goes lurk. Okay, so yeah, he was absolutely looking to kill a lurk egg before lurks came up, trying to control the map. Merc getting picked up by Roger as the aliens hold the same amount of RTs before. They don't seem to be capping glance at all. Both Outsider and Pookie now going lurk. They're going to probably start pack playing the right side. Pookie just chilling, waiting for Outsider to come through the tunnel. Outsider going to pop out, and now they're going to run up the entire right side and probably go for escape pods with Chalky, is what I'd be doing. Nightmare going to see the whole pack, the crew, just running up the right side. Night Fury going for the pinch, going to try and get as much damage off as possible. Pookie going down to very low health, 69 health. Nice. Nice. But escape pod's definitely going to go down to the Skulk Lurk. Pookie is low. He could get killed by Merc as he comes out from this res. Chalky does go down. Pookie does go down to 60 health, but he does make it out successfully. Dream now building the CPU res. Looks like a little bit of a different strategy from what Fades with Shades. They are going to pick up Glance here. I was a little wrong in the way I talked about the matchups earlier. So I guess when they tie, that isn't a draw. They are doing 2 rounds on the map, and however that pans out, one win from either side would result in a draw, which would result in half points from each team, half a point rather for each team, versus drawing the game, which very rarely happens and isn't usually factored in. Peerless working on this res as the half of the alien team now up in supply, gonna try and kill this res node. Night Fury is gonna come around, look for a pick. He does pick up Chalky, but there's still 2 lurks to deal with. Pookie going down to 25 health, gets out with his life. Outsider a little higher, but gets out successfully. Merc working on res. Looks like Marines are putting pressure on res. On the tech path, however, Armor 2, Gates, and Armor 2 being done, Gates having just now finished, Weapons 1 being worked on, and Turbine being dropped. 3 shells on the alien side, Crag Hive. Standard meta, standard practice. Still not going for that lobby hive. Aliens realizing how absolutely terrible an idea it is to drop that hive. Down in Stern, Night Fury going for this res as Chalky gets picked up by Nightmare on the bottom half of the stairwell down there. Roger coming in from behind. Outsider going to try and pick up these 2 Marines. Nightmare going down, and Night Fury picking off Roger, but Outsider does pick up Night Fury. They're up just outside of CPU core. Pookie now getting pinched, going down to 49 health. He doesn't really have an out. He should just go north. He gets picked up by Peerless. That's 1 lurk down. Outsider is now the only other lurk on the map. That is actually quite a large blow for Aliens because Pookie, in my opinion, is a better lurk than Outsider. So that is going to hurt their map control a little bit. If Marines can drop a gate right here and now, they might actually hold a lot more res than the previous match. Marines are sitting on a lot of res. It looks like Aliens haven't done a lot of res biting thus far into the game. Not nearly as much as Fades with Shades did to Gorgeous Gone Wild. They are playing a little bit more safe. They're just laning. I really think the Aliens could get away with a little bit more res biting, while Marines are just pounding on their res. Glance almost probably going to go down naturally. It might die before infestation. It's only at 2%. It will die naturally without infestation to keep it alive. Stern is probably going to go down here. The lurks are going to do what they can. Outsider getting caught in the wall. Pookie cleaning up Merc. Peerless is going to go for that res. Dream trying to come in and save it. It looks like they do save that res with just barely sitting at 8%. It's very low. Still no gates dropped on the map for Marines. Excuse me. HTK just keeping the res down, keeping the infestation out. Aliens should be a lot more aggressive on this res, personally. They really need to pressure the Marine res a lot more. They can't let them have this map control if they want to win. This is the opposite of what happened. This is actually the exact same thing that happened. Fades with Shades is being extremely aggressive on alien res, which is exactly what they should be doing. And Aliens are playing probably a little bit too safe. I think they might believe that the way the map is designed, they can get away with being a little bit more passive, but they really need to pound alien res before they can do anything. Merc fighting off with Outsider. Outsider going to make it out with his life. The tunnel being now pressured. The tunnel is going to go down, but Roger and Chalky are both Fades. The tunnel is going to go down. They're going to back off. I really think they could go in and kill them. They're going to wait for their buddy. Try and kill these 2 Marines, missing a few swipes here and there. It is going to hurt them. They are meting pretty hard. Weapons 2 now being completed. A big damage spike for Marines. Chalky should be able to kill Peerless. I'm not sure why he's running away, but the RT is going to be saved. Infestation will grow before... Actually, will it? Will it grow? It might not, actually. This might die naturally, which is going to be truly unfortunate. Oh, yep, it died. That's just the way it do be like that sometimes. Aliens now switching up, going for a CPU tunnel. Dream going for the strat that Fades with Shades went with. They might start being a little bit more aggressive. Peerless Pookie now working on the supply tunnel. Oh, I'm sorry, the supply res. Getting chipped down by HTK. Nightmare is going to look for the pick. Looks like Nightmare is going to build the power over in storage room B. They might be going for a gate there. Roger coming up from the side. They are going to go for the gate there. They'll skipping right by. Going to go deal with HDK. It seems like they want to save that skull. A scan going down. Ow. I need water. The gate is going to go up in storage room B. There's shotguns have finished. again, Marines are just sitting on so much res right now. They're unable to do what they can to prevent Marines from just dominating the map. This gate will eventually go up as Nightmare and Night Fury cover it. Finally goes up. HDK facing off with Pookie. The main gate hasn't been built yet. Oh, it just finished. Okay, never mind. They just didn't finish it. My bad. Chalky losing his fade to a double shotgun pinch down an entry. That's really bad for Aliens. They are going to lose this CPU tunnel. I don't see as much of aggression as from Gorgeous Gone Wild as I had seen from Fades with Shades. As you can see by the res graph, they're not biting any res. They've only lost in 9.5 minutes 2 res nodes. The resources are pretty even. Kills are pretty even. I really think Aliens could get away with a lot more res biting. Over in Cooling Tanks, Peerless doing what he can, trying to kill that other tunnel, but not really accomplishing much as a 3-man pack jumps him. Merc chilling behind this corner. I think Roger knows he's there. They do have Shade Hive, which means he does have Aura. They are going to try and set up and go for this gate, but they do not have Bile. Seems like Gorgeous Gone Wild are going for the traditional Crag into Veil meta without getting Bile. Going to focus more on their fades. Advanced meta finishing and Leap being started. Night Fury goes down in Stern. Over in Glance, Night Fury is going to kill this res. Again, more res going down on the Aliens than should be allowed. Marines really not losing much at all. Pookie trying to finish off the supply res. Finally does get it. Aliens have lost in 10 minutes 6 res nodes, which is quite a lot. Marines having only lost 3. Outsider going down. These Marines are dominating these life forms, and I think it's because they're not being as aggressive as they should be. They're playing way too passively. Merc and HDK now going on this Cooling Tanks tunnel and RT. They are going to kill it. Peerless is going to come in. I'm sorry, Roger's going to come in and try and do what he can. Weapons 3 just finished at 11 minutes. Another huge damage spike for Marines. Roger's going to try and do what he can with Outsider's help. Outsider only being a skulk under the floor. I think Outsider knows he can't do much against a shotgun and a Weapons 3 rifle. He is going to go for HDK. He's probably going to get picked up going for Merc as he comes around, jumps the wall, gets picked up by HDK. Down in Stern and RT going down in Stern. Naturally, it looks like, again, more natural RT death from not having infestation. Peerless going on the Glance RT again. Looks like Aliens are setting up to go on the Storage Room B tunnel or gate. Roger coming in, Pookie waiting to go on it, waiting for the rest of the team as they grind this gate. No Marines really around except for Nightmare to really do anything about. But grenades have finished. They do take down the gate as Marines come in and start cleaning up. Shotgun Weapons 3, they do lose 2 shotguns there. Merc coming in to try and deal with Pookie. They did kill 2 shotguns in a gate, but that shotgun is going to be recycled pretty easily. So it looks like Marines are just going to reestablish that that gate, and get that back on the map. Stern being rebuilt. They keep trying to go for Glance, but losing it over and over and over again. They are going to rebuild the Storage Room gate as Aliens pressure CPU, but I think they know the gate's being built. They wanted to stop it, just not enough time. They run in right as it finishes, and the entire team pops in to stop them. Another lurk going down, Dreams lurk going down, as Marines use the height advantage of this room to sort of swing in and do what they can. Now pressuring down the south side into CPU core. They might be going for a CPU core tunnel here. I'm sorry, a CPU core gate here. Looking at just Marine pressure, really. Roger trying to do what he can against Night Fury. Night Fury going down to half. Roger going down to half. He goes down very little. Looks like 100 health, 80 health is what he went down to. Aliens finally putting pressure on Rez. Outsider evolving right next to the RT. Peerless does die, though, surprisingly enough. Pookie biting Rez. Outsider biting Rez. But Stern going down to 2 Marines. Dream doing what he can against Merc. The Fade's going to try and save Stern. Roger coming in at 232. Chalky gonna get picked off by Nightmare. Roger killing Night Fury with Neurotoxin, a comp mod change for the Veil Hive, for the Shade Hive that replaced, I believe, cloaking. I don't remember exactly what it replaced, but it's essentially a dot that ticks, sort of like lurk bite poison, but it's on every life form. It's usually the standard thing that everyone gets when they get Veil Hive, outside of Aura, so it's either Aura or Neurotoxin. For Skulks, it does a lot of damage to Marines as it slowly ticks away their health, causing Marines to lose a lot more fights. Fade's usually sticking with Aura, just so that they can see what's going on. Higher life forms usually stick with Vision over damage, knowing they can easily get in and out of situations, easily without any problems. I'm sorry, I'm coughing. I'm trying. There's allergies. If you live in Florida, like I do, there are a lot of allergens and pollen in the air, and it really hurts to breathe. And when you're constantly talking like this, it hurts quite a lot. Outsider killing HDK. I'm probably going to stop here and get some water after this round, because oh man, do I need it. Chalky getting picked up, but he is going to die to Merc as he comes around that corner, not expecting a shotgun to the mouth. Looks like Marines are sitting on the one gate. Let's look at P-Res. P-Res. Nobody has enough to go Onos. Outsider is the only life form, the only player with high enough P-Res. He only has 37, which means he can go Fade. But with already 2 Fades on the map, I don't see him going Fade. And with aliens constantly losing Stern and Glance over and over and over again, I really think aliens need to put a tunnel somewhere to the north to control the middle of the map. They need to stop these Marines from getting to the middle of the map. They just need to prevent that lane from working its way in. If they drop a hive in lobby, it will get arced. So that is not a viable option, and they know it. Peerless looking to go for a gate in entry, maybe? Building the power, setting up for a future gate? Oh, it's Bucor, that's what they're looking for. HDK doing what he can. Pookie killing him, having lost his lurk earlier. And now going Fade. Chalky has not relife formed. He might go lurk since he has the res. Outsider looks like he's saving for Onos. Assault Gorge having been the calm. Oh, they have a glance tunnel or a gate. Oh, that's bad. Jetpacks are just now finishing for Marines. I see in the next 20 seconds the Marines jetpack rushing engine. The aliens know it's coming. Oh, they're gonna arc. Okay, so arc spots. So in order to do this correctly, there is this vent that aliens can take to get behind them. So they can put pressure on them. However, there's no good place to bile from. I believe the power for glance is, the power for glance is right here, right next to the arc lab, which means going for power is near impossible. In order to bile power, you have to come around this side. Marines are setting up. They're going to shotgun rush into engine. The aliens know it's coming. They're setting up for this defense. 5-man Marines just chilling in glance. I don't know really what they're waiting on. They might be trying to save res before they do anything else. An arc factory started. Okay, so they are going to lane. So the way they do this, they don't push in. They're not going to jetpack rush. Aliens are going to move this shift and this crag away. They don't want it to get arced. Marines are going to move the arcs right here or right here, or Roger gets shot in the mouth with a shotgun and dies immediately. That is truly unfortunate for Roger. Marines are going to put a little bit of pressure on this hive while they still can, do as much chip damage on here as possible. Maybe kill a life form or two. I think that's what they're looking for. They don't really care about damaging the hive. They go for life forms. They're trying to kill off Pookie's Fade, Outsider's Lurk, trying to get as much defense out of here as possible before they push these arcs up. Chalky on the power, but not able to do much. He knows the arcs are there. It's been called out. Night Fury is going to chase him down. Chalky getting picked up by Peerless. So back to the arcs. They're going to move these arcs in, and they're going to set them up right here. And that's going to arc the hive. It might even be able to be right here. I don't think I haven't tested this yet, and there's no real good way to bile this. Just a first-person perspective, you can kind of see the way this room is designed. Marines have to look up, which gives them an easier shot to take. It's easier to look up for Marines than it is to look down. So having the hive, having all the life forms come in from above you gives the ability, a rush going on the top side of the map. They are going to go for a chair rush. They are not able to get it down. It only goes down to 50%. It looks like they have a tunnel in left arms that I didn't notice before. They did get it down. I don't think they had enough gorges. The comp mod change was for an upgrade. They removed an upgrade for aliens. I don't remember which one. Actually, I can probably just tell you. It is camo, aura. Oh, what's that last one? Focus. So in normal play, focus is the third Veil upgrade, and it's just more damage for aliens. It's a slower bite rate, but it's more damage per bite. That was removed in comp mod and replaced with something called neurotoxin, which is a dot damage and acts like lurk poison, lurk bite poison. Marines now pushing into engine, shotgunning, trying to kill this hive. Chalky going down, a bone wall coming up. Chalky is, Assault Gorge is a gorge, trying to keep the hive alive. Spores going down here, out in the doorway. Aliens are trying to do what they can. The Marines are surrounding him. Typical Constellate rush. You see triple shotgun jetpack push with a rifle or two. The arcs are back up. They are going to kill these life forms as they come in. Roger going down, Chalky going down. Marines just pushing in to do damage when they can. Shading. Aliens are using the shade upgrade to ink the hive to prevent arc pushes, trying to prevent as much damage as possible. But with this long hallway, it's near impossible for Marines to miss any shots. Aliens really don't have a good way to push in, and they really don't have the life forms. Chalky, I believe, is going fade at the moment. From the other angle, you can kind of see what Marines have to work with here. You see this long open space that Marines just look up and shoot with. They go in, go for a pot shot. Chalky is another fade. He is going to try and do what he can. Another lurk going in. Outsider trying to do what he can. Chalky going to about half health. Another Sculpt going down. Dream trying to defend this hive. If they lose this hive, this is definitely GG. Back to top-down view. Night Fury, Merc, HGK, and Peerless just kind of chipping away at the hive. The hive is at 40%. A few more arc volleys will end them. Outsider might die. Chalky might get picked up. He gets out with his life. Roger tries to go in and do what he can. Outsider does go down to a shotgun. Pookie coming in as a Skulk. Skulks really aren't able to do much. They aren't really able to push these arcs because there's not really Chalky getting caught on the wall. Chalky goes down, getting betrayed by the map geometry and getting caught on a doorway, going down immediately. And there's the GG from Gorgeous Gone Wild. And that was all she wrote. There was the arc spot. These two side hives are very easily arcable, and because of that, it is. Oh, is it just Ranger? Is it just health? Okay, thanks. Thanks, chat. I appreciate that. That's all she wrote. Marines were super aggressive with their pushes, and aliens did not bite enough res. As you can see by the graphs. Hello. As you can see by the res graph, they only bit 0.47 per minute, which is not nearly enough compared to how much the Marines lost in the first round. Aliens were not nearly as aggressive enough with their res biting. So what they are talking about in chat, if you are at all curious, that power node, the power node in Glance, they had the Arc Lab right on the power node. In competitive, you are not allowed to collide structures with power nodes and collide structures with walls. So for instance, you can't put a Veil in a pillar or a wall or whatever. What the Marines did is they put the Arc Lab on the power node, which you're not allowed to do. And as a ref, Dream knows that. I'm not sure how far this challenge will go, if anywhere, because Dream is playing and is not a ref. So I'm not sure if they can dispute that or not. That is really not something that I have a good answer to. But that's the reason this dispute is coming on in chat. They're talking about specific rules about collisions of structures and walls and how you're not supposed to do that, which might have been why Chalky sat on that Arc Lab and just sort of hung out there for a little bit. That was the reason for that. Let me pop back to this screen real fast. I will be right back. I'm going to put up the ENSL graphic real fast. Neuro stacks and can actually kill. Okay, so that's why. Got it. Thank you, chat. Let me put actually... Hang on a second. I'm going to put something up. I have to do some detail work on another window. So I'm going to put up the ENSL logo real fast. I will be right back. Thank you for joining me for the 2021 Custom Cup. My name is Loopy. That was a 2-0 from Fades with Shades. As you saw, they dominated the map pretty much consistently. I will be right back. And I am back. So now we are moving on to Tanith. Welcome to Tanith. We are going to start probably here shortly. Everyone is here. So this match is going to be Curious Gorges versus Gorges Gone Wild. Alright, so apparently the team wants to start really quickly. Tanith is a very interesting map. So we're just going to switch right over to the NS2 view so you guys can kind of see what I'm talking about here. If you look at my map, you can kind of see that both tech points on both sides, on both corners, have no natural RTs. They just don't. It just doesn't exist. Fusion Core has no natural RTs, and Old Wing has no natural RTs. The only naturals, in giant air quotes, is Reactor Core Reactor Room and Chemical Transport. And that is because those rooms, of course you don't put me in the room I want to be in. Why would you? Why would you do that? There we go. Are dual res nodes. They are dual res nodes rooms. There are 2 of them. And both of them are big open spaces, which means that you're going to see a lot of hold. If Marines play this correctly, they're going to get double gates on this res, and they're going to push aliens out of all the res in the world. This should be a very interesting match because now Gorges Gone Wild are going to be playing a high tier 6, high tier 7 team, and I don't know what's going to happen personally. I really don't. But you'll see a lot of pressure in these 2 rooms specifically, in Reactor Core and Chemical Transport, because of the way the map is designed. Let me just give you a quick rundown. So here is, because they want to start really quick, Fusion Core, pretty interesting tech point, surrounded on both sides from the doorways, so you can't just GL spam through doors, and offers a lot of building space. Down into access, some hallways, some nice long hallways that 90-degree corners, kind of the same thing as Stag. You see a lot of work being put into this. You're going to see a lot of single one-on-one fights, probably a lot of pack play through these hallways. Over into Reactor Room. This room has an interesting shelf verticality situation where, because the rooms are so tall, the rooms are extremely tall. There's a lot of places to hide up here. Aliens can get up and below to hide, to sit under floors. You can hide in this waterfall if you so choose. If you're allergic, you can chill here if you want. Let's see. Over in Western Entrance, another kind of 90-degree hallway, big open room that Marines can shoot through. This is Western Entrance, the other side of Western Entrance. I have seen gates placed here before in order to hold WAC and Reactor Core and another tech point for aliens. If they can get a tunnel here, that allows them to push exterior path and push chemical transport around the south side of the map. We'll probably see a lot of fading from, let's see, if I remember correctly, Knifey is a fade and Datsu is a fade, and I believe Bless Me is a lurk. So you're going to see a lot of lifeform play from them. They're probably going to rack up most of the kills on the team. This is exterior path, a very vertical room with a lot of little vents and pipes to hide up next to. If Skulks wants to get up here, Lurks want to get up here, Fades wants to get up here, they can just chill here. It is also a very long, very wide, very tall hallway. So this is not a place that aliens want to engage in. They're going to want to dip in and out of rooms where possible. Old Wing, the big Marine start. Lots of room to build, lots of space to just put stuff in, but also very vulnerable to bile because of where the power is, which is right here next to the RT. Gorges can come in and just bile this. There's no real good spot for an OBS other than right behind the RT, which would cover both angles. So actually, it's a great place. It would cover both of these hallways, which would prevent any rushes and just kind of dead stop them. On the right side of the map, outside in Relay, you can kind of see this big open hallway. They readied and then didn't ready and then did ready. They're getting there. They're getting there, people. Relay, another big, tall, open hallway for Marines. If I remember correctly, this map is very Marine favored for those who push and put a lot of pressure on aliens. This is the other double RT room in chemical transport, if you were at all curious. I should just turn my chat off. I really should. East tunnels coming up into SATCOM, another RT. Some places to hide, some verticality here, but not nearly as much as the other rooms. And then over in SATCOM, another tech point. This might actually be the Marine start that they want to go with instead of Old Wing, assuming they get the choice. I believe you can choose where you start as Marines, although that might just be aliens. I might be wrong. This does offer a lot more access around the map, so they can actually push and do work. And then we roll back up into acidic processing, which is a hallway, another long hallway with some verticality to it. Some boxes up top that they can hide in, off into chemical transport, and that's the loop around the map. It's a pretty simple map. Some textures still need to be worked on Tanith. It's not fully complete yet, as you can see, although it is a really pretty map. Both teams have readied, so we're going to start here in a second. Welcome to the Spring 2021 Custom Cup put on by ENSL.org and Natural Selection 2. This is Gorges Gone Wild versus Curious Gorges. I hope you enjoy. We're going to start off up here in Fusion Core with Curious Gorges team. See what they do. P-Stash going in early Gorge. We're going to see a 3-1 split. I'm going to zoom out a little bit more for this map because it is kind of a big map. Maybe, maybe not. Green Rex looking for the vent. Not really able to find it. Marines doing a it looks like a 2-2 split, actually. 3-2 split. Chalky getting parasited by Knifey. Oh no. Sorry about that. I pushed the wrong button and screwed everything up. Failure of a streamer. Datsu picking up Chalky in chemical transport. I should just not hit buttons. I should just not do transitions. I'm just going to mute my mic manually so that doesn't happen again. I'm sorry about that. Roger looking at Knifey over in chemical transport. P-Stash going for this early tunnel in chemical transport, but Pookie coming up behind him. I think Knifey now realizes it. He knows Pookie's at half health. He is going to be cleaned up by Knifey as he goes in on him. A second tunnel. They're going for double tunnel strat. So what seems to have happened here is the alien systed out to Fusion Core, got a tunnel in Eclipse. I still can't do the thing. There. Now I can write. Cool. So he systed out from Fusion Core, right? He got a tunnel on the double RT node. Then the Gorge dropped the other tunnel. P-Stash dropped the other tunnel on the chemical transport node to get these double res nodes, giving aliens 5 res nodes in a minute and a half, which is an extraordinarily high amount. Marines, meanwhile, pushing out, trying to cap res on either side, sitting on 3 res nodes right now, a 4th being built. Over in SATCOM, Pookie facing off with Datsu. Datsu looking for that early parasite so he can bite. Parasite, bite, getting chipped by Datsu. Datsu going down to about a quarter health. Armor 1 is only half completed. Datsu going on Pookie, does pick him up. Uses that wall for an advantage so we can jump him, get a few early bites off before we can look up and turn the corner. Chalky Milk and Roger splitting off. Green Rex covering the hallway into reactor room, while Blasphemy does bite down waste handling. Chalky going to come in and save that. The Gorge now swinging between the 2 res nodes. Blasphemy on the other side through the vent, coming up through the wall. Going to use the wall for cover. Roger and Chalky going to try and do what they can. Does kill Blasphemy, but behind them, Green Rex on deck. I mean, this is a very big, tall, open map if you look at the way it's designed. That is its design philosophy. It is big, tall, and open. That it's just very advantageous for Marines. However, with this double tunnel strat, aliens are going to be on lurks now, actually. They just hit lurk res. Knifey and Bless both going lurk at just under 3 minutes, which is an extraordinarily fast lurk. Normally you see them at around 3:20-ish. They are fixed. Noted. Outsider working on this tunnel, but he's not going to put much damage on it with this Crag healing it. He's probably not going to be able to kill it before P-Stash shows up. through the tunnel. He's just chilling in the tunnel right now, as you can see on the map. Up in reactor room, Bless Me working on killing Chalky. Back down in chemical transport, Outsider backing off a little bit as Bless Me, Ritual, and P-Stash all come in to easily clean him up. He does kill the Skulk, but Outsider does get cleaned up by the Lurk, which is really what matters. On the right side of the map, Aliens have sisted down into SATCOM, looking to possibly cap East Tunnels while Datsu kills that res. The Horde here working their way through Relay, gonna pick up Dream. SATCOM being claimed extremely early by the Aliens since they are just sitting on so much res. They might actually go for a third hive over in Waste, but they might sit on 2. I'm really not sure. They're probably not gonna play overly aggressive. They know that Marines have at least the left side of the map. Marines have research grenades, so they are going to try and put pressure on chemical transport, or at least one of these 2 res node holds. But with these gorges and with these lurks and no shotguns, I'm not sure how much work they're really going to get. Ritual coming in to try and do some work as a 3-man Marine team goes up into chemical transport. They are going to this time focus down the crag, then immediately focus down the tunnel. Datsu is going to come up from the north to try and save this. The tunnel going down to about a quarter as the Lurks pop in. All 3 Marines getting easily cleaned up by the Lurks. They only lost the 13 res crag, which isn't a lot. These Hydras here in Western Entrance might have seen those 2 Marines swing in. Hydras do provide vision for Aliens, so that does give the Aliens a little bit of a sight advantage without actually having to have a person there. Knifey gonna come in, Pookie and Chalky waiting to pinch and ambush the Lurks, but the Lurk seeing it and coming around the corner. Chalky going down to Knifey. Green Rex dies somewhere else on the map, didn't even look at it, as Pookie tries to fight off these 2 Lurks. He must have gotten picked off in chemical transport with these 3 Marines. They are going to try and grenade out this tunnel. A Drifter going down, that's 10 res. There goes a tunnel, that's 6, that's 16. The Crag going down to half. Assist, 17. That's 30 res with the Crag. The RTs working on the RTs now, splitting their DPS a little bit. Bless Me coming in to try and pick up Roger. Picks up Roger first. Green Rex coming in to follow suit, going for Outsider. Outsider going down to Green Rex, and then Knifey cleaning up Dream on the back end. Both res nodes still staying. They only lost 30 res or so of res. Not a huge deal when they're sitting on an average of 6 res nodes. Marines haven't killed a single res node all game. Not a single one. This double tunnel strat is pretty gross. Knifey facing off with 3 Marines as they push out of exterior path. Marines still trying to push up. Gorgeous Gone Wild still trying to push up the left side into Waste. Bless Me just cleaning up Pookie real fast. Chalky trying to get some chip on him, but not really accomplishing much. Over in chemical transport. A Fade now online at 6 minutes. Datsu's the Fade. Armor 2 being finished and SATCOM being finished, which means we're going to start looking at biomass and advanced meta and spores here real soon. With this much res, they are just able to freely research as much as they want. Bless Me picking off Dream. They are going to kill this whack res. Green Rex is probably going to stay at, and Bless goes for the kill on Pookie here. Down in exterior paths, you can see both these teams sort of starting to square off. Knifey kind of chip down Salt Gorge with his spikes, try and get a little bit of damage on him. Also chipping down Dream from afar. Datsu gonna go in, pick up Dream. Chalky and Outsider are gonna come in to try and reinforce, but these Aliens have done their job. They've pushed them out. Salt Gorge going for the reactor core push. Gonna toss a grenade. Gonna go for the tunnel. Split his DPS on the tunnel. Probably not gonna kill the tunnel before anybody reinforces him. Green Rex is behind him. He's gonna crouch walk behind, shift walk behind him. Salt is gonna avoid the rupture. Isn't gonna be seen, but I don't think that matters when Green Rex goes on him, kills him from behind. Roger getting picked up by the alien pack on these 2 res nodes. As you can see, these 4 res nodes have pretty much, then there's the GG. That was real quick. Real quick, as expected. Alien sitting on an average, having lost 1 res node in 7.5 minutes is going to do it to you. That's going to do that. They lost 0.13 per minute. That's not okay. That's just not okay. That's absolutely not okay. As you can see by the kill graph, that was a rough game. That was a rough game for Gorgeous Gone Wild. They absolutely dominated them. Their life forms and their higher skill players just worked them super hard. How is this FPS pen on this pen? Alright, which button? That's the button. Alright, I need to remember that button so I can mute my mic. So, let's review. If spawns are fixed, the play, sys to one of the double RTs, tunnel to the other double RT, and just hold the map. And just win. Just win, forehead. Step 1, sys. Step 2, tunnel. Step 3, question mark. Step 4, profit. Like, that's really all there is to it. That's kind of TANF in a nutshell. You know, I think Gorgeous Gone Wild would have had a bit of an easier chance had it been a lower skill team, but with such a big skill difference, I mean, they have 2 Sanjis, and I believe Green Rex is also a Sanji, if I remember correctly. The skill difference is pretty apparent. Pretty apparent. The average accuracy for Marines is 19.5. That's not nearly good enough to win against a team like this. That's really not good enough to win, really, at all. But I mean, that's what it is. That's how Custom Cup, that's how tournaments be sometimes, you know? You face off against a whole sort of, you know, different skill levels of people. So it just do be like that sometimes. I haven't been able to say the shoe phrase yet that people have gotten lasered, because honestly I haven't seen anybody get lasered just yet. We're waiting currently on Green Rex to reconnect, I believe. Green Rex is restarting, so we're just waiting, just chilling, just hanging out. I don't need to be on that scene. That's not the scene that I want. All right, so we are waiting on Green Rex to reconnect. He is reconnecting, and as soon as he reconnects, then we will start this match. Let me swing down into chemical transport real fast. This is very... I think that strat only works with a map with 4 RTs like this. Tanith is pretty unique in that this is the only map that I can think of that has 2 rooms with 2 RTs in it. Both rooms, which is unique and a viable strat for aliens, especially when they can easily double tunnel with the P-Res, the change that Comp Mod has with Gorgeous being able to place your own tunnels. It saves the team a lot of res. It saves the team 6 res, which is a lot early game, and allows for a lot easier tunnel placements, which also makes it possible for base rushes to occur, which isn't as common now as it used to be, you know, pre-Gorge Tunnel nerf days. But I'm really not sure what you do as Marines on this map, to be totally honest with you. Fast gates, maybe you just try and hold the side of the map, like you put all your pressure into one of these double RTs and hold 4 or 5 res nodes, maybe 6 res nodes with your main. Maybe, but then that just leaves your entire right side open to being pushed. So what you do in this situation, I'm not really sure. Especially
under attack.
A base rush, I'm the worst person in the world. I can't stream properly. I'm garbage. A base rush being pushed in by Gorge's Gone Wild. They are going to try and go for this chair. Dream does die. The life forms do die. The Gorgeous die. Outsider goes down. Salt Gorge goes down. Everyone but Pookie is dead. That's probably GG from the team. There's the GG. I had my mic muted half the time because I'm a bad streamer. Wow, I am bad at this. Bad at this. I will be right back. Alright. Well, I'm just never going to mute my mic. Ever again. I'm just going to leave it unmuted. Because apparently, I I can't do my job as a streamer. I'm just bad. I'm just bad. That is what it is. I'm just bad. There's no other way to say it. So this is Unearthed. This is Unearthed but better. It's if you've played Unearthed before, it's quite a solid map. There have been some changes. So let me just go read the changes real fast. So it looks like we're going to be joined by Ozilla here momentarily, which will be nice. Though I don't hear you. Why don't I hear you?
I just got...
There you are.
Hey, what's up? I just got in the channel.
Hey Ozilla, how you doing?
Good, good. I see you had a little bit of a, the joys of streaming going on.
I brought shame to my family.
A minute. Yeah, immediate seppuku.
It's embarrassing. Oh my lord.
Yes, I have had the similar, although maybe not quite so severe, depending on your viewing pleasure, if you would rather see or hear your caster, but not too big of a problem. People know we do this for the community, so I'm sure people appreciate the fact that you made all those sick videos.
Yeah, I have to play that other video, and I think I'm on the wrong. I think I'm on the wrong server, actually.
Okay, well, I'm sorry. I knew I would be sort of AFK / completely cached from my work week, which has just been totally crazy. So I know this has sort of been thrust on you. I know you were excited to help out, but you're still figuring it out, and I think we can appreciate that for now as we muddle through.
Alright, so I need to switch to London 2. I am on the wrong server at the moment.
Can you DM me the password if it's different today?
Yes, I can. I can DM that to you.
And I'll be on, and we can cast a little together.
So, looking at the schedule, London 2, we should be playing on Eclipse Lit.
Sweet.
We are playing on Eclipse Lit, which means my graphics are wrong. Cool. Cool. Massively cool. It's fine. It's a simple map change.
There's a rule in showbiz where if you pretend like nothing's wrong, sometimes they don't know.
Yeah, they know. They absolutely know.
They know.
100%. So we're doing this Eclipse Lit.
And this is 1 or 2?
This is London. Where does that do? This is London 2.
Okay. Sweet.
You know, I had a mute just so like I could avoid having like things go on, and really I don't need it. Like I just end up muting myself like a scrub.
Yeah. I have an overlay that I similarly don't really need.
I mean, I have a monitor literally next to me to monitor through the stream so I could see if that becomes a problem, but when I'm hyper focused in the game, you know, I just don't see it.
You need another person. You need somebody running your stream deck.
You need a PA to be like, oh no, he's muted. Oh no.
Yeah, and then to blame when something inevitably does get skipped.
I mean, at least I have the monitor and I'm looking at chat, but like I can't tab out a game to look at Discord and chat. Like I can't tab out a game to look at Discord when like 1,000 people are like, hey bro, you're muted. Stop muting yourself. Is it Eclipse _lit? Whatever. It's Eclipse Lit. It is what it is. I'm not changing it.
Yeah,
So-
it's underscore lit. And,
Well, whatever. It's gonna stay under non-underscore.
whatever. You got it. You got it.
It's there.
You're doing great.
It's enough.
You're doing great.
All right. So welcome to the Custom Cup, the Spring 2021 Custom Cup tournament brought on by ESL.org
We
and
just-
Natural Selection 2. I'm your host, Loopy, and joining me for this match and probably the rest of the stream is Ozilla, a well-known
everybody.
caster in the community. Say hello.
Hey, as I take a sip of my coffee.
The allergies are killing me today. I've been coughing all game, like all day. It's been rough.
Oh, sweet. Glad you were muted.
No, I've been coughing like crazy.
Yeah.
So, all right, so that's a 2-0 on that. Fix that. That's done. So it's been a pretty, looking at the scores thus far, just looking at the other scores for the rest of the game, I'm looking at 2-0, 2-0, a tie, 2-0, 2-0, and then probably a tie for the other Tanith game. It looks like Stag was pretty 2-0, and then Tanith has been pretty 2-0, except for this one situation, which might be 1-1. I don't really know.
Yeah, I mean, I think we see that a lot in the beginning of our tournament play. I think there's a lot of, pretty much everybody who's playing this, is a great gamer, super good at video games, but there is a diversity in skill level. I think there are some players and some teams that doesn't matter what game they play, they would be god gamers, and so sometimes that is reflected in a sort of biased scoreline, but sometimes that's not exactly the case. Sometimes they're very close games and it still ends up 0-2, but typically that is not super unusual for the first round of play.
Yeah.
Have you had a chance to really look through how different this map is? I'm just kind of scrolling through it right now, and it seems pretty different.
It is very different. It's a very different map. This was not one of the maps that I was able to make a video for. I'm gonna pop back over to my main NS2 stream so you guys can see this full screen chat. So if you've ever played Eclipse, which I'm assuming a lot of you have, you'll notice, let me just scoot to some part of the map. You'll notice on the map that this section right here is not power subjunction. It's gone. The hell room that everyone holds is no longer there. It's been
Hold on.
removed.
I'm in power subjunction. It's
Well,
just slightly different.
It's been moved, and it is
Yeah.
no longer as important. But that
Yeah.
section of the map that everyone would sit in is no longer there.
Yeah. That classic design from the NS1 era is not. It's not the linchpin that it used to be.
Yeah, so old Eclipse games, for chat who doesn't know, was the strat was you either, as Marines, hold power subjunction, which is this room right here, you hold it, and you push down into computer core, and you win the game. Or you as aliens hold power subjunction, you take all the way up to maintenance, and you win the game. That was the strat. Like, that was the strat. With that having been removed, and now the rooms surrounding computer core are core access and south loop, aliens have a little bit of an easier time, from what I've seen, being able to press out into their naturals and actually get out of base, assuming they start computer core.
Yeah, I think this is pretty interesting. I mean, the way that the RTs are laid out, it sort of dictates the way that the map will end up playing. And I sort of think that we do see some really big changes, especially from actually the Marine side. The East Foyer and West Route being sort of naturals in a way that Triad never, or what was that middle? Station Access? Is that what it's called? The middle node?
The middle node in the very center of the room, I believe, is reactor core. Is reactor.
No, I know. But in vanilla version of Eclipse, there is a kind of central node. Anyways, the fact that Keyhole has been moved so much closer to the Marine start, maintenance is now quite a bit farther, it seems, to walk to, and probably a little bit easier for the aliens, maybe even a decent start for for an alien commander. But if you're going maintenance, all of a sudden it's just about having this 3 nodes going down through South Loop into Computer Core instead, where maintenance used to be kind of just like, it was a good hive to end a strategy on, but you would never pick maintenance in the beginning of a vanilla Eclipse round.
Correct, because maintenance, you would get run down from Marine start straight to Keyhole, and you would lose that natural constantly. It's just a throwaway res. And then because of the way the map was designed, you could loop around through, I believe it was air ducts, and swing in and kill the other natural. Maintenance was a death trap.
Yeah.
Comp Core was the same way with Power Sub, and Eclipse is the same way with Triad. But since those RTs have been moved, and Marine Naturals are now East Foyer and West Route, where those are just easy runs. The thing I like about East Foyer specifically is that East Foyer, if you swing into that room, you can look at the RT from up above on a stairwell, and you could easily chip down any aliens.
Yeah, I think one of the design elements of the original Eclipse has been preserved in this map. Obviously, you have some rooms that are very similar, but the fact that there is some verticality to Eclipse, where there are big kind of drop-offs where you can shoot from above as a Marine or ambush from like across the side of the room. I think there aren't a lot of maps that take advantage of large vertical gaps between rooms or areas, but this map does, and it should be interesting to see how it plays.
It does. Triad is a good example of that. West Route is a great example of that. Verticality in a map is important. Flat maps are good, but having a little bit of verticality and forcing Marines to look up is a skill that not a lot of people have. FPS is, you don't look up that often. And forcing a player to look up to a skulk that's chilling in the rafters, that's who's going to jump you as soon as you build a res node, is pretty solid design structure.
Yeah, I think you're totally right. I think this game is different than most other FPS games, and that's one of the big reasons. Is it's not just this kind of strafing, shooting action. You get a lot of different ways that you can be attacked from, and the fact that you have to it's a game about tracking instead of clicking, like versus CS versus like a Quake 3 or something like that. There are lots of little elements that makes this game pretty unique. But another aspect about these long staircases and hallways is there's programmatically the game prevents you from bunny hopping or abusing movement on Marine side, but not when it comes to diagonal staircases and stuff like that. So we'll see if we get to see any cool, fancy Marine movement. It should be fun.
Yeah, I know that the NS2 engine doesn't allow for bunny hopping that well, because I believe when you jump, you slow down as a Marine. So by constantly jumping, you just kind of put yourself to a slow stop.
Yeah, it's actually not on the first jump. It's the second jump has some where once you land, it stops your movement. So the first jump you actually do accelerate upwards and forwards, but when you land, it ends up artificially slowing your movement. But if you land on a tilted surface, or if you're going up onto a ledge that is slightly higher, there are different ways that the mechanics of the engine kind of are affected, and you can have these moments where you do sort of bounce. It's not as dramatic as strafe jumping or bunny hopping in other games, but it should definitely give some diversity to the way that the Marines will be moving around this map.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing that they're going to want to focus on is their pathing. There's a lot of spaces where you can just avoid movement altogether. around Keyhole and East Foyer, you can jump a lot of these railings and save yourself a few seconds on having to take a stairwell instead. You can jump through windows to try and path yourself to a different location. There's a lot of interesting pathing that Marines can take to get to where they need to be faster than by taking a traditional route. And I think we're going to see a lot of that in this game. I think we're currently waiting on... Who are we waiting on? We're waiting on Hand Washers right now, which I believe are still playing on Tanith. Yeah, they are still playing against Fade with Shades on Tanith. So
yeah, I saw a couple more people just last minute jumping on and streaming, but maybe we could catch the end of that game. Or we could go a little bit more in depth at some of these side rooms that have changed a little bit. I mean, South Loop is pretty different. It's a little hard to synchronize where we're both looking. But there's a lot to talk about in just the way that these changes might actually end up playing.
There is. So if you want to focus on South Loop, I have seen this map played during map testing, and South Loop is a good arc spot if you want to... It really depends on where the aliens want to start, but if they want to get a tunnel just outside of Comp Core, just to the south of South Loop, you can easily arc out from South Loop and cover that doorway because it's a really nice choke point for Marines on the south end of the hallway, which is a very strong position for Marines to be in. It cuts maintenance off completely, and it prevents aliens from having 3 hives, which is always a solid play.
Yeah, I guess I'm sort of right next to where South Loops used to be in Air Ducts now, I suppose. And this room is almost completely new, if not completely new. And it looks like it should be pretty interesting to play around. You have this kind of tight quarters around the RT with only 2 ways to get in, and lots of little crannies to hide in. But also maybe a great place to put a little phase gate and, start a little Marine pressure.
Yeah, I agree. I like that this center pillar with the power node on it, you can easily, as a Skulk or Marine, weave around this power node. And if you really wanted to, if an alien was coming at you, you could back jump down the steps and use your new position being below a Skulk or an alien or whatever to fire up into them and get a better shot on them, getting a better accuracy.
Yeah, I mean, it just I'm excited. I'm really actually super stoked to see how this map plays. Eclipse was such a mainstay of the original NS, and it was kind of sad that it doesn't play very well in NS2. And there's a number of reasons why that's the case. I think actually, strangely enough, it's more about the gorge structures that used to be able to place in NS1. The offense chamber, which was eventually replaced by Hydras, worked a lot differently than Hydras did and really prevented Marine forward momentum. It was a lot about how the strategy played out in original NS, that you could choose to put your resources into more significant defensive structures. At least early on, they were really hard to push through. And so that keyhole, that kind of conundrum with maintenance kind of just being a dead hive in NS2, that didn't necessarily used to be the case in NS1. You could just throw down an offense chamber and end up holding keyhole, and it was like really hard to push down this long hallway where the offense chamber could hit you the whole time and Skulks could ambush you. And that just, unfortunately, huge structural changes between NS1 and NS2, but largely about the way alien strategies were implemented, really made this map not really viable.
Yeah. And I think Gorge's chat really nailed it on the head, that the Gorge is the linchpin that holds the whole team together. You see that a lot with Peace Ash's Gorge from, I believe, Hand Washers? No, from Curious Gorge. He is a very aggressive Gorge. He'll go in and fight with the team, and he'll constantly be moving structures up. And on this type of map, you need a Gorge that's willing to constantly pick and move and switch up their positioning to really push with the team, because this is the type of map where you need to claim land. This is this is an attrition map. You either claim land or you don't.
Yeah. I think the run distances through the center of the map, getting down to what used to be Power Sub Junction, now is sort of in the same place where Reactor Room is, where the Reactor Room is, not Reactor. Anyways, there were old rooms called Reactor Room. I'm not being derailed, but the what the hell was I saying?
The runtime. The
runtime seemed longer for the Marine team. It seems like you get a more guaranteed amount of res with the 2 easy to hold natural res nodes, but that it is much harder to put on pressure. So I think, it's actually, to me, this feels sort of like an alien-sided map. I could see 3 res nodes starting maintenance or ComCore. Just like holding maintenance, South Loop, and Computer Core seems fairly simple to me. I think looks like it takes a very long time to get from Marine Start to South Loop. Similarly to Genmon, it actually might be harder for Gen Monitor. So maybe start Eclipse, expand Computer Core, or maybe even drop your tunnel in Air Ducts. You get 3 or 4 res nodes pretty much guaranteed. I'm gonna be surprised if this doesn't feel a little alien-sided, just because having 4 guaranteed res nodes allows aliens to tech up really as fast as they want.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I think if I could get this to draw. No, you're not gonna draw. That's cool. I guess we just don't draw.
It's, it's when
There we go. All right.
You just got to remember how to erase the drawing.
So, I do agree with you that I can see aliens starting Eclipse and expanding out to ComCore and up to South Loop. They'll probably go for a cheeky tunnel in Air Ducts and or a tunnel in north reactor, and put a tunnel there. But I can see this map being split in half. So Marines will most likely, if they start Marine Start, they'll have probably a 3-2 split out to start. They'll have 2 cap west route and put constant pressure on Triad and Eclipse, while the other 3 make their way down to maintenance and East Foyer and try and push all the way to South Loop. I think we're going to see a lot of engagements in Reactor Core and South Loop, and depending on who wins that fight, really is going to determine who wins the map, because you could ideally cut the map in half, give the Marines the top half of the map. That still leaves aliens with 4 res nodes, possibly 5 if they hold South Loop, where Marines will sit on another 5 res nodes. So
yeah, I mean, I think you're probably right, that maintenance is sort of a good pressure point for the Marines to push in, and that a lot of the engagements are going to be in Reactor. I'm just a little worried that, my initial actual thought was to start maintenance and then just hold 3 res nodes and just do that for the aliens. I don't really see what the Marines do. I mean, you could then you would see this kind of map being split in half, but I don't know. I still feel like it really depends. It's hard to judge run times unless you're actually in the map and running around. But
we can solve that problem.
Whoa! Look at that. We got tons of content for you guys as Loopy joins the game.
So I'm gonna go.
I can do that too.
I'm gonna go from Marine Start to, I don't know, South Loop Reactor.
Well, I think it's just good to, I think the instructions for map builders is that it should take about 17 to 22 seconds to get from one room to the next. So it should be about that long to reach our naturals. And if it is, that's fairly standard. So we should just keep that in mind. I'll take the west route. You can go East Foyer and just kind of count in your head or count aloud. We won't do it both at the same time to spare you guys. But see how long it takes for you to get there.
So I'll just count us down. Now, if you don't know in chat, when you run faster with your pistol out. The run speed of Marines is faster than with a rifle if you have your pistol or your axe out, but you should always have your pistol out because you need a gun. It gives you range. You're a range character. Use your range. Use your distance.
And it doesn't actually change between axe and pistol. It does not change.
It's the exact same run speed, but you always start with your rifle out. So if we start in 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, so I don't know actually, those guidelines that I was referring to, I don't know if they were really meant to be with your rifle out or your gun or your pistol out, or whether it's supposed to be walking speed or running speed. But from our little test right there, it was 13 seconds to west route and then about 20 seconds into eclipse, which doesn't seem that these nodes right off the Marine start are actually fairly close to your spawn points. I think it will be easy for Marines to hold their naturals, but I think I have this feeling like once you get past your naturals, the next length of running distance is actually pretty significant.
It is. I had a 10 count getting to East Foyer.
Yeah.
So unless I don't know how to count. So I had a 10 count getting to East Foyer, but then I went to Reactor, and even with the pathing that I took to get to Reactor, it took me 30 seconds total to get to Reactor, which is quite a long time. You could possibly... I do see Marines getting slightly confused on this map because of where certain rooms juncture into other rooms. It looks like on the map it should connect, but it really doesn't. So I could see some initial confusion on running into walls. Reactor takes about 30 seconds to get to. South Loop probably takes the equal amount. I would see probably Datsu or Knifey or one of Curious Gorge's players just Wing at naturals. Like outright just W at naturals. Probably the left side to hit Eclipse or Genmon. And just straight into their naturals and put as much damage as possible.
So I think we've done a fair amount of talking through the map. We might just finally be getting players into the server as I'm saying this. But do you want to try to catch the end of the last map? Let's give the viewing audience a little bit more to chew on.
Sure. Let me see what server they're on. They are on London 1. Yeah, I can pop into London 1.
All right, I'm gonna join you. I think that makes the most sense to me. If we're gonna be waiting for hand washers to finish, anyways,
sure.
Might as well give people something to follow.
Yeah, chat. That's rifle walk though. You shouldn't rifle walk. You should pistol walk. You should pistol run. You should never walk. You should pistol run.
See, what was that password you gave me? Okay, yeah, I see.
Let's see what we got going on here. I don't know if you want to cast this. I mean, we are here.
Yeah, I mean, I think we ought to. People are here for the NS2 Custom Cup cast, so I think Loam or somebody was in one of these other games. Maybe there's a second stream that people can join on to, but I feel like we ought to show the end of Tanith. And I guess you had been just showing Tanith, but because I was a late riser this morning, I've been working real hard recently, I have not seen any of it. So I'm excited to take a quick look at the map and maybe catch a couple of fun minutes of NS2.
So it looks like for Tanith, we are getting... It's a little bit of a different strategy than what Handwalkers had. I'm sorry, with what Curious Gorge had. Marines are sitting on... They have a gate on one of the two natural RTs. Peerless and HTK just killed Chemical Transport's RTs. So it looks like the map's pretty evenly split. I think the last game that I was watching with Curious Gorge and Gorge Has Gone Wild, it was just a skill difference between the two teams. This one's a little bit more even with the teams, since they're all roughly the same skill level. So the Marines and the Aliens are holding equally as much res, but Marines are sitting on a roughly 6 res nodes.
Yeah.
Which is a lot.
Yeah. It's a lot. Yeah, I mean, they're going up to 7 right now. Aliens holding on with 3. They do have a few life forms up, and a lot of the times, especially with the alien team, if you get to the point where you have saturation of life forms, like 3 or 4 life forms, it doesn't necessarily matter quite as much how many res nodes you actively have up, because you have the ability to wipe the Marines off the map and maybe retake. But, yeah, Marines with just a gigantic 8 extractor lead over 3 alien extractors. This doesn't seem like there's much more the aliens have to offer.
Yeah,
Unless...
Marines just took that both double res nodes with gates, the same thing that Curious Gorge just did. I'm really surprised to see Crazy Cat as a Gorge. I'm not sure what happened earlier, because he is sitting on 53 res.
Yeah.
I know that he is a good life form, and I'm surprised to see him not playing a higher life form. Crazy Cat's gonna get pinched here.
Yeah, he's doing some shenanigans in the vents here. Maybe he can block it off for... At least he's distracting Night Fury and Peerless.
He's trying so hard.
Yeah, you know, the couple of seconds that it takes to kill that Gorge actually does win you some map control, potentially.
Believe in life, Gorge. Believe in life.
Yeah, so I hadn't seen this map being played yet, so I didn't realize there were 2 doubles. That's pretty crazy. That means the number of resource towers on this map is 11, which isn't too wild. I guess the Marines have this interesting thing where they only have 1 natural, so they are really forced to go for one of these double positions right away. Now, I used to love Tanith as an NS1 map, but I can't for the life of me recall if there were 2 doubles. I don't think there were.
I don't remember the original Tanith. I wasn't around. It looks like they're now pushing into this reactor core push. Crazy Cat is Onos. They are going to go for this grind on this gate. Hopefully they can do it right. It looks like it's correct. That gate is absolutely gone. Marines or aliens have taken back the top half of the map. They do have a chair sitting in waste cycling though, just chilling.
Yeah, I think that's sort of I think that's sort of a insurance policy, because here the Marines have they're going up.
Oh, that's a big loss, losing Ender King. He got laser, dude. There it is. There's what I've been waiting for all day.
Yeah, that I missed that fade going down, but that is a big pick. But we do still see, you know, 3 life forms. One of them being Onos. One of them is Zet's IK Zet on 30 kills to 10 deaths with this fade. He's been playing that fade life form for quite some time right now, and this is the moment I was talking about earlier. East Tunnel is now big melee as Crazy Cat is barely pushed off with a little barely alive.
Oh, they just lost all their life forms. That's 2 fades, alert, a Gorge. Oh, this is not looking good for aliens.
Yeah, perhaps it was the Caster's Curse, but just as I was about to say that the aliens are able to keep some life forms up, all of them go down. Crazy's just barely hanging onto his own.
He's trying. I don't know that Skulks can do much. This choke point, though, with this doorway, forces Marines to be in a very small space. Aliens might be able to grind this gate. They do kill the Marines with these jetpackers. Crazy's going down to about 3/4. He is going to get out, but this jetpacker is just holding down the room. But this doorway is going to choke point these Marines and allow Skulks to just get in, kill Marines as they come in. If they're allowed any past this, they're going to have a bad time.
Yeah, I agree. That doorway is really tight, and it's hard for the Marines to push in, but they are barely pushing in. Meanwhile, Fusion Core is getting a separate push. The commander is doing it all on his own with 3 arcs
it was
up.
arc bait the whole time. It was bait. The arcs are bait. They don't care about the arcs. The arcs are a waste. They're a throw. It's the arc bait strat. So I've seen this a number of times in competitive. Crazy Cat just lost his Onos. They are down to 1 shell. The Marine Commander will make a bunch of arcs, right? They throw the arcs at a hive intentionally to lose the hive, just so Marines can push the other hive and kill any life forms there. It's bait.
Yeah, it was hard for the alien team. Which push is easier to defend? Which push is more serious of a threat? And they tried instead this time to let the pressure off of that tight corridor, getting these Marines the ability to enter the room, and that's GG.
That's
going
GG.
for the arcs instead, and it didn't pay off.
Arc bait is a great strat. You have to respond to the arcs, but actually seeing it out is hard because arcs take so long to kill. You could just have a Gorge with Bile, just kill them. But then that Gorge is going at the other hive to heal the hive. So what do? You know?
Well, let's quickly look at the numbers at the end of the round, and then let's jump over to the next server, getting ready for the next game. But I'm sure it'll take a minute or two for these guys to unwind after that round. Maybe we can take a look at med accuracy and other things that might have something to do with this.
Well, the kill graph says a lot. The aliens were up in kills the entire game.
Yeah, that does sometimes happen because life forms have this ability to, I mean, you can retain weapons until you get to jetpacks by picking them back up. So sometimes the kill graph it's not as big of an issue because you'll have these points where aliens will go higher life form and get a bunch of kills. But as soon as you kill that Fade, it doesn't matter how many times that Fade has killed you. Those are expendable resources, Marine lives. But Fades, when they go down, there's no way to pick up a Fade corpse and Two Nights at Benny. What's the movie where they pretend like their grandpa is still alive, so they can get into a movie theater or something?
Oh man,
You know what I'm talking about.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
I
Now
haven't
just
even seen the
forgot.
movie, but it's a cultural touchstone, and it would have been useful for this stream. So
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
yeah.
It looks like aliens were heavy on the RT pushes. They only killed 0.51 per minute. This was a very long game. This was a 25-minute game. And for a competitive game, weekend at Bernie's.
Weekend at Bernie's. Yeah. What did I say? 2 nights at Benny's?
2 nights at Benny's.
Pretty much the same thing. That is the porno parody of 2 nights at. Oh God, that's a terrible concept.
Twitch.
When you-
Twitch TOS.
Yeah, but one of the interesting things about this map as we switch over to the other server is how quickly both teams went up to 5-6 res nodes, basically uncontested for the first several minutes. And then, then it became more standard as nodes were traded back and forth. But good Lord, that is a high res map for both teams. Very weird to see in Gather, in the maps that we choose to play for Gathers usually.
Yeah, it is a very high res map. I'm surprised that game was most likely evened out by the skill differences between the two teams. Arcs are usually the go-to strat for Marines in competitive. You use arcs just to push a hive and get it done.
Yeah, no, but you might not on paper have thought that Hand Washers was the underdog. I thought, the Night Furies team, they have a lot of great players, don't get me wrong, but I would normally have had thought that they were the underdogs. I forget what their team name was.
Shades with Shades?
Yeah, Phase with Shades. They're definitely good players, but I would have thought that Hand Washers would have, on paper, been a little bit stronger.
Yeah.
But there might have been a, I guess you couldn't really blame Ping either because they were both kind of getting to the server at around 100 ping.
Yeah, they played that on London, and I think they're both NA teams, so... Yeah.
No, I don't think Crazy Cat's team is NA.
Are they not?
No, I think they are European.
They're EU. Okay.
I believe.
I'm surprised to see Crazy Cat having went Gorge and moving to Onos. Maybe he just depended on his team to hold the lanes down with his with their life forms and not the other way around, because I've seen hand washers play in scrims, and they Crazy Cat is usually the DPS of the team. He's usually the life form and doing a lot of work.
Yeah, I think that's normally true. But if you listen to gurus of the Gather community, sages, great players of this game, Gorge, hardest life.
Gorge is the hardest life form. They lost a lot of team res on random stuff. They lost 6 drifters, 4 veils, 3 shells, 3 crags. It looks like they dropped a hive early on, like a crag hive, and they lost it like halfway through the game. They must have gotten pushed and been able to redrop. They probably lost Satcom. They probably dropped Satcom. No, they dropped their main hive, and they lost Fusion Core. That was their crag hive. They lost Fusion Core at some point.
Yeah, I'm already sitting in the next. I guess we can still pull up the stats from the last round.
Yes, you can.
Yeah.
I will be right back.
Sweet. I was just gonna do the same thing to you, but I guess I'll entertain these good people as this map is getting ready to get started. I think we're really. This is gonna be a much lower res game than the last game we kind of caught the end of. It's going to be very much, I think we're going to see, there's this one thing that happens a lot of the time that that's a big fault of mine as a Marine commander, is I will drop too many res nodes because there's this moment in the early game where if you win some of your early engagements, it feels like you can expand over the entire map. And sometimes it's just not the right thing to do. Because when you drop a res node, it is 10 resources. So you are, that is expending current res, which could be used on upgrades starting now, or you can put it into your economy, and then over the period of the game, you can use the extra res that the larger economy will give you to upgrade faster in the mid game. But what can happen is if you expand too much early and then lose all your res, you've invested that early game res into your economy, and then by the time you ought to have had it being paid off by this expanded economy, you get crushed by the alien team in the mid game. And that is the worst of both worlds, obviously, because you've invested into something which gave you no return. So what I'd like to see for the Marine team is really finding a way to go up to 4 resource nodes by basically taking the hive position furthest away from the aliens, or easiest for the Marines to hold, and then sitting on 4 safely while trying to poke the alien resource line, and try to base a strategy off of that, because I think it's going to be really, really hard for this Marine team to hold more than 4 resource nodes. So that's my hope for a competitive side for the Marines, because I think it's going to be sort of tough.
Yeah, I can see that. I think the Marines are going to have to be really good at laning. You could see mines come out this map. I know mines are shunned upon in competitive because very few high skill players really fall for them. But for this type of map, at least for lane control, mines might be worth the investment just to control the hallways and the vents.
And that's another thing. One of the reasons mines can be predicted is because we are pretty aware of where the mines ought to be put. So on a map where there are less map knowledge by the community, there's probably more opportunities to hide a mine around a good corner or behind a box or some good sneaky spot. Because if you see that giant orange glowing mine, it's pretty easy to avoid or pretty easy to break with ranged attacks. So yeah, maybe we could see it. And it does. That's another thing that I think seems very dangerous for the Marines. there is no way, even through a like wonky vent situation, to get from one lane to the other. It seems there are only 2 lanes off of the start of Marine Start, like Vale or a lot of other NS1 maps, but it seems very difficult to get from west route to east foyer through the middle of the map. So yeah, expect some base pressure early, or at least be prepared.
Yeah, I think if they were to invest in mines, Marines would get the most investment out of them rather than put them on RTs. Because let me pop into a first-person view here on Ender King. As you can see, this is my alien vision that I have set up. If you're unfamiliar with NS2, just recently alien vision was changed, and a mod that was very popular throughout the entire game was removed, which gave aliens the ability to customize their alien vision. You can get those same mods now through the workshop, which are just plug and play. This is my alien vision that you're seeing on the screen, where Marines are highlighted in pink, aliens are highlighted in, I believe, yellow, and the rest of the map is like a dark black, just for contrast reasons. Most pro players play with some form of custom alien vision, and since Marine structures are highlighted, as are mines, it's very easy to see those mines, you know, from a distance if you're looking for the right things. I think they would get a lot of use out of mines if they were to put them in vents, not to it would be to pick off life forms like lurks and skulks that would swing into those vents to escape. So maybe around when lurks pop, the lurks get picked up by the mines. I am unmuted in myself. Thank you, Blency. So we're gonna start here. I'm gonna start over in maintenance. This will be a pretty interesting match, honestly. I'm really looking forward to seeing this. I want to see how this plays out.
Yeah, I am very excited to see this. I think it is a map that is probably going to be relatively low res, which is always my preference. I think it should be difficult for both teams to hold like 4 RTs. That's like a good map design feature to me, you know, with the possibility of going up to 5-6, but it should be hard to just do the basics of holding 3 or 4 RTs.
So we're gonna see a 3-2 split from aliens. One kind of looks like they're getting their bearings on the map, trying to figure out where to go. I don't think Inks knows exactly where to go. Knifey picking up Crazy Cat on the north.
Look at the Marine split though.
The 4-1 split.
4 and 2. Yeah, 4-1 for a lot of it, but so many aliens trying to ambush in east.
Look at Ritual utilizing that long hallway and those stairs to try and pick up Ditzy, or at least make the attempt. Ditzy's absolutely going to get picked up by Peace Dash once he turns this corner. Are aliens going for an early base rush?
Oh no, Peace Dash finding the building extractor, takes the drifter. These are really important early game losses. There's no aliens currently around in South Loop to help this out. They did just walk all the way through Reactor. I don't know why the aliens were so protective of East Foyer and Keyhole when they only had invested res in one other place in the map, expanding both to their naturals in South Loop and Genmons. I think that's sort of a mistake. I would have preferred the aliens to pick one res path and stick to it. Right now, aliens on one resource tower with very little chance to get a second.
This is gross. They've bought eggs twice, and Peace Dash is just making a home in Comp Core. Boy, meanwhile, Green Rex is just trimming the lawn outside. Just cutting the grass. Just cutting the grass. Got to keep it down. That drifter in South Loop, Datsu's about to kill that drifter.
Again, this RT very perilous situation here where it could go down. Datsu just absolutely lasering that Skulk as he enters the room. This RT has very little chance of surviving as Datsu desists. The alien team has about 5 seconds before this RT is basically dead no matter what. They have to go in now, but Datsu is up, forced to be met.
Oh my god.
Oh, Jesus.
Gross.
Oh,
That's
boy.
so gross, Datsu. Oh, he's lasering him, dude. Oh, boy. Did you see how he's using that doorway as a choke point? He just forces all the skulks into it, backhops, and kills everybody.
Yeah, they had little choice to deal with it either. I mean, they had to go in around then and resist the whole eggs being bought again.
That's another 5 res. What is that, 15 res on eggs? Knifey's just
15 or
sitting
20.
outside. He's just sitting outside shooting eggs.
This is a
It's
base
20!
skull. This is a base skull right here. Blend in a really good situation, cutting off the skulks as they try to leak through. But one skulk is gonna be on. And
If Yoke can get up there, if Yoke can get there, they have to do it now. They have to go. They have to.
And they actually can't kill any Marines.
No, they have to kill an IP. They have to kill the chair. Oh, he killed himself. Oh no, they killed a Marine! No, why would you do that?
Yeah, but
Oh.
Datu was already back anyway, so even
That's-
making the mistake of killing a Marine, you had 2 really good Marines in the base.
Yeah, that's probably GG. Honestly, aliens are just getting pounded right now. They're using the distance on this Comcore hive to just to sit in the back of the room and just pick up skulks as they come in.
Yeah, Comcore is so open. It always has been. It's been that way since NS1. But
This is GG,
yeah.
my dude. This has got to be GG. I don't see him getting out of this. Yep,
yeah,
there it is. That was fast. That
Every
was
time
quick.
every time they spawned eggs, it was just a one little bit, like little squeeze around the,
Wow, that was rough. I really don't know why they put so much time and effort into East Foyer when they had an entire mid lane open that they, there's nobody there. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah, their movement with the skulks, they had no gorge. They had 5 skulks on the field. You should be able to, set up good ambushes, and they put a lot of effort into getting the ambushes set up in Keyhole. Meanwhile, their entire res lane was South Loop and Genmon, and there's no, the 3 or 4 skulks in the top of Keyhole just aren't covering any of their actual territory whatsoever.
This is an interesting vent. If you look at the map where Yoke Baron is right now, he went from, probably not the most efficient use of time, but he went from East Foyer into the vent all the way to Power Subjunction just through a vent. It does take some time to get over there, so I'm not sure it's worth the effort to go through that vent, but it is a nice lane to take. But it is so small that you could easily just be killed in, especially if you're parasited.
Yeah, I think it's a repurposing of the vent system that used to be in Station Access, which was that middle node. It's the kind of a cool staircase where there's a little vent in between, and there's this kind of crevice next to it, this channel which a skull can move through. That's probably a great place to stop the kind of pressure that we saw last time. That's where you want to invest some of your skulks early game to set up an ambush, because if you can't get through Power Core, you're forced through one of these external pathways, or you can't get through a reactor.
So I think aliens. Here's what I think was going on with Hand Watchers. I think they had 3 skulks up in East Foyer, right? I don't know why they were so far forward. I think they were going for an early base rush. I think that's what they wanted to do, or they wanted a 3-man crush res. However, it didn't work. They got caught. They should have realized that, and then they lost everything because of it. If I was them, what I would have done, instead of taking Comp Core and just torpedoing skulks at Comp Core at a big open room, there's a vent on the bottom right-hand side of Comp Core that goes to South Loop. Have every skulk and their mother go up to the vent, take the vent to South Loop, then take the next vent from South Loop up into other South Loop for the north South Loop, right? And you work your way unseen up to Reactor, and then you base rush from East Foyer. That early in the game, they don't even have an OBS. They only had weapons 1. They didn't have any way to beacon. They could have 5-man rushed that base because there were 5 Marines knee deep in Comp Core. They could have easily rushed a chair before the Marines had any damage enough to even kill a hive. And at that res, they probably didn't have enough res to drop a hive because they lost so many RTs. I mean, they lost 2 RTs, so they probably didn't have res to drop a hive. Yeah, not with 2 drifters. That's 10 res plus the 2 RTs
Well,
they lost.
and they bought all those eggs too. I mean, yeah, I agree. I think it's always better to use the ventilation at your disposal to try to either, set up a flank so you're not just running directly into excuse my language.
Yeah.
Or into Datsu's pistol fire. But, I mean, yeah, I agree. They did try to use a vent to get around out of Comp Core and get to the Marine Start, and 2 did leak through, but Blend, either with perfect foresight or a little bit of luck, was already sitting in core access and able to pick off those skulks as they were trying to do it. So it's hard to say if the skulks were able to leak through the other side, if they were able to get to the Marine Start without contestation. But here the round is about to start.
All right, so an Eclipse start from Hand Washers. Nice forethought. They're gonna forego the fast hive in Comp Core. Are you for real, dog?
I like it.
That is so strong.
I don't know, this might be one of those things where I say one thing and it ends up being completely different. I thought that this would be a very alien-sided map. I think there were some huge mistakes in the way the last team set up, but this is going to be very safe.
Crazy Cat's parasited. He's currently in core access. He doesn't see a cyst chain, which means he's trying to cut cyst chain. He's going for Genmon. He is going to pick the cyst. So he has to think something's up. They didn't lose a Drifter, which is another 10 res. Yoke Baron is walking into Eclipse. He's going to go for egg kills. They're going to try and build this. I think aliens are playing this correctly in that they're holding the lanes. They know they can't let this strat be found out. So unless they have attack actioned... If Kiro has attack actioned the Hive and has sussed out the fast Hive, then aliens should be pounding Genmon into the dirt. If they haven't, aliens are playing this correctly. They're going to be able to cyst out and take a tunnel and south loop, and then get up to maintenance and take the entire map.
Yeah. I think this is a very safe way of playing this. I think Comp Core is it's got a lot of great vents. It's very far away. This 3-man Marine pressure has to really start yielding some results.
Yeah. I like that Blendy sat up on the roof in Triad and used the verticality of the map to parasite all 3 of those Marines, giving the aliens foresight onto where they are. So they are going to push into Comp Lab. They do see the Hive. They just saw it, so they know there's a fast Hive. They have to have known. They have to have. They're going to back up a little bit here and probably try and picked up by Knifey. He's going to go for Dizzy, obviously. He's super dead. Crazy Cat's probably going to pistol. Nope, down no one. Absolutely nobody.
Under attack.
A push by Blency on the IPs, just to poke. Just being an annoyance.
He's just bringing 2 Marines back to the base, getting a parasite, being a nuisance. He's quickly taken care of, but yeah, no Marine pressure on this map at all. And you did see in that last engagement, P-Stash's Gorge, he was landing a ton of spits, which, only a little bit of damage, I think 30 per hit, but the game is all about these tight,
P-Stash is gonna not go down. Blency is his guardian angel. He saves that Gorge sitting at 30 health. This is the way you play aliens on this map. They have lost no res nodes, they have lost no drifters, they have lost no life forms, and they are going to come up to lurks, and when lurks hit, this map is essentially over. They are looking for a tunnel right now. That is what aliens are doing.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's quite as dire as all that. Lurks are... I mean, you're right, lurks are very strong, but... I wouldn't be surprised if the Marines still have a good push or 2 of them, for sure.
A 2-man push into South Loop. They use that doorway to their advantage.
Yeah, I don't like that Dizzy backed off right there. I mean, I think it was a little overcommitment to have 3 Marines in the same spot, but then basically you have 3 Marines in the same spot, but one of them backed away. That's way worse.
Yeah, I'm not sure that him backing off was the right play. Maybe that was a miscommunication. Like, I liked how the first Marine went in, then back hop to use the cover, and the choke point of the hallway, but because of that miscommunication, you can see Yoke Baron. Look at the Yoke Baron. He's on the wall here. He thinks that connects to where it is, and it actually doesn't.
Yeah,
that's what I was
trying
talking
to
about.
Figure out how this map works.
I think this is an unfamiliar from hand washers. I think this is a complete unfamiliarity with the map. I really think that's what's going on here. They either haven't practiced the map, or don't know the map, or don't know the changes, or haven't taken the time to like look at how the map connects.
Yeah, I sort of feel like we've had more time on this map than they have while we were waiting for the game to start.
You can see these Marines are doing the same thing, but now that they have lurk spikes, aliens have a ranged attack. These Marines are going to have their armor chipped away, and they're going to chase back to reactor core. These long distances and these short, narrow hallways allow for a precise lurk to really, let me see if I can get a first person on Knifey.
As long as he's got Peace Dash there right around the corner, even though the Marines are better at range, it's going to be really hard because the Marines basically have to pay for their heals, but the aliens get it for free.
They do. Knifey coming up on the side. He's going to pick up Inkset.
Splitting the action.
Oh, baby. Alright, that's enough Knifey first person. Gonna kill the audience if I do that. With the way he moves, dude, he moves like Mick Jagger.
Right?
He moves like Mick Jagger, Knifey's lurk. Yeah, this is, they don't even have gate. They're just now researching gates and shotguns. They're trying to combat these lurks a little bit, but, Peace Dash, look at how aggressive Peace Dash is being. He's wasting their bullets, and as soon as they go for the reload, Knifey and the other 3 lurks just go in. Like,
so Knifey soaked there, and then as soon as he was low, the other 2 lurks unroosted, and just...
Oh, Blenzy might die. Blenzy's low. Blenzy's quarter. He could get picked up by Yoke Baron. There goes Blenzy. 1 lurk down. Alright, this is the room you fight in. Crazy Cat needs to be with that shotgun. They need to stay together. These Marines need to stay together. They cannot separate. There's way too many people splitting off. Like, Crazy Cat and Yoke are just split. Like...
Yeah. In the same place, but not covering each other. In the same place, but not attacking together.
They're not in line of sight. I like this Clawed Wall from Peace Dash. This is the right play. Block that hallway off. Do not let Marines in that room.
Yeah, well, you got the whole Marine team there. I mean, you could call base right now if you really knew the positioning of these Marines. Yeah, I mean, like, I think this map sort of forces everybody. Again, this is sort of what we were saying at the beginning of the game, when we were like, oh yeah, a lot of fights are going to be happening in Reactor. Well, here it is, a lot of fights in Reactor. Marines on 2 resource nodes, or 3 resource nodes, but yeah.
Oh, Knifey going in. If I was aliens right here, knowing that they're all here, you see them, just go through Keyhole and base rush them. You know they have to have an odds by now, but like, let's go base rush them.
Yeah, I'm surprised this call hasn't been made. They are sort of dominating, so no real need. And they're leaking skulks through, so plenty of pressure coming on. But yeah.
So there's no need to base rush. You're correct, but at the same time, in my eyes, you use a base rush to burn more res that the Marines can't afford to lose. A beacon costs 10, and if they can force a 10 res beacon, that's 10 res that they don't have for a gate. So that's a win in my book. Even if you walk in and get a beacon and you get nothing out of it, you just leave immediately. Oh well.
Yeah, totally. And I agree with you. I think you could have won the game, actually.
Look at Crazy Cat. Look at Crazy Cat. Look at Crazy Cat down in Core Axis building this gate. They're going to go for a shotgun rush on Comp Core.
Yeah.
They're going to beacon shotgun rush, or they're all going to stay by the gate, phase back, and go rush Comp Core. This is going to be...
This is interesting. This might actually work out pretty well.
Nobody knows he's there. He's not parasited. Absolutely nobody has any idea. They're about to phase. There's 1, there's 2, there's 3. There's the parasite. They know Yoke's parasited. They're going to walk in. They're going to pick off these lurks as soon as they come in.
Ritual out of the hive already. Probably would have preferred if he was in there. Taking a bone wall.
Ritual down.
No, the whole aliens, the Marine team is there. Peace Dash easily getting pushed out. This hive is going down. I could see them turning around right away and maybe pressuring into the other hive. Kill this hive and beacon. That's my play.
Yeah, kill the lurks. That's the play. Don't worry about the hive. Kill the lurks. You have to kill these life forms. Yeah, they should have went and killed the life forms. If they pushed those lurks out, they would have gotten a lot more.
Yeah, I mean, I think I think the difference between our calls there.
Ooh, Knifey goes down in the hallway. Oh, they could pick this up with LMGs. This hallway is open. They could just shoot this hive.
Yeah, I think they just want to take the hive. I think this is one of those few occasions where you don't focus the life form. You just pick the hive, beacon, pressure the other hive immediately.
Yeah, but they don't have any way to do it. They would have to run. Just turn around and go. Just leave.
Turn around and go. Just turn around and go. That's my.
Why are you in the hive? Just go.
They're going for the clear. Not a bad call. In this case, I think they could end the game if they really keep the aggression up.
Why are we combing the desert?
Yeah, they don't have. There's basically no way to build your res back into this game. I disagree with trying to reestablish on this map. I think you just go for the other hive.
Yeah, you get a gate, you walk into Gen 1, you get a gate, and while their life forms are down, Knifey's dead, they have a fade, they have a lurk, you just kill their life forms, and you just kill the Batman. Like, just do it.
Yeah,
it's real easy.
I don't even think you need to move the gate. That run distance is not that far.
It's not. You could just run it. I mean, it's close. You could maybe move it. It's a long run, but if they had turned on a dime and went there immediately, they would have caught the aliens with their pants down, and they would have rushed in. And with enough meds, they would have been able to do it.
Yeah, these are those, that's sort of a pub play. Just like pop one hive, immediately run to the other, pop the other hive. It doesn't always work out in, but I think this is a map where that probably could have happened.
It looks like we're going for an alien base rush here. They might go for the obs first.
They're on the gate. It's not going to work. You might actually lose a life form here.
No, they're all out. Green Rex is staying a little too long.
Well, they
lost a shotgun.
The Marines. Yeah.
They're probably going to counter push that gate, most likely. Yeah. At least Datsu's going to be on it. Green Rex is waiting. I think he's waiting. Oh, yeah, there's Datsu. All right, well. Yeah, he's just sitting there waiting. He's waiting for Green Rex. I think Green Rex is pathing. It's that door. It's that wall that they think connects and it doesn't. Like, P-Stash dead here? Nope. He stepped out.
But yeah, you can see the Marines still on 1 RT. This is pretty desperate for them.
They are capping Comp Core, but the aliens have claimed maintenance, and they do have that tunnel south loop. So that does offer them a lot of possibility, but I think they lost a lot of their momentum. They really should have just researched grenades and push Eclipse. Like, that should have been the play. If they really wanted to be cheeky, they didn't have a tunnel. They could have tunnel rushed. They could have walked in the gate, killed the hive, taken the tunnel to the other hive, and then...
I'm not sure they had it up.
It was in South Loop. It goes from South Loop to Eclipse, not South Loop to Comp Core, so that wouldn't have worked.
You called that earlier, that's right.
Yeah, but if it was me, that's what I would have done. I would have jumped in that tunnel, ran to the other hive, and blasted that hive. No question, just immediate tunnel rush. It's gross, but it works, and it's so stupid when it does.
Oh man, it would be so cool to see that in a comp map. I mean, a competitive match. It's hard to really make. These maps are so new for these competitive players. It's really hard to make those calls. But
these Marines are gonna go for this tunnel. They're probably going for the tunnel kill. Maybe they're gonna go for like a life form kill. Maybe they're focused on Datsu here, because it looks like they're chasing life forms out. Yeah, there's the tunnel kill. So they're gonna go for probably a south loop gate to move their gate up, probably to air ducts, and then to push maintenance, because I think they scanned maintenance earlier. They probably know. There goes the 13 res Crag. All right, they're coming back. They're making their way. They're just having to do it uphill. This is real rough.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if they were holding on to Gen and they get south loop, they're in a better position, but they've been on 2 resource nodes for so long. Their tech is frozen at shotguns 1-1. Like they got that like several minutes ago, and they haven't progressed past that. Just the cost of putting up new gates and occasionally medding is just going to keep them on that low tech for so long.
Yeah, that gate's
might be
dead.
A grinder.
Yeah, that's ground. That's dead. They're gonna not lose the other gate, but Blency and P-Stash.
Oh, they might. I'm not sure about that. Oh, this gate, they can stick it. It's gonna go down too, and that's gonna be GG.
I don't think they ground it correctly. They were on either side. They weren't grinding it correctly. They should have been on opposite sides. They were on the actual sides where the portal ends. Not in front of it and behind it, which is the improper way to grind it. If it was me, when I was There's the GG. Okay, so they know it's over. They know they're not winning that long term.
Yeah, so I guess this is the conclusion of Hand Watchers versus Curious Gorge. I really hope that we get to see maybe one more Eclipse lit round in the finals, maybe, or something, because I'd love to see closer games on this map. It looks pretty fun, and it looks more. It looks more balanced than I thought. I still think it's alien-sided if it's played correctly, but there are lots of open rooms. This is an NS1 map, which means, you know, hives like Cargo and Comp Core are just like these giant open rooms that, you know, hard to get all the way down there because you have to run the whole map. But once you get in there, it's very marine friendly. So
I'm going to switch over to London 1. They're doing another Eclipse Lit match in London 1.
Let's check it out. Let's go.
I'm really curious to know because this round is We Surrender with Fades with Shades, and checking my information about the team, Fades with Shades and We Surrender. Fades with Shades is the Bad Clan group. That's Wraith and Night Fury. And We Surrender is Arab King and Timo the Hippo, the EU-sided team.
Yeah.
Oh no, What? Hello?
What's wrong?
I can't, There we go.
I just got in the server.
I couldn't move when I joined. That was really weird. Okay, so this is the second round. It looks like we're 4 minutes into the game. We Surrender has taken one round as Marines, which is interesting. Now they did start an Eclipse. They look to have dropped a fast comp core gate and are going for a south loop tunnel, not a north-south loop tunnel. Lurks are out at this point.
And as you can see, the Marines did win the previous round because We Surrendered now on Aliens has the 1 round victory over the Marines. So perhaps, and we see Marines capping up to a beautiful 6 resource nodes. So maybe I'm completely wrong and this is a Marine-sided map. Hard to say.
I think the last round was dictated a lot by the indecision from the Marine team on when to go in and when to engage and when not to engage. I think there was a lot of hesitancy on what they should be doing at any given time. Aliens are going to just clear the entire right side, but Nightmare and Peerless are going to try and push in the south loop. Standard meta. Armor 2, Weapons 1. Looks like they're probably going to go for Gates next.
Yeah, I think gates are very, very powerful on this map. They certainly were on Eclipse Vanilla. Having a gate all the way down in Reactor, or what it would have been Power Sub, is sort of the way to kind of put a complete stop to alien progression, making their entire focus just trying to hold back Grizz.
Genmon is going to go down to Merc, not to Natural Death. You can see the skill level is pretty even with these teams. What is going on in Eclipse? Fearless is just harassing them. Okay, my
and
dude.
we do see the Marines and Aliens plummeting in res. So Marines, I did talk about this briefly while you were away to go to the restroom, I think, in a previous round.
Yes.
But yeah, you do have this issue sometimes where Marines overexpand very, very quickly and then get completely crushed. And that's, as we were saying earlier, will slow your tech path down early. Even if you do jump up to those 6 res nodes, falling back down to 3, having to kind of bounce between having lots of res nodes and few is actually pretty painful.
Timo killing that res node in supply in East Foyer. They're gonna get out. The no gates dropped is hurting Marines' res flow, but at the same time, Aliens are being pressured into 2 to 3 res nodes at any given time. It looks like they're leaving their lanes open a little too much. Maybe that was what secured the last game for the last Alien team. They were able to just hold and fortify 4 res nodes, 5 res nodes for as long as possible, and not allow Marines to get anywhere near them, and they didn't really have to worry about pressure. It seems like with this Gorge Tunnel and South Loop, that they are able to just walk into South Loop and kind of run the map right now.
I want to make sure because Loam is in this round, and I think he's casting. I want to make sure that we're not leaving games uncasted. I think there are people in London too again. I'm just gonna pop in there and check it out.
Yeah.
See if next game is being played.
Well, London 2, according to my sheet, is Unearthed but better. Hand Washers versus Gorgeous Gone Wild. So they might actually be getting ready to play, actually.
Yeah, I'm just gonna pop in and see. I'll let you know if the game is getting close, but we'll just keep an eye out on that because Loam is an option for you all guys who want to watch this game from another perspective. Loam, our glorious head admin, is also casting this game.
If you want me to post in chat, I need to go grab their Twitch IDs, and I can post those in chat.
I can do it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's in announcements or something like that. Whenever the games go live, we do end up trying to put it together a list of people who are streaming, so I can grab those and put them in our chat. But yeah, the other game has not started yet, but it will be starting soon.
So I'll
Please
pop over
do
to
continue.
London. I'll pop over to London too.
It's not there yet. It's not there yet. Don't do it yet. Yeah, just enjoy another map on Eclipse. It seems pretty cool.
I do. If they are on Unearthed, I would like to talk about Unearthed because I do have that trailer for Unearthed.
Hell yeah, you do.
Do they have? Are they on Unearthed or have they voted?
There's. I'm grabbing those.
Yeah. I'm gonna go pop over to London too.
So yeah, don't do it yet. They're not ready yet. They're still deciding on picks. I think they have the ability to choose the next match.
No, they don't.
Or they're choosing sides, I think. I'll let you know when the game starts or is close to starting.
Well, I'm gonna pop over so I can talk about it Unearthed because I do want to show that video off that I made.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, just show the video and come on over. Do your thing. Why should you have to listen to me? I'm gonna get some coffee or something.
Yeah, go ahead. So I'll take over. Hopefully when I get in here, start a map vote to change map. Unearthed, but better. On this, please. Get that done. Yeah, so we should be playing. So this is going to be Gorgeous Gone Wild versus Hand Washers. We saw Gorgeous Gone Wild earlier. We've seen both of these teams. Thank you. Thank you, teams. So this is going to be... I haven't changed my graphics. I don't know that I'm going to change my graphics. I will pop out for chat to show you the map trailer for Unearthed that we put together. But and kind of show the map off a little bit before we kind of get into a match. Unearthed, which you've probably played in the pub community a little bit, came out, I don't know, a year and a half ago, somewhere in there. And it was liked initially, but then found to be sort of imbalanced. And I have some patch notes from the map creator that I'll read here in a second. Let me pop into Spectate. So let me just play the map trailer. Let me get that out of the way first. I think that's going to help a lot of stuff. Unearthed is a very beautiful map, like I said initially. Can I get to my OBS, please?
Welcome, loyal citizen, to your first day at the Apex Industries Neo Kyligo Advanced Mining and Research Facility. We're excited that you made the choice to work here and help in the war effort against the Kura threat. But before you start training, we would like to show you some of the unique and interesting environments in which you'll be spending your time. Established 5 years ago after a geological exploration team stumbled into this cave, this facility became the primary source for the fuel the TSF military uses to power its ships and machines, including the crown jewel of the fleet, the USS Stag. The bioluminescent flora found throughout this underground cavern is unique to this planet and is highly toxic. Because of this, every employee is required to wear a biohazard suit at all times. Even the slightest touch will hurt, and full exposure is deadly. No! Ouch. The fungus that grows from the ceiling of these caves produces a deadly spore that you won't want to inhale under any circumstance. We make sure to keep the air in the facility clean, but just in case, you'll want to make sure you keep your respirator on at all times to avoid any unnecessary injury. The crystals and purple ooze you see here are a natural byproduct of the local fauna's biological processes. We take that byproduct and refine it, using the miracle of science, to extract valuable minerals and materials, eventually resulting in both clear and refined crystal fuel sources. This environment was once home to many Kura, but we assure you that all Kura lifeforms originally found in this facility have been removed and destroyed. We here at Apex Industries do our best to stay as environmentally friendly as possible, so any and all broken equipment is quickly cleared and disposed of. We wouldn't want to harm our purple gold, now would we? We hope you enjoy working here at Neo Caligo as much as we enjoy having you here. Remember, your efforts go directly to help further the fight against the Kura Scourge and allow humanity to colonize the galaxy. Thank you for doing your part and working to unearth a greater future for you and yours today.
Well, there's Unearthed. There's the trailer. Should have transitioned a little sooner. Just a little bit. But so that's Unearthed. Good, my mic's on. Didn't mute myself again. I'm smart. So that's Unearthed. Unearthed is a very pretty map. Looks like I'm getting some lag. From what though? What am I getting lag from? I don't need those. I don't need that. Oh, I do need that actually. That's chat. All right. So anyway, sorry about that. So this is Unearthed. This is a map that came out just a while ago and was found to be somewhat unbalanced, mostly because of how easy it is for aliens to move about the map. But it was pretty even. You know, it was found to be somewhat uneven, and then kind of fell out of favor in the pub community, and hasn't really seen a lot of play in the pub community for that very reason. There were some changes made to the map by the map creator, which actually I do need Discord open. I need the map notes about Unearthed. Unearthed. All right, so the map notes in Unearthed are as follows. Multiple vent changes to make arcs less effective on the map, namely a few connections from Furnace to New Wall, and a new connection from Harvesting to Passage. Remove the Toxic Pool to Extraction vent. Added Junction to Extraction vent. Change the vent from Toxic Pools to Exposure to be less marine favored. The RT moved in Toxic Pool, and extra cover added throughout the map. There are other changes that are more visual, but those are the biggest ones. So the RT and Toxic Pool, as I just spook my way, just go, spectator through the map here. The original RT and Toxic Pool was right here next to this caution sign in this corner. It has been since moved there, which gives Marines a little bit of an easier time, aliens and Marines, a little bit of an easier time defending it, because in order to defend this other res node, you had to come around this corner, get jumped, and try and defend this corner. Now you could just walk up these steps and defend it. It's a lot easier to defend and a lot easier to push. The vents that were changed, let's see, Toxic Pool to Exposure, that's the changes from the vent. Added Junction to Extraction vent. Where is Extraction? It is, I only spent, 3 days on this map, putting a ton, we're gonna start. Okay, so we're gonna start. Well, I guess we're starting. Who needs map explanations? At least you got the trailer. So we're gonna start off. Gortys Gone Wild are going to start off in Filtration, and they're going to go for a fast hive they're going to start in Furnace and go for a fast hive Filtration. This is the win. This is the play that most aliens went with in pubs, and with nobody moving to Filtration just yet, they're going to have one Gorge. It's probably going to be Chalky. He's going to go Gorge on the hive. Pookie getting killed. They really should defend this. I don't know why they're just torpedoing at Marines. They really just need to back up and defend. They need to get this hive up. It's either make or break with this hive. Versalis covering the lane. Outsider and Roger getting some health from the Gorge. Dizzy, I don't think, knows about the hive yet. He hasn't heard it or seen it. I don't think they were close enough when he dropped it initially. a tunnel, an RT being built in Purification with Crazy Cat moving on Pookie. He is going to kill that Drifter. There's... Nope, Dream's in the Hive. He's going to get the Drifter out. Drifter's going to be out. But the real play is down here in Filtration. They don't know about the Hive yet. They can probably hear the Gorge.
Oh, they hear the Gorge. They expect it at least.
They know.
3 Marines now entering Filtration. This is a big problem for the alien team. They have to clear this pretty quickly, otherwise it's going to be bad. Tunnel is almost up, though. It is now up. Maybe they can sneak in some reinforcements. The Hive is only half built, and it only 63% of HP.
They're going to lose the tunnel for reinforcements, and they're going to sit on the back of the room. That was really what they needed to stop. They needed to kill these Marines before they got to the back of this room. It's the same thing we saw in ComCore. 3 Marines now in Filtration are definitely going to kill this Hive. Shocky getting chased down. The tunnel is going to go down. They did not do a good enough job at defending this lane. They really should have just focused on covering that hallway.
I know it might be a pretty good pub strat, but I don't really know why you fast drop Filtration. Fast dropping harvesting gives you exactly the same amount of map control, in my opinion. At least early game. Once you get the tunnels up and you expand a little bit, maybe you get it. But you get the 3 RTs and 2 Hives off of dropping harvesting, and it is just the furthest point away from
Outsider. Kyo might kill Pookie. Yeah, Kyo's gonna save it. They could have base rushed successfully there, but they just didn't have the damage.
Yeah, they didn't have, maybe 1 or 2 more Skulks would have helped too, but yeah, it's not going to work out for them in that occasion either. Also losing this node in Purification, this is going to put the alien teams pretty far behind.
Yeah, I've played with Corridors Gone Wild before. As I said earlier in the stream, I am technically a merc for them. I have played alongside them. I know that they like to try unconventional strategies, which do sometimes work out. They are a very unconventional team. They like to think outside the box, which I think is a very healthy thing for competitive. It doesn't always work out, and they often resort to base rushes. Just sort of how their playstyle is. And sometimes their base rushes work, and sometimes they don't.
Yep.
I don't think it's that huge of a loss, though. They still have 2 res nodes working on Purification again. If they could just get to lurks, they might be able to hold this down. I think Crazy Cat is the biggest threat on the map here.
Yeah, I think if they didn't lose Purification, they would be in an okay position. But they're just now finally rebuilding it. The Marines have only ever been up to 4 RTs, but they have had that 4 RTs for a while now. Aliens losing another small loss in harvesting when the tunnel goes down.
He cold dropped it in front of the Marine. That is feels bad. And they're going to lose Purification to it, to Yoke, unless Dream can save it.
Yeah, he'll be able to hold the Marine out of that room for a little bit longer, although Yoke not missing a shot.
Will he? There's an egg by. That's 5. Outsider's a lurk. Pookie will build a lurk as soon as he spawns. Oh, he's going to get in the Hive, drop a mist, because Dream's dead. Roger going to try and save it. Does kill Yoke. No one's there to resist, though. Nobody's in the Hive.
One of these lurks needs to jump in the Hive really quick and reset. Oh, somebody is there. Dream's back in the chair.
Okay, they're going a double lurk strat. Outsider and Pookie. They're going to run the left side.
Ooh, Pookie missing a lot of bites, does eventually clinch the kill on Crazy. But on the other side of the map, Purification goes down yet again, and this is when it's starting to really hurt. Losing that Hive obviously hurts, but those 2 RT kills on Puri really gonna slow down the res for the P-res on the individual alien life forms. Your upgrades are gonna be slow, your life forms are gonna be slow. It's a bad start for the aliens, but now Marines on 5 RTs.
If you look at the resource tower, the res tower graph, they've only lost 1 res node in 5 minutes. Their team resources are exponentially higher than aliens for the obvious reasons, but their team kills, most importantly around 7 minutes and onward, have just been trumping the aliens. They are just dominating the aliens right now in kills. And I think this constant pressure on Cavity, which personally is a throwaway node, which just dies to non-infestation again. Purification's being built again by a Drifter, which somebody's probably going to walk up and kill. That Marine that's on the right side is probably just going to go W at harvesting.
Yeah, it's going to take a long time before he's up there, but I think this harvesting
dead.
tunnel is the obvious choice on this map, and it's just like now they're finally doing it. Oh, dropping the RT just as the Marine comes through the
He's
corner.
gonna lose a drifter, a sculp, an RT, and a
and an
tunnel.
RT,
That's 18 plus the tunnel, unless the lurks can stop him.
Yeah, they're
Yeah,
going to
he's
be able
dead.
to push this Marine out of there, but boy, it was close to losing that RT as well, and this RT is going to be assisted by the Furnace tunnel. But yeah, I think it's a really obvious, if you're going to fast hive, why not drop it in harvesting? Start Furnace, yes, but harvesting is your fast hive location. It's so much further away for the Marines to run there. Is absolutely the farthest run distance on this map.
Crazy Cat
and-
back in Purification, killing a res node. Then he's gonna back up and go into harvesting. Pookie is dead. He died in Toxic Pool earlier, so Outsider is their only lurk. Chalky doesn't get picked up. He gets in the tunnel just in time. I'm surprised Outsider is still conscious. When we started this at noon, it was 2 a.m. his time. I think it's like somewhere in the realm of 5 or 6 a.m. for him right now. I don't know how he's still up. Like, I really don't.
Yeah, and that might be some of the story for some of the players on Gorges. I know they do have some NA players as well, but yeah, like you're saying, anytime you're having a player having to play at a really late time, you might not have the best representation of that player.
It looks like at some point during the day, Gorge's Gone Wild switched out their main commander, Assault Gorge, with Versalis. I'm wondering why. Perhaps he had things to do?
Yeah, it might just be a scheduling issue. This Gorge and Chalky Milk really needs to get back.
He's
and
gonna get
heal
chased down.
Purification. He needs to get back to Puri for multiple reasons. That's where his allies are, and that's where a node is very low.
He should have expected Crazy Cat just gonna chase him down. Like,
Yeah,
he has
I don't
no
know.
reason not to, and then Crazy just pulls out Outsider. Yeah, this is... Oh, this is rough. I feel like it was a GG by 10. I hate to say it, but not enough.
Yeah, not a lot of the aliens can do. Phase Tech is started now, or completed now, so they definitely have the obs. Yeah, there's the GG.
Yep, there's it.
They're on 3 RTs now, and they could have gone up to Fades. It wouldn't have been impossible for them to start stacking up life forms. But yeah, just a generally dominant Marine round.
You could do that same strat, but if you wanted a fast hive, I would have started in harvesting, or even I would have started in furnace, infiltration. If I was to fast hive this, right?
No,
Start infiltration and fast hive north.
I think so. Here's my 2 cents about fast hives. I think in NS2, people sometimes forget, they get a little confused how to take advantage of the speed that the aliens have. And I think the actual thing that you want to do, I'm not actually even sure you can start filtration, but I think I think it's only between harvesting and purification. But either way, or harvesting and furnace. But either way, I think it's better to force the Marines to have to run to your assets. The thing that you have above the Marines is the ability to ambush and the speed to get to the rooms where you can set up an ambush. And if the Marines have to run all the way to some far distant place to get to the place where your assets are being invested, then it's really easy for you to set up an ambush, and if you kill the pressure, it takes a long time for them to reestablish that pressure. So I think when you're going fast hive, you're really doing it so you can get access to leap quickly, and so that you don't have the Achilles heel of your hive being easy to pressure and having to buy eggs a bunch. Like, those are the 2 reasons you do it. And I think the guarantees you access to another resource tower, being able to hold that easily. But all of those things are just the same. Those things, those reasons why you want to have it, a second fast hive, they work with the hives that are least aggressive. If you think about other maps where you can do a fast hive, you want to have that be far away, because all the benefits that you get from fast hiving are going to be the same no matter if that hive is aggressive or defensive. So why not be defensive? Because you just make it so much harder for them to pick off a resource tower, which is absolutely what the Marines want to do if you fast hive. If you lose a res tower and you fast hive, which is what happened the last round, you're going to be behind in tech and personal resources and in team resources for the rest of the round. And like, that's my 2 cents on it.
I agree with you. I agree with you absolutely. The only reason you fast hive is to get life form abilities, because that's the only thing a hive gives you. It gives you another place to spawn. It gives you biomass, but you're really looking for biomass. So you want leap, you want meta, you want spores. You want to get to 5 and 6 biomass as fast as humanly possible. And leap for skulks early game is really what you're aiming for. It's easier to defend purification because of the way the door is structured. You can just sit behind the box in purification and jump anybody that comes in, and then you syst 10 res to syst to Puri and harvesting, maybe 15 depending on how long the chain is, and that's 3 res nodes right there. Get a tunnel and access, more forward tunnel, and clog up that doorway so Marines can't get in. You're sitting on a comfortable 4 res nodes. You just ignore cavity because it's a worthless RT. And you sit on 4 res nodes and you just pound their res all game. Like that is the purpose of a fast hive. Being overly aggressive, I mean, once you lose it, you shoot yourself in the foot. You're not getting anywhere. You're not doing anything. I'm not sure. I don't know. Maybe they were talking about it and thinking the pub strat would work, and it didn't. You know, maybe that was a discussion that they had as a team.
Yeah, I think some people just have it wrong, because I don't know if it's because of this, just like it's in the ether of gaming intel. Like, I think where it comes from, I might be shooting in the dark here, is the logic in StarCraft 2, when you're playing Zerg, you always expand towards your opponent because you're able to put on pressure faster. But that's not actually why you get a second hive in NS2. It's not to pressure faster, because if you think about like pressuring fast with quotations, that's like rocket skulking into the enemy team, and that just doesn't work in competitive. It works okay in a pub situation. It actually can work really great in a pub situation, but you're not gonna, it's just like, it's too expensive. It doesn't work. There's 1,000 reasons why you'd prefer to set up ambushes instead of charging blindly into the Marine base. You have to wait for the hive to grow cysts in order to get the RT. You couldn't ever cyst there. You would have to set up a tunnel in order to defend it. It's just so much more expensive. And when you're on too high, when you fast hive, you just have an economic disadvantage, or your Achilles heel certainly is your economy. So it just doesn't make sense to me to fast hive close to them.
Players in this game forget that NS2 is at its core an economy game. You need res to win, you need res to get life forms, and thus you need to protect your economy. You need to strategically think about where you're placing structures and investing money to get the most benefit out of it. And far too many people ignore the economy of the game and get overly aggressive when it's not needed and underly aggressive when it is needed. And I have a feeling, based on the past matches that I've seen today, that Gorgeous Gone Wild are going to play extremely defensively and not put as much pressure on purification as they should as Marines, and not put as much pressure on Axis as they should. I feel like they're going to play safe, get Toxic Pool, get a gate, lane, and then lose to like a Lurk or a Fade. I'm just predicting it, but...
Wait, am I crazy? This isn't Gorgeous Gone Wild, right?
This is Gorgeous Gone Wild, yes.
Oh, I thought Peace Dash was on Gorgeous Gone Wild.
Nope. He is on Hand Washers? No, he's not on Hand Washers. He's on...
Oh, Curious Gorge.
He's on Curious Gorge.
Yeah. My bad. Is that my Bruno Sardine for this round?
I don't know what that reference is. So we're going to start the game.
The chat probably will.
So we're going to start up in harvesting with Hand Washers. What are they gonna do? What? Alright, Cragharst start. Is my map freaking out? A little bit. Cool. Standard 2-2 split. One Gorge up in Purification. Pookie getting parasited by Ick. Dizzy and Crazy Cat looking at briefing. Crazy
Good
Cat goes in for the
parasites.
engagement. Good parasites. Dizzy going on Chalky. Chalky gonna clean him up. Ender King gonna drop on Outsider. He missed the parasite, but he got the kill.
Nice kill.
I really think that Outsider is tired. I really do. I think he's tired and off his game because of how late it is. And I'm not sure why between rounds they didn't switch out Outsider with Assault Gorge, because I know that Assault Gorge is on, I want to say, PST time in America.
Yeah, so he's probably just getting up now.
Yeah.
Gamers. No, it's 1 o'clock practically, so it'd be a very reasonable time to be playing games.
Dizzy getting chipped down by Versalis. Roger using this open room design of Toxic Pool to redesign to cover. Skulk. Babbler Skulk Ender King. Let's go.
Yeah, and out of all the custom maps we've seen so far, this is probably the smallest divergence from the regular map to the map we're watching right now. And it goes to show you that Descent actually isn't that far off from being a pretty balanced map. It was, I forget which tunnel or which vent everybody complains about, but there's one vent that basically, like, you change this is a viable map, and this is what we're watching now. Pretty nice start from both teams, going up to a decent amount of res. Both taking a little bit of economic pressure right now, but mostly being okay. Marines, Aliens pretty happy even on 3 RTs, but let's see if they can hold off here. Maybe with the Gorge, they're going to be able to hold this
gonna
RT.
save it. Yoke's going to save it, but they are going to kill Cavity. I like that the Aliens are strategically thinking about their economy and thinking about why they want to expand out. Cavity is a bad RT, chat. I know we're on a 3.5 minute delay, but Cavity is a bad RT because it's the same thought process as Tram, where you start in Warehouse and you can either syst out to Ore or you can syst to Platform. Platform is a natural progression to Server, which allows you to syst out that direction and only have to guard one lane. Systing to Ore, and in this case systing to Cavity, lets Marines run up one side of the map, kill your 8 res investment plus systs, and lose that res because you have to split your life forms and your manpower to 2 different spots. It's just a bad investment efficiency-wise when you could just not.
Yeah. And if you think about Platform, or in this case Purification, they are the farthest nodes away. I mean, like, out of the 2 naturals, it's much farther to run to Purification than it is to run to Cavity.
Versalis is just fighting off lurks. Getting meted, fighting off lurks. I like that Marines are putting pressure on Purification. I think they're losing more fights than they should be losing, but they are killing the res nodes. They haven't killed any res nodes.
They haven't, but they have a lot of res of their own. They're holding a decent amount. Do you see them splitting again in this weird way? Pookie leaving his battle buddy behind.
Yeah, he left Chalky to die, and now he's gonna get killed to lurks.
And now that red lane is totally in jeopardy.
Yeah, that res is gone. Filtration's gone. There's no way Roger's gonna be able to pick off 2 lurks with a pistol. Filtration's absolutely dead. Ink's gonna come in and deal with Versalis, give Ender enough time to kill this.
But I do think as long as you're holding Cavity as Marines, it's not huge to lose it because it's sort of just a bonus.
Cavity for Marines is a bonus. Aliens, Cavity for Aliens is not at all a bonus.
Yeah, it's a sink. A res sink.
So they're getting a tunnel. Handwashers are getting a tunnel in Cavity, which is a really solid tunnel.
This makes it a lot easier to hold. Yeah,
it does. And there's a lot of pillars that they can fight around in this room. Chasing up to the fight here. This long hallway, these lurks are going to take some damage, but Outsider is going to get picked off.
Dropping a hive right in front of Pookie, but it's going to be okay. Lurks are just around the corner.
Is he trying to hide? Oh, he's trying to pick off the lurks when they come back. Making the attempt. Yeah, no. Interesting. They did syst down to Filtration. I think they were looking to cap it. And I think the Aliens, I think Handwashers were totally okay with losing the syst investment in Filtration to drop Cavity and Furnace. which is the right play. I mean, the aggression play is filtration, and I think it would have worked because they've had so much res and so much map control. It's just super risky, and maybe it's not worth it to play risky when you just don't have to. Why do it when you just don't
Yoke
need to?
finally loses his Gorge, but honestly, the way he was playing his Gorge, oh, and Dizzy goes down too. It's a pretty rough loss after both those life forms ended up going crazy, playing with fire there. Already
He
at half
lives
health
up
and
to his
poking
name,
down.
my dude. He lives up to his name. He absolutely lives up
Oh,
to his
and
name.
he's going back in because he's absolutely a madman.
He's got full health though.
Jesus. No, crazy?
Yeah, he's full
Crazy's
health.
at half. He's
Oh,
half.
he's at half. My health bars
Yeah.
are messed up. Oh, okay. He's. Oh, look at Roger. He's looking for the pinch. Chalky's looking for the pinch. Outsider.
Yeah.
Should be looking for the pinch.
He's a madman. Like, I don't know what he's doing, but gets out. So
43 health, but out. If
Yeah,
Outsider was there waiting for the push, he could have picked him up easily enough.
yeah, and they knew he was there. It's just one of those situations where, like, hindsight's 2020. He got out, so obviously it was the right decision. But it's probably just a risk that you didn't need to take. Also, going back up to full life as your lurk, you can come back in and be much more aggressive. But he did almost take that Marine out building the RT. Probably could have stuck him for a second. But now Crazy back on his tear.
Yep.
Totally all over the place. And he's not that Gorge. That comment you made 2 rounds ago or something, where you were surprised to see Crazy playing.
This is the reason. This is the exact reason I was surprised he wasn't a life form. He does so much work on the field as a life form. I like that Keo. I don't know if you caught that infiltration when the 3 Marines were in Furnace, rather. He was using the Drifter ability. Oh man, I don't
Enzyme?
even know what it's called. It's not
Enzyme.
enzyme, that's shift. It's the healing ability to keep the life forms alive in the
Mucus?
hive. Mucus, yeah. He's using mucus membrane as a Drifter ability to keep the sculpts alive in the hive to defend it, to keep it from dying, because he doesn't want to lose that fight. Real smart play by Keo.
Yeah, and it's only like 15. What is it, like 15 armor or something like that?
Yeah, it's very
but
small.
in this game, like 2 bullets being buffered by a commander ability, all of the tolerances are so tight. That's why you see like a Gorge spitting a Marine, even though it's doing a small amount of damage. Like those just like a parasite on armor 0, you know, will cause it 1 less bite. So many of the times, so many of those engagements are balanced around just even a tick or 2 more of damage will make it be a bite less, or just the time to die for the Marines plummets a little bit. Ender taking a lot of damage against Chalky, but is going to clean him up. For Solace, going to push them out of that room. Marines now down to 3 RTs against the Aliens 5. The Aliens have a lot of res, and you see them assisting back down to filtration. Not to clog the airwaves too much, but what you were talking about earlier about the assist chain, if you are a lot of res ahead, sometimes it's a really useful thing to assist into these hive or assist into a Marine structure, because you're doing damage. The assists do armor damage. And Fades now do full damage to structures with no armor. So, like, taking down the armor on a structure is sometimes worth building assist chain there just for that.
I'm going to chase this Fade around as he rolls in the Toxic Pool. The Marines are looking for a Toxic Pool gate, so they're going to try and go in. I think that's Ender King. Yeah, they're going to try and push this. Oh, nice Bone Wall to save his Lurk, buddy. Keo with the calm abilities is just on it, my dudes. Marines do have the gate up. They are going to fight these Fades. This Fade staying a little long, but he gets out. They have a tunnel right there. There's a tunnel right next to the gate. There's a tunnel right there. What? Hello?
Yeah, they're definitely going to have to clean that tunnel up, and they will. But right now, I'm more concerned about pushing these Fades out of the room. You can see how comfortable Zet is. IKZ. I don't know how you say his name.
I've just been
but we
calling
have
him Ick.
a
A flamethrower?
Three
Roger,
Fades
Dizzy
and
dies.
1 Lurk, now that one died. But 3 Fade pressure, it's pretty aggressive.
Oh, the Fade
aliens
death balls
are-
here.
Yeah.
If I was them...
Rush.
So wait, hold on. Fades don't kill... Fades kill do full damage on structures that armor and combat? Really?
Without comp mod, without armor.
Without armor,
in comp.
okay.
Yes, it was a recent update, and it's a big change to the way that Fade works against structures. It's a little buff to Fade, but it ends up yielding some pretty nice results. I think it was what Fade needed to kind of, after a couple of nerfs.
Oh, Lurk gonna go down? No, he's in the pool. Oh, Crazy Cat taking some damage from the pool, going down. That's a pretty big loss. Ick trying to clean up. Marines could spawn and phase. Phase doing a lot of work with this back and forth from briefing and turbines. They're getting caught in these boxes. These boxes are doing more harm than good for the Marines. They're like catching on the Marines and forcing them to get caught on that wall. They're not able to backtrack nearly as much, and you can't jump into the pool. They're fighting in like a half room. This is a really weird room to fight in.
Yeah. But yeah, this is GG.
Wow. Okay. Maybe they just felt like they couldn't deal with the Fade death ball.
They've been on 2 RTs for quite a long time. They were fighting pretty aggressively there, trading a few life forms, but the Marines are on 2 RTs and the aliens were on 6, and yeah, that's all it needed.
They didn't kill any res nodes. Look at the RT graph.
Ooh.
They sat on an average of 4 to 5 all game. They had no res pressure. That's what I call an oof, my dude.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. Like, yeah. So aliens still feeling pretty strong on this map. Again, it's hard to make any large statements after a 1-dog study. I'd love to see how this map plays in more, if it ever makes its way to competitive prevalence. But yeah, I mean, little tweaks to this map is all you need. We are still working on how to make it play the best it can. But yeah, it's getting close to being something that you see in a rotation with other competitive maps.
If I had to venture a guess, this could become a competitive map as long as the Marine team can average somewhere between 25 and 35 accuracy. If you can manage 25 to 35 accuracy across your entire team, then I think the Marines team stands a solid chance at winning the fights they need to win in order to expand where they need to expand.
Yeah, I mean, that's less to do with the map and more to do with good players. But that's what we're balancing around in the competitive scene, is getting around that much accuracy out of your players. But yeah, I still think there's little tweaks to. I mean, these rooms aren't getting big changes. I still think it's a little bit awkward to get a 4th node as Marines. And I still think it's pretty easy there's basically 3 guaranteed res nodes on this map for aliens. I just think there's almost no way you can, maybe you pull down purification just a little bit out of the back of the room. It looks like it was sort of shifted over to the side in this version of the map. It looks like you can shoot it from close to the doorway. Maybe if we saw more Marines trying to do that. I'm not entirely sure if that position has been changed all that much, but correct me if I'm wrong. That is a change. Purification res node.
So what I notice, I'm looking at purification now. You can't shoot from the doorway. The box, there's a red box in the way to shoot from the doorway. So you have to go into the room and to the left of the box to hit the RT. The furthest you can be is by the fans to shoot the RT.
No, you can by the fans near the doorway. Yeah, totally. On the other side is what I'm talking about.
You have to go
on the other side.
From harvesting?
Yeah, no. You're right. No. If you walk around the red box, though, you should be able to shoot it almost from the door.
Yes, you have to go in. You have to just make it through the room.
That RT has been shifted over just a little bit.
It has.
Yeah, you have to go in.
You're correct. It has been shifted over. Also, they've removed the railings. So if you position yourself across the outside of the room, you only have to cover 2 lines of sight. You have to cover the RT and you have to cover the fans to the right of where the air filtrations are. And if you do that, then you can shoot the RT for free.
Yeah, that's the level of changes we're seeing to individual rooms in this, trying to balance this map a little bit more in favor of Marines, is just like making rooms a little bit more Marine-sided, but I just like they're still working on what changes because the map is close. It just somehow it yields a lot more alien wins than you would want out of a competitive map.
This is still a really good map. I really think this, assuming this is ever re-released, I really think that this is going to be a strong pub map with 10v10, but with Thunderdome coming out, I'm not sure how... Can we talk about Thunderdome?
What is this 10v10? I do not
is
know
10v10?
what this terrible idea is. No, yeah, I just like stopped pubbing a little while ago. I just feel like the game is so much more interesting in the competitive format. Let's try to figure out where we're playing our next game.
It's TBD at the moment. Trammed is the map that we're going to end up playing. I think we're waiting on
And
matches
is that
to
the
finish.
fourth round? Is that the fourth round, or is that the
That's the
finals?
fifth. That's the fifth round. That's the finals. Trammed is the
Oh,
finals.
great. Well, it's best of 3 or best of 5, I think.
It's best of 3.
Okay. Yeah, so we might see one map over again, right? Is that correct?
We are going to see Trammed, and then Team 1 gets to pick the first map or gets to pick the second map, and then Team 2 gets to pick the third map if it ends up going that far.
Yeah. So best of 3 maps. So I mean, whatever, it doesn't matter. How many rounds that is yeah. I see on NYC Unearthed But Better is still being played, so this round is still being Loam's stream is taking care of it, but we could jump in and
Sure, yeah, I'll go pop
or
over to-
actually Loam is on that one. Well, who's on the other one? Why don't we take the other one on ESL London?
London 1 with Kopunga.
Yeah.
All right, we'll pick up Loam, or we'll pick up Kopunga's.
Oh, Kapunga is also on there. So both of these rounds are being played. Let's actually take Loam's. It's a slightly higher skill bracket.
All right, I'll go swing into Loam's.
NYC too.
Yeah, I gotta pick that up. I just joined London, so I'll just go rejoin it
Yeah.
real fast.
I just confused you. That's all right.
Let's see, NY. Come on, map viewer, come on. NYC 1, no, NYC 2.
Let's see.
Oh, this is Knifey's team. Oh boy.
Yeah. Yeah, Knifey versus... Yeah, well, I mean, like...
Knifey versus Arab King and Timo. All right.
Yeah, I mean, it's... Duddy is starting to play competitive a lot more, and he's actually a fearsome player. I don't know where he came from, how long he's been playing the game, but I didn't know him until relatively recently, and he's a great shot and a great fade player.
Interesting dynamic. I don't know where they started. I can only assume they started harvesting. Maybe furnace.
Yeah, I mean, I think what used to be standard on competitive play for this map was a furnace start and a harvesting expansion, but
Datu lost his fade. So this is interesting. Look at the tech path. Aliens have a shift hive and a shade hive. They didn't go crag meta.
Yeah. You know, crag is... We're starting to see more shift hives come out. Well, I mean, if you've got a very active commander player who's kind of using a big brain, there are some pretty nice plays you can make with the shift hive. And you see 2 whips being built at the bottom of this exposure vent. Pretty interesting how important the commander thinks this position is. I think it does give you a lot of map control to have the tunnel there, but yeah, huge investment.
And a crag. They're gonna completely block that vent from Toxic Pool from Marines, so they can't just wander in there anymore. They're not going to let them wander in. If they do get through, they're going to get punched by those whips. They're not even going to make it out of the whips.
Yeah, and this makes holding Purification even easier. It makes holding Access pretty easy for the aliens as well. And since you're a shift hive, if you feel so compelled, you could shift these whips back to a hive position. The nice thing about shift is it makes these entrenched positions a little bit more dynamic. Yeah, and you can see the alien commander is fairly active, pushing these whips forward. Oh, Green Rex's fade dies too. Wow,
He's using hallucinations and commander ability. This is a very active comm. Ritual is like really on it with the comm abilities. I don't see this very often with really active engaged comms.
I think Ritual is one of the better commanders in the game, and that he gets overlooked a little bit, but is just like, there's no reason for that. He's a great comm.
He is an absolutely great comm. Losing Datsu and Green Rex's fade, and then Knifey almost going down. This is this Marine team, they might take this because they've killed a lot of life forms at 11 minutes, and not having those double fades and only the lurk, Pysak just doesn't have the meds, but I think they're going to go for an access gate here. As soon as Dusty and Timo kill this res, they're probably going to pick off the lurk when he shows up, or try their best to go for an access gate, and then maybe deal with that tunnel behind them. So that's what I would do.
But you can see the madness, the absolute madness of Ritual right now. Getting a furnace tunnel. This tunnel is going to connect the locations, but it's also going to give a cyst growth for this RT. That means even though that the Marines have pushed into access, this is still connected.
Look at the macro level of play by Ritual. He's moving these whips to prevent any movement through this run. They don't want Marines to be able to push here. This is sort of weird because it's not blocking off the right side of transfer, which is the way to get to Purification, but I think it's just a safer hold for now. The Marines are going to get this gate in transfer. Did you see that Knifey lost his lurk? I think he's re-lurking right now.
Yeah, this glob of PvE structures is really to hold access and filtration. But yeah, I think Purification is sort of naturally defensive enough where it's going to be okay. We'll see if we start seeing some shifting around of these defensive structures, because here comes a big shotgun push. These Marines are already proving to be very scary to deal with, popping a lot of life forms thus far. Nice bone wall just to slow things down a little bit. More Marines about to be in the hive. Here comes the aliens.
Lurks are going to come in, try and do some work on these Marines. Dusty Hair is going to go down. Kimbo dies, Duddy dies, Pike dies. All the Marines are clear. That's 3 shotguns they just lost, and in response, the aliens pick up filtration, immediately dropping it, going immediately for this gate. Looks like they lost the gate behind them. That must have been what those lurks were doing, was killing that gate and then coming in from behind. Aliens are going to clear the entire map of res. I think the PvE glob was not to hold the room so much as it was to hold anyone from going to filtration. They don't want to give away that they're going to go for a hive. However obvious it might be. Some Dusty Hair forever, just trying to do what he can against this lurk, getting parasited and chipped down by a lurk. Dusty just doing work. Dusty.
I really love just like the way that Ritual's been thinking about this map. It feels like so hard for the Marines to rotate around and put on pressure. The hive furnace is fairly hard to push into with that kind of narrow choke as you go in. And this just little clump of PvE is just holding so much for the alien team. 5 res nodes to 2 for the Marines, and the Marines forcing another gate up. They've been behind in the res this entire time. So just like every time they put out on the gate, that's a resource tower and a half that they can't drop. And their only resource node in briefing goes down only now on the base node, with no other income coming in for this Marine team. This is a do or die situation. They basically have to kill these lurks before the next round of aliens upgrade into this fight. We see Bless Me going some kind of life form at the moment, turning into a fade. Yep.
So the way that I played Unearthed and hub matches was to not push up from transfer, but instead push up from cavity. It's a lot easier of a push for Marines to push furnace from cavity, just because of the nature of the doorway, and you can easily arc it out. If you wanted to get exos, you could. If you wanted to get JPs, you could. I mean, it just gives you a lot more options. The transfer push, because of the furnace, it's in the middle of the room, forcing you to either go left or right and split your DPS. It just cuts you in half, and it's a really weird way to do it. Whereas if you push from cavity, you can go up next to the RT and just shoot the hive from behind, which is exactly what Arab King is trying to do. As they push into furnace, Marines getting picked off through the doorway. Here's the other side of that coin. As soon as you walk in that door, you get jumped by every alien in existence and then die immediately.
And it's like a small detail here. The gate is down. This is probably GG. But Arab was out of the chair because, you know, they only have one resource node, so why not have your commander on the field? But Pycaz was sitting in extraction waiting for an RT during that push. Who knows if one more Marine would have been the deciding factor in there. But we saw how deadly these Marines can shoot. When we joined the round, 2 fades went down almost immediately, but now with three hives fully established and no gates up on the field, Marines tech path stalled out at 2-1 shotguns with gates, but there's just not a lot happening. Pycaz almost meat shotting Blessed me, only getting about half a shot there through.
Oh, that vent spelled his doom. Going through that vent was rough.
Yeah.
I don't know if Marines can pull this out. I mean, they're on 3 res nodes, but they have no map position. They're on weapons 1, which is a big problem at 17 minutes. Maybe they just invest in weapons 2 and hope to pick off life forms and just pull this to be a long form game, like an hour-long game, you know?
Yeah, that'd be miraculous, but they have to pop a lot of life forms now. 3 lurks and a fade, with another fade being built right now. Green Rex coming out as a fade, just as we say it. Timo throws the GG. That's a good game.
That was a good game. Yeah. And Knifey dies at the end. Just, you know.
I think that was exciting to see because we've been on a custom map tournament where a lot of the maps have been very different than the map, you know, either completely new like Stag and Tanith, or very different like Eclipse, Lit. So I think this was one where Ritual got to show how dominant his understanding of a map can be. Even though the Marines had some really great players, they were out maneuvered by the alien commander.
They were. I don't know if you happen to have seen it. He was sitting on 180 supply used.
Yeah, that's all of it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's everything. He had, let's see, he had 2 drifters, 3 hives. I don't think this counts towards the supply.
No, I don't either. But
he had 3 crags, 3 whips, and a shift. So assuming that takes all the supply.
Yeah.
That's a lot of PvE. He probably had a shift on 1 hive, a crag on every hive, and the tunnel, and the whips on the tunnel. That's a lot of investment to make.
Yeah, and using it smartly. It was really dominant for that game. I'm not exactly sure which server we rotate over to. P-Stash has asked me kindly if we could show his glorious image, which I sent to you in Discord. It's not, particularly, sophisticated, but he was very insistent that we show it for his team on the finals. I just sent it to you on Discord.
I'm trying to think of how I can...
I think you could screen capture it and you could set that up live if you wanted to, but if you're at all worried about technical issues, please do not.
Here, I'll do this. I'll just put it on... Here, it's on an individual window. Make a new scene.
Yeah.
OBS, I need you.
Don't explode everything, please. Not you. I'm talking to OBS.
Oh, perfect. It just picked it up automatically.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
There you go, chat. There's Curious Storage. There it is.
There's the
enjoy
pun
this.
That they made. Yeah. It's real excellent stuff.
Welcome, Loam chat. to NSL TV. I see your rating with a party of 21. Welcome. Welcome to the NSL stream. We're going to get into the finals here in a second. I believe the admins have to get together. This was the last round.
Yeah, so we'll be moving on to the finals in just a moment. We're determining the server and I believe we're going to be playing Trammed. So Tram is a it's a staple of the competitive scene. So let's see if you can improve upon perfection. It might be interesting to see what's going on, what they decide.
We have to. I'm gonna mute my mic real fast. Don't know if Loam wants to talk to us or not.
All right, cool.
Yeah, but I'll be right back.
Yeah. Oh. I don't know how his muting works if I'm muted as well.
You are not. You are not muted. I'm just gonna go up to my.
Just go ahead and talk to Loam, and I'll keep the good people of our stream entertained. Yeah, so I actually, unfortunately, I've been just like super slammed with work recently. And when I'm at work, it means I'm away from my computer, so I can't even like casually look and see what the stuff has been. But yeah, for the last 2.5 weeks, I've been on a commercial photo shoot. Not that that's the interesting thing. I haven't had a chance to look at the changes at Trammed yet, but I'm excited to see what they might be. I think there's a little bit of administrative stuff happening right now, but we'll see. I'm excited to see the changes. Every little tweak, as we saw in Unearthed, like the actual updates for the upgrade of Unearthed but better are pretty small differences from the vanilla map, and just a little tweak here or a little tweak there can really change how the map is played. Unearthed but better has been around for quite some time, and mostly they're just moving Toxic Pool back and forth, trying to figure out where the best place to put that node. Yep, what's up? No, you're back. Sweet. Yeah. You're just texting with them? All right, right on. Yeah, so we're still determining what's going on and how the next map will be played, but if you just give us a moment, stick with us, we can get that content for you in just a quick moment. Going back and forth a little bit. Yeah, I feel like I could see it being partially due to difference in player skill versus the map being unbalanced or balanced. But yeah, there's definitely some things to figure out, that's for sure. Yeah, it sure is. It's exciting, and I really do love Tanith from NS1. I would really, really be happy if that ended up being, or not. Yeah, Tanith as well, but I was thinking Eclipse. But both, yeah. I didn't really see the Tanith rounds, and I think it would take a lot to make that map a competitive map. Maybe it would be pretty fun for 10v10, but yeah, 2 double positions, 2 double res nodes in a single map is pretty crazy. So we'll see if that ends up being a map that comes out to the community. But I'm excited to see the possibility of NS Lit. NS Lit looks a lot. I mean, NS Eclipse Lit seems a lot better for NS2 than NS Eclipse was, and it doesn't look like it needs that much work to make it slightly more balanced. I don't even for vanilla 10v10 play, it looks like a better map to me, and I miss having Eclipse as part of the pool. It'd be really cool if we could get just one more competitive map for our competitive scene. That would be absolutely dope, and I would love to see it. Yeah, Zombie is the best map. Everybody agrees. But Tram is like a close second, and Vale is up there too. At least that's my personal ranking. But yeah, you can only play Zombie 400 times before it gets a little stale. Yeah. I mean, it's all there. It definitely is. It's not quite as much pump control of the map. I would say is also really a problem when you're playing Mineral. But I think the coolest part about Zombie is how difficult it is to rotate through lanes, and yet how viable it is for both sides. The game is pretty interesting around that. I think Ritual's running around trying to figure out where you can be in different parts of this map. But yeah, it's interesting to think that Tram is getting a rework because I think it's pretty solid of a map. It's fairly well balanced. Yeah, I'm actually looking at it right now in the NS2. I'm looking at it right now on the NY server, which I think NY2 is where we're going to be playing this next round. Yeah, well, I'm taking a look at it right now. It's hard to explain all the differences until you jump into the map, but it looks like the biggest places that have received a little bit of a rework, and it's not much, are a couple of vents and hallways around south tunnels and logistics, maybe making it a little bit easier for aliens to leak until Marines spawn. But it's hard to say whether this gives more of an ability to rotate or not. Actually, the biggest, now I'm seeing the biggest change is between hub and repair room. Repair now fairly difficult to rotate into for Marines out of hub, maybe making repair a little bit easier to hold. It's hard to say how it affects. Really hard to say.
Yeah. What's up? I'm good.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the finals, which is going to happen, I don't know if you guys already explained this. I actually messed up in the rules. Yeah. No, I know. I'm just saying, I messed up. I in the rules it's written correctly, but I wrote it as a BO3. It's actually a BO5. It's the first one. It's the first 1 to 3 wins. So the first map's gonna be played on Trained, and then there will be a second map, which will be picked by Knifey's team because they're in first place so far. They have the most points. So they pick the map, and then Fades with Shades would pick which side they want for the second map. If it goes to a third map, so if it's tied 1-1 and then 1-1, then it would go to a third map, which would be Fades with Shades' selection of the map. On the third map, Curious Gorge, Knifey's team, they would pick which side they start, and it would just be one half of a match.
That makes sense.
It's on New York 2. You guys already... Oh, you're not
I'm already in it. Yeah, but we are broadcasting through Loopy's computer, so give us a second while Loopy gets in the match, and we'll make sure to broadcast every moment of this game. What's going on? Did you mute us for a long time?
I forgot to unmute myself.
Aww.
It's fine.
Were me and Loam...
yeah, you guys were fine. Yeah, you guys
okay.
were fine.
So, it's interesting. Anyways, it wasn't for that long. I believe it was just when you went to the restroom. But the game has We haven't lost too much.
Verify Steam cache. We're not doing this today, are we?
Do you need me to... I don't know what it is if you're already broadcasting on the channel, if I can take over just by using my stream key, but if you're absolutely not having an issue or something like that, I can maybe jump in.
There we go. It worked. Just
Okay, great.
Hashtag just NS2 things. Just NS2 things.
So, Loam, what was your thoughts about the maps we saw? I'm a little optimistic about maybe seeing more of Eclipse lit.
I thought Eclipse Lit was very hard for aliens to win on. The cis chains are not favorable for aliens on that map with 9 RTs.
Interesting, yeah.
If you look at the Eclipse spawn location, there's nowhere on the left side for them to assist into a natural. So it's just, they're committed to going to bottom right from that point on.
Yeah, when I first took a glance at it, and I think my understanding of the game is sometimes not the best when I'm first assessing something. My idea was that maybe you could just stick on 3 or 4 RTs and just tap the bottom of the map, and that the run distances would be in the aliens' favor. But yeah, I'm at least hopeful that the map is making progress towards a more balanced version of the map, more playable version.
Yeah. I'm surprised you say that about the cis chain, because I thought the aliens had a really solid ability to hold their res in Eclipse Lit, and they didn't really have a lot of trouble getting map control, whereas Marines had a lot of trouble getting into South Loop and putting pressure where it should be put.
I mean, we saw some pretty Marine side. We saw the Marines both. We saw some mistakes from Marines, and then we saw some Marines do really, really well due to aliens making mistakes. It's hard to say from just the round and a half that we saw being played. I tend to believe that Loam has a tighter bead on what makes a map good and what makes it hard for aliens to expand on. But, I mean, I do think that map seems like a little bit of an upgrade as we're trying to figure out a little bit of balancing issues with the mercs. Both these teams are talking.
So since I'm now in the server, just NS2 things. A little bit about Trammed. Trammed removed Hub from being such a powerhouse of a room and connected
I'll be right back.
Hub to... Did I just lose everybody? Nope, Ozzilla's still here. Connected Hub to South Tunnels and Repair Room through a nice long condensed hallway, but Hub does not connect to Repair anymore through the door that used to exist right here, chat. Instead, there's a vent that now connects the 2 sides for aliens. But now Hub can't just be walked into by Marines anymore. Or, I'm sorry, Hub to Repair just can't be walked into for free. The other change that was made is in Observation. Observation got a little bit of an overhaul. There's now this little side room here that Marines can run into. There's a little bit of verticality going on with this broken window in this box. So a good parkour Marine can jump from these stairs to that box to that window to get to the other side of the RT. But it also allows for a lot of counter ganks by aliens to run through that window and pick up any Marines that are coming in the room to defend RTs. That's the biggest change that was made. I think there's another change in elevator transfer. There is. The RT is moved. The RTs and the power nodes have been switched in elevator transfer and are now where they've been swapped. The power nodes over here, the RTs over here. It's a little bit easier to walk into the door and shoot the RT, and vice versa.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how this plays. I generally think it's a little bit of a buff to aliens in terms of getting through the Marine back res. I think For both teams, strangely enough, it's easier to hold repairs. Like, if you have a guy in repairs, it's going to be easier for Marines to hold it. If you don't have a guy and you have to go run through hub, through the bottom of logistics just to get back into repairs, that's going to increase that run distance. So, like, in some ways, it just makes the rotation, which is one of the central issues. I mean, one of the central aspects of Tram is that rotating through hub is kind of simple and mindless. Mindless in the way that it's simple to rotate. You still have to be thinking about it and play the map correctly, but Tram is really interesting because of the ability for Marines quickly to kind of hold the center of the map. And I think this little kink in the way you get into repair really does change the way Marines will have to rotate through that room. Now, I wonder if it makes it a little bit too, like, it makes repairs a little bit more viable as maybe a quick hive position or something crazy like that. I doubt we'll see that kind of thing because expanding towards the Marines is probably worse than expanding away from them, but it definitely changes this room a lot. Now, both of the natural RTs also got a big change, and it looks like there are more places for aliens to hide and leak through.
In what room?
I would say in observation and in logistics. Logistics hasn't had any big changes, but just the fact that you can get into Logi a little quick. I don't know. I guess that hallway has always been there, but
the logistics looks unchanged. The only thing that's different about logistics, the power node in logistics used to be a slightly further south, and it was up a little small ramp. Now it's a little bit more forward, making it a little bit easier to get to and build, and you don't have to turn your camera as much. So you could.
But it's also easier to parasite.
It is easier to parasite. I mean, you could parasite.
I think
it's
actually a nerf. Yeah, it maybe, but I think it's directly down that hallway. I guess it sort of always was, but
if I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say that shipping hive for aliens is now viable. Furthermore, depending on how you play, I think if they started repair, given it's an option, you could, in theory, start repair, cyst south to logistics, cyst south to shipping, get a tunnel in obs, and then second hive in elevator transfer, or second hive in shipping, third hive in elevator transfer.
wait, hold on. So you can start repair and it makes the Marines start server?
I don't know if you can start repair. I don't know. I don't know that you can start.
Oh,
I'm
I thought
just
you
saying,
just said that.
if you could start repair, that's how I would approach that start.
Yeah, that would be a big change to this map if the two hive positions created different starts for Marines and aliens. Yeah, that would be pretty interesting.
Yeah, it would. I don't know if that's the case. I don't think it is. I think you can only ever start in warehouse and server. I don't know if shipping hive is a viable start, but I mean, you could, in theory, attempt it. And since you don't have to worry about the hub to repair door, you could just cover south tunnels and have skulk ganks just chilling there to defend that lane. And then that would force Marines to have to go through ore to get to repair.
Yeah, interesting stuff. Even starting shipping seems more viable, I think.
It does.
Than it
I
used
don't.
to be.
I don't think we're gonna see it, but it's still an interesting thought. It's a thought experiment.
Yeah, we have.
We're-
There are some members of the community, including Ritual, who think even on the vanilla version of this map, shipping is a good start if you have coordinated play.
I think shipping is a great start.
Yeah.
I always like to play shipping on this map as an alien start.
Yeah.
And
Everyone.
the reason why I think it's strong is because people don't know how to play it from the Marine side of spawning north. If you get skulks into server room, it's so hard to cap that north side because of the ceiling. The skulks can just play around off of that and using the vents to delay the Marines from capping. A lot of times I've done south spawn, people don't know how to play it.
Every
yeah,
time.
and I think. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
we're in a Canadian standoff. I think it's actually. I think it's really it's a lot of really strong players, a lot of big brain players say shipping is probably the best start. I've heard Golden say it's his favorite place to start in the entire game. Like, it doesn't matter which map, this is the hive that is best for aliens. And I think there is some argument to be made that it's pretty easy to get two naturals. And I think the thing that people get confused on is that they think they have to get out a tunnel really quickly. And a traditional tunnel position on this map is an ore or a mezzanine, and that's very hard to do from shipping unless you have higher life forms and map control. But if you delay that tunnel and you worry about getting 3 or 4 res nodes only, then it's a great place to start because of how far and how hard it is to play on the inside.
So we're going to start off with Warehouse. Shades with Shades going to go for the standard Warehouse. They're probably going to assist out through Plat, do the standard meta, assist Plat, get Mez tunnel. Gorge is going to wall off this doorway, most likely.
Yeah, so very standard play from the aliens. The Marines are also playing fairly standard, only pushing one person up through hub, which is sort of what you used to see more often in this meta. But with the change in Gorge tunnels, sometimes we've been seeing a lot of pressure coming into hub early. Blend able to take that first engagement. All of these first engagements, especially on a map like Tram, are very important.
I like that Blend can't counter-rotate left. If Merc wins that fight, left lane is completely open, and with Blend being so low, it makes it equally as hard for Marines to rotate back mid. It makes rotation super hard, and I like that positioning up on spawn is going to be crucial in how Marines rotate around the map.
Yeah, it's just less, like I said in the pregame, it's slightly less mindless to rotate on this map. And I like how easy it is to rotate back and forth on this map. I actually don't find that, that seems Peerless taking one.
He gets left waffle. He killed the Gorge up in Mez. Greenrex
they are going to be
finishing
able,
the fight.
Sorry to interrupt. They're probably going to be able to hold this tunnel just because of that one Marine going down. They did lose the Gorge, so still a loss, but the tunnel seems to be okay for now.
An egg spawn for 5 res on the alien side. Knifey chipping down the tunnel, just a little bit. A second egg spawn, that's 10 res. Fearless going down. Knifey finally dying, finally. I like Ritual's positioning south here, just covering the lane. Luftwaffe made it through the vent to get the RT. Back on the tunnel, they probably should have turned and gone to the Marines though.
Yeah, finally having one leak through to the RT, but in this case, it looks like he has to come back. They need to stop this Marine pressure. They were able to do it. Can they group now and put a lot of pressure back onto the Marine team? A lot of people just coming off the spawn queue. These aliens, though, running into Marines, not effectively being able to leak through, and P-Stash is about to pinch. He might get an alien or two on the way back.
Oh, he should have held. So I like how Blenty keeps pushing up to Warehouse. I really feel like on his next spawn, he's going to run to Warehouse and he's going to go for a lurk egg. I feel like he's going to go lurk egg hunting, assuming we even get there.
We lose the tunnel, and the pressure on the alien start forcing another group of eggs to be spawned.
That's 10 res
Another
again.
group of eggs to be spawned. Just taking an egg or two and killing a skulk in the main for the aliens really has put them down on 0 eggs. Sometimes it's bad. Daotsu now trying to do the same thing, but gets picked by Luftwaffe.
So I was gonna say it earlier, as these Marines just sit in server and just pick these skulks off, but aliens have a problem where if they die too many times, they need to conserve their deaths, because if you lose too many skulks, then you have to buy eggs. They've spent 20 resin eggs so far. Marines on this map, now that with these changes, assuming the game went longer, or will go longer, they have to really conserve their deaths, because the rotations are going to make it a lot harder to move in and out of rooms. So they have to really position themselves correctly. If they get held up in a spawn queue, they're just going to slowly dwindle. I don't know that that's going to be a problem now, but...
if you press Q and bring up the graphs and go to team kills, Loam has just made a point to say that the Marines are up 9 kills, almost double the kills of the alien team. If you quickly open that graph, now it's starting to come back. Those two lines are starting to converge a little bit more. The aliens coming out with lurks. Merc almost goes down with his lurk. Wraithling able to give Merc just enough cover for him to get out. Peerless now pressuring Blends, but does take too much damage. Is going to have to take a leave after soaking just a little bit too much. Blend is now holding the alien team back on 2 resource towers. Peerless
trying. Knifey almost pinches Merc. Blenzy is trying to push these lurks into a bad position. Peerless is just in the vent. He's half health. He knows if he goes out there, he's dead, but he can probably get out. He just needs confirmation from this team as to where they are. Oh, he's going back in at half health against Blenzy.
There is drama, however, on the other side of the field as the aliens are putting on some good economic damage. The aliens are on 2 resource nodes with 1 unsisted, perilously losing some health at the moment. Needs to be built with this idle drifter finally moving into action. But the aliens are able to take down 2 Marine RTs. So if you look at the res graph, pressing Q and bring up resource towers, you can see that the aliens and Marines are both on 2 RTs. Marines coming back to 5, or 2-3 rather.
I like that Marines are going fast weapons too before they even finish gates. They're so confident with their shooters that they feel like that with this extra bump in damage, they're going to be able to pick off these lurks. I'm going to venture a guess and say because they haven't researched gates, they're waiting to research shotguns. And as soon as shotguns come out, these lurks are probably toast. Maybe?
Yeah, I think we've seen a big argument recently about what's better. A2 is very standard, but
rip Merc.
Against 3 lurk pressure, Weapons 2 has become a preference amongst most commanders in the competitive scene, and we see a Weapons 3 rush. This is a very aggressive play, but it's probably going to pay off.
They know their shooters can just torch these life forms. They're getting them down to quarters, so they can absolutely finish them. This Weapons 3 bump is going to be massive.
Five Marines right now up north.
There are 5 Marines up north. They do have an OBS. Aliens could theoretically call a base rush and possibly Nightmare dying. I would do a base rush if I was them. More eggs.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they have the call out yet, and 1 Marine did get thrown back to the spawn cube. Datsu is just now coming out of base, but the problem is the aliens are similarly all dead.
That's 15 resin eggs being bought. Knifey gets a welder kill. That's a oof.
Feeling pretty good about his performance today. Knifey and the rest of his team all doing pretty great in this sort of in the custom cup. Peerless throwing out the re.
No re for you, my guy.
I think this pause is not for comedy's sake, and there's some issue, but
I'm really surprised they're going so aggressive with Weapons 3. Ritual's food is Ritual, come on.
It's important to stay hydrated and with
and fed.
Sustained.
This is an absolutely insane amount of pressure from Marines. This is extraordinary. They do not want these aliens to expand, and they no. Okay.
You can see the difference in the kind of calls that our good friend Loam is making. Of course, he's able to just kind of sit back and watch the game from a more passive position. We're kind of doing a play-by-play here. But Loam's made some very important mentions so far. He's called when the teams are out of position or when there's some huge disparity. And
it wasn't even the 5 Marines north isn't even out of position. I mean, they were able to push that way and lane it the entire time. So no one was able to get through, and even if they did get through, they already have an OBS at their base, so it's basically GG in my opinion. I mean, there was once I saw that the 5 Marines up there was nowhere. Even if they went through to north tunnels, down all the way to south tunnels, they just beacon, and then they're on 1 RT regardless.
So what you were saying more is it was just the dominance of the Marine team allowing them to be in that position is more what you were remarking on versus
Correct.
anybody being out of position. Yeah. I was trying to figure out what you were saying, trying to interpret your quick comment there. But yeah, totally. I think you were absolutely right.
Marines have increased their kill lead by 25.
Yeah, that's just kind of unbelievable.
Pretty gross. Fearless probably going to go down here, trying to come back with it. Nope, he gets in the hive.
Again, buying eggs.
I'm surprised they haven't GG'd, honestly. Like, they're in their base. What are they going to do? They're going to GG is what they're going to do. They're going to buy 3 sets of eggs and GG immediately. Alright, well.
I mean, I think you can tell just from the communication between the two teams that everybody's still having fun. Nobody's getting their feelings hurt. But yeah, that was a dominant performance by this Marine team, with Weapons 3 just finishing near the end of that round.
Yeah, it was pretty dominant. I agree. Are they gonna? No. There it goes. There it is. Pretty solid match. Pretty solid argument to be had for just Wing at res. That's not a bad idea.
Yeah, you kind of see the same play that a regular tram map is played, where you had the 2 Marines pressuring up north tunnels. At the same time, you had 2 guys from Mez pushing all the way into server, and then they just converged onto that position where, you know, they had another Marine that was in ore that was holding that lane, so there's literally nowhere for the aliens to get through and do anything significant.
Yeah.
I think with these custom maps, you need to think outside the box, and following the meta, while good, is not going to win you games. I think you need to use the unfamiliarity and the changes to the map to your advantage, and maybe choose to start shipping. Just to see what happens. I mean, what's the worst that happens? You lose.
Yeah, the whole north side is completely unchanged, so that whole side's going to play completely the same, and that's the only side that we saw much action. Like, everything was taking place on the top half of the map.
Yeah, and so the changes are mostly on the bottom side, and I would really like to see this play out over a series of games, but yeah, I think that just the disparity there was in how many kills those Marines were able to put out early on. Never really establishing a tunnel, never really getting more than a couple of resource towers up, but yeah.
Did I switch the map on this overlay?
So like, and also, I don't think there's a whole lot different on the south side that's going to impact it too much. I think Logi becomes a little bit easier to hold. I don't know what they're asking me here.
Logi does become slightly easier to hold with the hallway change. It's not as easy to push because the hallway from hub to what was formerly south tunnels to Logi is now further north, and hub to logistics, south repair. So it's not as easy of just running at logistics and killing it immediately. You actually
and
have
that
to...
little elbow-shaped vent, that tiny little vent, also gone, making it a little bit harder for them to make any kind of ambush on you as you're passing through the hallway there. So that hallway is definitely a little safer into logistics for Marines to pass through, a little bit farther away for aliens. These are minor changes, but yep, this is a map that already works, so we expect the changes to be minor. I would like to hear Loam's opinion on the biggest changes in the map. I mean, I think the biggest has to be the fact that Repair Room is a little bit more difficult for Marines to path into from hub, but I would be interested once he's kind of done with this to figure out what he thinks.
Go ahead.
I don't really see that repairs is like all that much harder to hold. You know, typically, like, we didn't see this map played out too much, so it's hard to say. But you still have like the same basic gates that you're gonna get, right? You're gonna have a hub gate, you're gonna have maybe a mez gate or an ET gate. You know, those are the 3 gates you go with. You don't really go for a repair gate, anyways. You go for If you're trying to get a gate on that side of the map, you typically get it between repair and logi, which you can still do, and it still gives you the same amount of access to the repair harvester or the repair node and the logi node. So I don't think it changes all that much in the grand scheme of things. It just makes it a little bit easier for south spawn, and I hope they do. I hope the aliens choose to do south spawn just so we can see how it plays.
I bet you Ritual does. I think he's
Oh,
talked about it a number of
doing it.
times,
The
and then
mad
he does.
lad.
Yeah,
All right, so does he go ET or does he go repair?
going for.
You're gonna go both at the start here.
Yeah,
You're
you
gonna
want to
go-
get both your res nodes. That's the advantage for this side of the map. Warehouse, is it still with this setup? Is it still possible for them to spawn in server room?
Yeah. So it's still random between server and warehouse, and it actually favors them to spawn warehouse. Server's a harder one, I think.
That's
It's
a really
tougher.
nice clear by aliens in North Tunnels, putting immense pressure on them, not letting Marines out of their base.
Luftwaffe possibly getting a good flank, but does get spotted out by Datu. Datu with a major parasite in that moment. Could have gotten 3 skulks picked off the side of the wall, and these skulks do back up just in the right amount of time.
Ritual going double drifter build, building obs and logi, trying to get that res up. He looks like he's expanding out to ET, so he might look for an ET tunnel. Nightmare rolling down to south tunnels. He is parasited though.
Do you
Yeah.
see what they're doing, Merc, up here? This is exactly what you don't want to do. You need to send at least 2 people to cap the north side if you're spawning warehouse, because it's so hard to cap the top side with just one person, especially when you're parasited. Like 1v1, it's hard. He's doing it 1v2.
Yeah, and on this level of skill,
Wraithling does find this Drifter and RT a little out of position. The Marines are in the right place at the right time. Aliens forced to get some eggs in order to reinforce elevator transfer as quickly as possible, but the Marine team doesn't realize that they have an advantage just for the moment, and Peerless is building a power node.
Ritual's macro to move the Mac up the steps in outside of ET, just to get it out of line of sight for the Marine, just to move it back to build the res. His macro work on drifters and like comm abilities is so good.
Yeah, I
Like
think
he's moving drifters out of the way just so they don't die. He's like, preemptive with his bone walls. This is some of the best comm work I've seen in a long time.
Yeah, if you want somebody to sit in the chair and make really good movements, Ritual is one of the best in the game. He has pretty great decision making when it comes to where you need to invest in PvE structures and the like. I think the thing that maybe some other commanders do a little bit better than Ritual, that maybe makes it so people don't think of Ritual as one of the best comms in the game, if not the best, is that they make more calls. I think Ritual is a little bit more passive, allowing his team to kind of make those decisions on their own. But as far as just mechanical play and smart play from the commander, Ritual has got to be one of the best commanders.
There's the easy
Let's not jump to conclusion here. I mean, keep in mind a lot of what Ritual is able to do with the Drifter mic right there is because of his teammates. His teammates got the parasite, so he knows exactly where the Marines are and when to move his drifters.
Yeah,
So that's
totally.
credit. That's 100% credit to the players, not the commander necessarily.
This team seems to flow really well together as a unit. They rotate as a unit, they push as a unit, they back off as a unit. Like, they're very coordinated. P-Stash, Knifey, all the skulks, they know when to move up, when not to move up. And they take engagements that are intelligent.
Yeah, and I think we were sort of talking about what we saw in a previous round where Ritual was playing really well on Descent. And just from playing with the guy in Gathers casually, I think you make a really good point that the rest of the team is doing really strong work.
He's being enabled, you know.
Yes, totally.
He's absolutely being able. 2 lurks in ET looking at Mez. Nice coverage on the top of Mez from the upside.
Knifey going down really low, completely black barred, but oh no! Killed by
his
Green
buddy.
Rex with nobody else around, flying in front of the RT just as Green Rex is biting it. Hard to say whose fault that really is, but God, what a loss! Barely able to come out of that fight with any HP left, and then flies into his buddy as he was chomping down the res note. Ooh,
It's
my
that friendly
God.
fire, man. Friendly fire will get you. You gotta watch it.
hilarious for this to make such a structural change in this map. All of a sudden, taking a macro perspective, we do see a Marine team about to go up to 6 res as this alien team is now established on 4 res with 2 hives. This is a pretty interesting place for this game to be developing into. We saw the early game, the north side of the map being a real problem for this Marine team, but now the aliens not in that side of the map, and hard for them to leak past to get there.
They're
Do see
now getting weapons 1. It's only halfway done. They're not even towards gates. They're sitting on a ton of res, but with the ET position, they can just spawn an ET and just run to repair and run to ore and run to plat and just go kill all their back res. Marines are going to have an economy problem here in about a minute and a half.
Yeah, we finally do see people, Knifey on one side, Blend on the other, leaking onto Marine back res. And this is starting to look like a little bit of ring around the rosy as Knifey makes this passageway between platform and server really work in his best, in his behalf.
Yeah, Pirlo's being parasited here. He knows that he can see him. He's just gonna bail as soon as he comes up on him. And
You guys see what I was saying about this server? One skulk can just. You need to have 2 Marines now to clear that 1 Marine or one skulk of Knifey.
Endlessly able to juking back and forth between that vent and platform. Such a strong way to keep Marines engaged on their back lines. All of a sudden, the Marines are back down to 5 res nodes. That's still plenty, but they're losing server and losing map control.
Yeah, this is the power of South Spawn. This is absolutely the power of South Spawn. Without being able to run through hub to repair, this is a real... I like this change. I want to see this change in pub. I really want to see this version of Tram come to pub.
Yeah, it's an interesting change because it's really like, I thought it would be more significant making repair more of a focus point for both teams, but in fact I think it just makes the shipping hive slightly more viable. It was already a strong play for a lot of players, but it just wasn't in the meta normally, making warehouse just...
Green Rex just ran into a wall where he thought that there was an exit. The Logi. He was trying to go out through South Tunnel.
Yeah.
I like Pisash's use of the clog pillars here. He's intentionally wasting res or bullets from the Marines just to annoy them and getting spits at the same time. Just chip damage, you know? More res being lost up north. The team kills... They're only 4 kills up, aliens, which is surprising.
Well, early game, you do tend to have more, until you get life forms out, you do tend to have more engagements going towards the Marines. Not a hard and fast rule. P-Stash barely able to get out with his Gorge, is able to belly slide away.
1 health. Again,
where's Green Rex's lurk to finish him off?
Just swing it. Hey, you need to die. P-Stash going back in against Loft. He's at 20. What is this guy doing? The Mad Lad. Oh, repair going down, losing the entire left side. Shotgun's finally done, but fades are up. Datsu's fade with meta.
One thing I think that Ritual should be doing right now is calm. Is he has a shift hive and he can syst up the left side of repairs, and with shift hive your syst to run faster, and you just need to echo out RTs. He could be on 6 RTs right now if he wanted to.
He could be. He could absolutely be. I'm not sure what he's saving res for. Maybe biomass and abilities. He wants to give his players more health and armor through biomass. Maybe.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things I kind of, as a commander, I have some sympathy for not paying attention to being able to assist as much as you can. But it's a great way to do little chip damage on Marine structures and start to own more of the map yourself. It's time now. He's been on a pretty commanding lead to start using cysts offensively.
He is spending his res really efficiently, though. They're on biomass 5, going up to 6. So I think that's what he's aiming for. He knows that he can comfortably sit on 4 and not have to... Oh, P-Stash is going to go down in hub here. He goes down to Merc. Not a huge loss, but...
to get wiped, yeah.
P-Stash could just regorge. I mean, he was a gorge, then a lurk, now he can just regorge. That's... I would honestly say he's probably a better gorge than he is a lurk.
So Rituals, I mean, again, he's got this shift hive, and he's using a tunnel to go. He recycles the Mez tunnel to get a server tunnel, which is fine. But is it necessary when you have a shift hive? Like,
No.
can't you just echo that RT with like no risk at all?
Yeah, perhaps he's using it more in order to hold the position, but yeah, I it's not entirely necessary for sure. And now that tunnel is being pressured, he's gonna lose it. It might have been a lot harder for those Marines to push all the way. Knifey going in against all of these Marines. Fade Datsu through the tunnel. Knifey goes down though.
The enzyme coming out from the Drifter. Those calm abilities
Datsu
coming
is
into
very
play.
low.
Datsu's gonna get out for free. He's fine.
Datsu limps out of the room with half health. Advanced meta is now finished. Green Rex trying to stay in this fight with a lot of enzyme support from Ritual. Maybe a little over-committed to the fact that he can use his abilities well. Now incoming 2 Fades and Green Rex. Green Rex staying in the back of the room doing a lot of chip damage. Oh my god,
goes
Len's
Blency.
getting 2 shotguns right
So
in the hip.
I think I know why he's going for biomass over res, is because they don't have a Crag Hive. His second hive he never evolved, which means they don't have Carapace, they don't have regen, they don't have any of those Kara abilities. Not having those means that biomass is going to be more important than, say, res.
But look at this. They had Logi's been clear for the past 2 minutes, and it has not even been assisted.
That's true.
Instead, he wastes a tunnel and an RT that never gets built in server when it was not even necessary. You can just echo out the RTs to server. You can echo out the Logi. You could have probably denied a repair at the same time.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And now he's finally heard your advice. The team has realized that they're not utilizing their map control as well as they could. They're at least going to get Logi up, but not shifted out. Just dropped blank with no Drifter, and the Drifter is building there, but again, not taking full advantage out of the kit that he's provided himself.
Ritual should really be out of the hive getting P-Res, enough to go Gorge, and then just echoing out from his main. Like, he should just be building res on his own. Like, efficiency-wise, that is the most efficient thing to do. I'm really surprised he's not doing it. This is the second map he's gone Shift Hive into a Veil Hive with no echoing?
And right now, assist to repair. Like, what's,
Yeah.
it doesn't harm you at all.
Yeah, just take it. You could take Ore. If you really wanted to be cheeky, take Ore.
Right.
Just do it. You're on 3 res. Just do it.
Yeah, well, I mean, I still think his play has been pretty good this tournament, but showing some gaps in just awareness or utilization of all the tools at his disposal. But Alien still in a lead, 4 RTs to 3. If you take a quick look at the team kills, the Aliens have been above the Marines for most of the round, and the resources are fairly even. The Aliens now on only 1 fade for Lifeform, but pretty close to getting another up. With Green Rex on 30, if he wanted to, probably would just re-lurk. But Datsu getting stuck on some geometry, almost gets picked by Night Fury. Luckily for Datsu, he was in the middle of reloading his primary weapon. That was pretty close for him to lose another major life form.
I see the Marines getting a gate in Mez and an arc in Mez, and they're going to try and arc out EC. I think that's what's coming in the future. Assuming they don't wipe here. Umbra coming out. Umbra.
Yeah, I think that's more so than the passive life game that that biomass affords you. I think mainly they're going for biomass in order to unlock different fade and lurk abilities. I think had they had both fades survive into the point that we're seeing now, we might have been seeing a push for advanced swipe. But that Spores and Umbra is absolutely worth it as well.
It's amazing how these little, tiny little efficiency changes that you can make as a player. I like how the Marines are now utilizing 2 players to deal with Knifey's backwards fighting. How having these little efficiency changes can really make the difference in a game like this, whether you win or lose, or just how decisive your victory is. Green Rex going down very low. Gets out.
Repair room defeated before it was able to be put up. The Marines are trying to figure out a way to find a crack in the Aliens' defenses, even though the Aliens are only at 4 RTs to their 3 when it could have been a little bit more severe. The Aliens still in a commanding res lead so far this game.
They should probably push down and get a repair gate. Hold the server gate, push down and get a repair gate. That's how you win.
He's still not echoing. He's just building with drifters.
Yeah, that's a little interesting for me to see that. I was expecting to see more of that. I don't even see a shift down on the map. So
does he just not know? Is it just unfamiliarity?
No, of course he does.
I mean, but does he though? With how often Crag Hive is the meta?
I think it's just a little bit of laziness.
Yeah. And there is a res cost to it. I mean, there's 3 res per time you shift out a structure. You have to build the 15 res shift structure. So it could just be some kind of calculation. Oh, I don't think I need it. Of course, he had those 2 drifters in the beginning of the round, pretty much committing himself to using drifters to cap. Maybe he just got in the modality of that being his preference.
Probably. Lensy's getting pinched. Aliens did lose a lurk at some point, just a few seconds ago. Looks like they're gonna, there's the repair hive drop.
Yeah, and now the alien dominance is really starting to show up in the score line and in the res line. The Marines are now just fighting over and over again over that platform. Res node, Green Rex fighting Luftwaffe in the vent. Luftwaffe not able to fully take advantage and kill that lurk.
Up to this point, Marines have lost 15 res nodes in 15 minutes. They've lost slightly under one per minute.
Ouch.
Which is a huge loss. Compared to the Aliens lost 3. They've been sitting on an average of 4 all game.
Yeah.
That's a lot of res.
Yeah. Standing res biting by the alien team all the way through this match.
So it could have been 6. It could have been 7.
Knifey going down to a sliver of health, but able to stay alive as Datsu pushes that aggressive maneuver through into platform. The aliens are now killing Mezzanine and Plat and putting pressure on this gate. Nightmare alone versus Datsu. Datsu missing a ton of swipes. Nightmare only needed a couple of med packs there to stall until Peerless was around the corner. Datsu was not performing the way we expect him to in that moment. Datsu
Green Rex going down to 5 health. Gets out.
Ooh.
1 more pellet would have killed him. Repair being hit by... Never mind. Repairs.
Knife Fury able to push the lurk out of the room.
Lurk shoots his friend in the face.
Oh! So close to killing Datsu, though.
He missed the second shot, man. He had him. He almost had 2.
That is the second player kill that we've seen today.
Not quite as hilarious as Knifey dying to
Dying to another lurk? Yeah, that was pretty good.
Green Rex eating the RT. Oh, Datsu dying as well.
I think, yeah. Luftwaffe trying to deal with Knifey, P-Stretch. Now they're really hitting this res. They're tightening the rope here on the Marines.
Marines taking a few Lifeforms kills, though. That's not completely out of the game yet. Nobody on the alien team is... Oh, actually, I take it back. Green Rex is floating that 55 res. And so blend with 42 as well.
Yep, they're going to go for Onos here in a second. Charge has been started, is about halfway done. So we're going to see some Onoses pop here in a second and probably run down up Warehouse.
Yeah, Weapon 3 started for this Marine team. Gonna have Onos and Weapon 3 at roughly the same time. That means those Onos really have to be careful. No charge yet. Charge just finishing now, but we will have enough biomass to quickly get Bone Wall as well, giving a lot of tools to the Onos player when he does come out.
Datsu could re-lurk.
I think with advanced swipe...
You guys see the shift in Crag that's in the top left of ET is like hitting everything in Mez. It makes it so much easier for the aliens to play outside of ET in Mez area and hub.
Yeah.
Interesting stuff. And you know, cysts, the few places where cysts can grow through walls are not legal. That is thought as to be an exploit. But of course, having a crag on the other side of the wall is something which is standard in competitive play. You see it on the other side of the map too, in Repair Room, finally getting a lot of structures down. This alien team has some places on the map that are fairly well fortified. It's going to be hard for the Marines to push through, even with Weapon 3 right around the corner.
I like this clever... This is really clever use of structure placement. Green Rex is in on us. They're going to start pushing up into Mez here in a second.
Softening these Marines with a little spores around the corner. Umbra is up. Bone Shield is up. This Onos is going to be hard to kill. He finally pushes forward. Nightmare trying to take a position, but it's harder for the Onos to kill. But the two Fades are there to clean him up. Advanced Swipe even coming out.
Skipping the RT and going straight to the gate. That is the right call. Who needs an RT when you could just kill the gate and take the 4th tech point? I wouldn't be surprised if I see a 4th hive drop in repair and server just for funsies at 40. You know, just because.
Xenocide started though. There's plenty of ways you can spend your res once you already have 3 hives on the field. And this Onos is probably going to get stomped quickly after that. Yep, Stomp is started as well. I missed it when it was engaged. But both Stomp and Xeno coming out. This is the highest level tech for the alien team. It's only a matter of time probably before we see one last push into repair. But Glenn is about to spoil the surprise. As soon as the life forms get over there, it's going to be hard to push in. They only have a moment to make this push work before the Onos is right into the hive. He's gone.
Aliens might start intentionally throwing the life forms here
Why?
to get Xenocide.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
How strong is Xeno? I want to hear it from Loam firsthand.
Well, we'll see. We'll see how they want to play this. It looks like they're actually trying to get kills.
Yeah.
So the Xeno will be for naught.
Yeah.
See, if I was that team, I'd be like, everyone just go throw your life forms to get Xeno coming.
Well, they're able to easily clean up even without Xenocide. 2-0. Curious with a commanding lead in the start. And yeah, you guys want to look at the tail of the tape right here?
That RT graph, well, there's the map change. But from what I saw, they lost 22 res compared to the Aliens 3.
So I think what came down to it is just like a little bit of lack of experience from Phase with Shades on playing, especially the North spawn for Marines. They weren't able to establish any of their res for such a long time, and then because they sent just the one Marine into platform, the cap, and then they got a lot of people picked in North tunnels, and what that set them back in the mid game is they settled for a server gate, which didn't give them much ability to pressure anything because it's just so far away from anything to pressure.
We're back on Trammed. I'm sorry,
No,
Tanith.
Mm-hmm.
The double RT. Oh boy.
Sorry, was this a decision made by one of the teams? It was the pick of...
Yeah, Knifey picked this, he
Yeah,
said
yeah.
earlier.
Yeah. Okay, great. Interesting. I missed the early games today, so I haven't actually seen the full duration of a map played on this map in Tanith. Do you remember, Loam, or were you active player when in NS1?
I played mostly combat in NS1.
I don't particularly remember the layout of Tanith to be like this, having had two double positions, but perhaps it was.
I think it only had one double. The reactor core is like where the original double is, I guess.
Yes.
It looks completely different, but that's where it would be.
Yes, and it's similar to it with the water next to it, but it is different in other ways. But yeah, this is an interesting map with 11 resource nodes, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah. I don't know. What's the standard size for resource nodes in competitive maps? How many nodes are on Zombie?
It's like 9 to 10. So like
Yeah.
Summit, I think, is 9. And I think most other maps are 10. I think there's one other map that's 9. I don't remember what it is though. I think it's 9 to 10. So 11 is like pushing it. There's a lot.
Yeah.
And just for 6v6 sake, it's like, yeah, I did watch a match earlier tonight that was pretty interesting because it was just like, both sides had tons of res and it was back and forth the entire game.
Yeah.
But
And high-res games can be interesting. I tend to enjoy, especially in competitive, I think there are more decisions that the commanders have to make when it's a low-res situation. But it is interesting. When both teams are like on 6 res nodes. It's like, what's going to happen now?
Do you think It looks like Fades with Shades is going to play Aliens this round. It looks like they're looking to test out something to do with tunnel placement and fusion core. But do you think that they're going to try and replicate what Curious Gorgeous did earlier and then do a tunnel-to-tunnel double placement on the double RTs to sit on 5 res?
Interesting.
I mean, that's what Curious Gorgeous did earlier. P-Stash went to Reactor Core. I'm sorry, the comm assisted to Reactor Room out of Fusion, and P-Stash went immediately to Chemical, dropped the tunnel, and they capped 5 RTs in a minute and a half. And then they sat on 5 all game.
Yeah, so the way I was seeing this played earlier is Marines tended to cap the reactor room first, and Aliens went for the chemical transport. And the reason for that is that you sys down through acidic processing, and that already gets you started on your way to SATCOM. And then from SATCOM to East tunnels, it's only 2 sys. So you can get a pretty easy 5 RTs pretty quickly by doing that.
Yeah, I think that's how the map used to play. There was a huge pressure for Marines to quickly get to Reactor and drop and get the double established when it was an NS1 map. I think that was pretty common. But yeah. Interesting map to look at. Only 4 tech points on the entire map. And 2 double positions. So that's it's interesting at least to see the diversity of play that can come out of that. This map does look pretty beautiful in a couple of rooms. It could see this map with a few tweaks getting at least to the point where it's in vanilla.
I don't think it's gonna make it to vanilla pub.
Maybe.
I think if it ever does come to vanilla pub, you'll see it on a release, and then everyone will be like, "Oh, and then
no thanks."
It'll have how it happened with Unearth will happen with Tanith. I think is what'll occur here.
Yeah, I think Metro got even worse from the pub and from the competitive scene. Not a lot of people playing that map.
I'm genuinely curious to see how aggressive Curious Gorgeous are going to be out of the gate.
I think chemical transport should just be 1 RT maybe.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's how the map used to be.
I think
we will see Luftwaffe going Gorge and Chemical. That is the idea that they're going for. Also, the alien commander is going straight to SATCOM.
He is going to SATCOM. He's not going to Reactor Core, so they are going to give that up. They'll probably do a tunnel from Fusion to Chemical.
Unfortunately, Night Fury wasn't able to get any Paras off. I think that was really the only reason for him to be over there. The aliens all waiting in relay to ambush, but nobody pushing.
If they wanted to end the game quickly, they could get right by Green Rex and just go base rush and just end the game right here, right now, and keep themselves in the game. They didn't need to kill Green Rex. They could have just rushed the chair.
If they had all gone straight for the push, maybe. But I think this is not a bad option either, to take out a Marine and put them back on the spawn queue and to get a early res node. It's very strong for the aliens, who are now themselves going up to 4 res and putting some PvE structures on the tunnel. It's nothing that the commander has dropped yet, but that tunnel is looking pretty sticky to gonna get through. And SATCOM is now fully built.
P-Stash and Bless are going to start putting pressure on Fusion Core. Probably going to go hit that.
Nightmare can get this pick before it goes up. Way too long. That would have been huge to get that.
Yeah, but putting this RT on it under attack again, it's probably not going to be enough to kill it. SATCOM is probably going to go down to Green Rex solo over here, but the Gorge Imperialists are possibly going to be able to put on a little pressure, and no other res is really coming up for the Marines. Currently, the Marines are on 3 RTs, the Aliens 4, but now back to 3. Pretty close game so far.
Looks like Aliens are stacking up in exterior paths, looking to put some pressure. Kind of spread, though. And they just get pushed out by Dabson. Luftwaffe is out. The other reactor room RT being capped, sitting on 4 to 5 res nodes. Solid
Yeah,
Marine hold.
East Tunnel is coming up. SATCOM not up for the aliens. Aliens starting to feel a little bit under pressure to try to establish more of the map control. There is a Nightmare is putting on a decent ambush for anybody trying to push into through East Tunnels into SATCOM, but it's only Nightmare. He does make a good pick and then getting a Parasite. That's big.
Gets Parasite, dies to Datsu. They don't have anything they can lose other than Sis unless he picks up this Drifter, which is kind of hanging out up north. Merc continues to harass exterior paths. He'll eventually get this one day. I feel like this is very similar to what we saw in the game that you were casting earlier, Loam, where Marines held reactor room, had a gate main, had a gate reactor room, had a gate waste, and then held the top half of the map while aliens held the south side of the map.
Yeah, but the only problem is the aliens aren't holding more than 3 RTs this game.
Yeah.
They need to be putting more pressure on things, don't they?
They do, but they also need to hold SATCOM. And it looks like we're starting to see a glimmer of hope for this alien team as they reestablish SATCOM and put pressure on East Tunnels. No Marines immediately in the area, but they are stacking up. Green Rex and P-Stash pushing this. Peerless, makes the wrong decision, thinks that there's an exit on the one side of the wall where there isn't. This RT is now going to be under a ton of pressure.
Ooh, that lighting might have thrown him off on the door. So there's red lighting right above that door coming into SATCOM, which, based on the map's theme, that indicates a vent. He might have saw that red and thought that was a vent. I think that's what was going through his head. Knifey now dying in Fusion Core.
SATCOM's going to go down. Waste handling starting to be put up by Bless Me. He is parasited, so the aliens are aware of his movement on the map, but you see good spread throughout the entire map with these Marines able to put on a lot of pressure, and yet still capping and holding all the res that they want.
Look at that patience. Nightmare is sitting in that vent for a solid minute and a half, just waiting for Bless to build the res. Just waiting.
To be honest, I think he should have waited just a little bit longer. Just a little bit longer. Just to throw him off, because he went immediately on that ambush.
He did, and you have to expect that as a high-level player. Still no contestion on... I really feel like if the aliens wanted to, they could contest Reactor Core and double tunnel it and just have so much more res and put the Marines at such a disadvantage.
Well, this is the first time we've seen them even take a little nibble at Reactor Core. Two Skulks on the node. They're going to make quick work of both of these nodes in double, but
no, they're going to get one. Knifey's going to come in and clean them up. Oh, they're going to get pinched from both sides. That's what's going to happen. Okay.
But taking out East Tunnels.
They do drop SATCOM.
Yep. The Marine team mostly still stuck up in Reactor Core, just 3 Marines hanging out. Now that the Reactor Core is reestablished, these guys being over here, what are they doing? Do they try to put on pressure on the alien hive?
No.
It's hard to say. You probably just want to have them back holding that resource lane.
They're waiting for gates. They're going to drop a gate Reactor Core. They're holding for gates. Gates are just now finishing. They're going to drop a gate main. They're going to drop a gate Reactor Core. Bless Me is then going to swing up to waste and drop a gate there. Or Bless Me is going to sit in access and get a gate there. He is parasited, but he's not the important part. Yeah, there's the gate in Reactor Core, Reactor Room. They have scanned SATCOM, so they know there's a hive. But that means that all the aliens are on the right side of the map, which means the 3 Marines can just push Fusion Core for free.
Yeah, but now the tunnel is established between the 2 hives. Oh, well, actually, it's not between the 2 hives. I take that back. The tunnel is still in chemical. There needs to be another set of tunnels as the hive is not fully grown yet. Yeah, that's starting to happen. This is the sort of the best position the aliens have been in all game, even though they're under a ton of pressure at the moment. They do finally have 2 hives and 4 res nodes up. We'll see if they can clear these Marines. 2 of the other Marines on the other side of the map, very far away from the oh my god, but here comes the second phase gate, and this is going to give Marines a ton of map control.
Yeah, aliens need to get a Skulk through waste and biting back res right now.
They do.
Marines are just sitting on too much res, so they can do whatever they want.
Yeah.
Waste and Whack is now the absolute pressure point for this map.
They should.
Luftwaffe maybe committing his core just to keep this RT up. It might turn
No.
out okay, but
No.
it does not.
No, it does not. That is not worth the 10 res investment for an RT you know you're going to lose to some tier 7s. Oh, is Green Rex going to kill Night Fury? He kills him in an egg!
Oh no!
Night
I
Fury
missed
goes
that.
down in an egg and loses a fade. Oh no!
Green Rex with the big brain plays. That's a huge loss for the Alien team. And Weapons 3 has started. Weapons 3 coming out. Armor 1 and Weapons 3. We've seen Ritual do this twice so far. Took a little bit longer. Well, about 8 minutes is when it finished from the last time. It'll finish a little bit longer than that. I can't see, doesn't show you the actual number.
I like how Marines are getting held up in this doorway. It's exactly what happened earlier on Tanith, is that as they push in from the east tunnels into SATCOM, this doorway bottlenecks them. Luft going for the gate from behind, using the vent intelligently. Bless is going to come in and try and pinch him. Picks up Bless, Peerless. Okay, never mind. Luftwaffe just gets punched in the mouth.
Yeah, so Marine res nodes still largely unchallenged. Aliens have been on 4 res for quite some time, but a few life forms have been killed. The most significant, losing that fade in the egg. Pretty painful thing to see. But these alien teams are now getting challenged at their most important part of the map. Fusion getting grenades thrown at it. Merc almost going down. Peerless in a lot of trouble. Nightmare coming just in time. Gonna be able to take out these Marines, but Bless Me right around the corner. It's still enough, probably. Nightmare going down almost to the black bar. Basically, one or two pistol shots away from dying.
Green Rex could have picked him up if he came in. They're trying to hold on to this res. They're making the attempt.
You guys check out the resource graphs here.
Nobody's
Marines
lost a
have
res
been on
node.
5 RTs for the past
3 minutes, yeah. It's pretty significant. Night Fury trying to do some damage over the course of the entire map. Only 3 Marine res nodes have gone down.
He's got to stay alive. That Skulk in that situation.
Yeah, he has to. The fade is not enough to kill that on his own. Although there is no armor on that res node, you probably could have killed it with a fade. With the changes
Nobody's
to
around
fade
gates
swipe.
to phase except for the comm. Oh, and Pizza.
Sorry, is that only when advanced swipe is finished, Loam, where fades do full damage to unarmored structures?
No, that's default.
Default.
So yeah, he could have stayed and swiped it down. Probably not recommended though.
Yeah, I don't know. I think with the little amount of structure damage that the aliens have been able to pull off, any kind of damage to the economy of the Marines is going to be significant. They did happen to lose Chemical completely, though, during that engagement. So aliens really stressed.
Nightmare goes down. There's the second gate on the double, so now they have both doubles. That's an additional 2 res nodes for them, plus exterior paths. They're going to sit on an average of 5 to 6 now, assuming they can cap everything else.
Yeah, they can easily go back with exterior paths to 6 res, maybe even 7 with whack. But the aliens are establishing some foothold in waste handling.
Kind of.
Yeah, and they're able to. They're shifting out their harvesters. That's probably the best thing they can do right now. Even if you lose those harvesters, I think it's worth it to just keep on immediately shifting them out.
If I was
Echoing them
the
out.
alien team, I would use my position in waste, sis down through whack if I can hold that room, get to western entrance and drop a tunnel, and then take reactor core from behind.
Try to take some cheeky play either on main or into the back of reactor. It's
No.
not a bad idea.
I think reactor is, I don't think you could go to main. The obs is in too good of a position and covers too much. You'd get beaconed immediately. I don't think you'd ever make any progress. Look at Knifey just sitting outside of comp core, just waiting. He's just waiting. He's waiting for a life form. That's all he's waiting for. He's either waiting for that or an Onos. I'm not sure which. I think he's waiting on life forms like Clerks to like swing through and to pick him off. Just gonna go for more res. Crag. Dude. Death by 1,000 cuts. Kill a Crag. Kill an RT. Kill an egg. Kill a Hydra. You know? Kill these small investments. They add up. A lot.
Spurs going down for this Marine team. couple of Biles coming out. Bile is upgraded for the Gorge. It's useful when trying to remove pesky Marines. It does do damage to the armor as well.
They just lost all their
obviously.
spurs.
Yep.
And they're getting arced too. One arc rolling out of access, or out of reactor into access. They're gonna set up these arcs right where Green Rex is, and I'm pretty sure they hit that hive in this hallway from access. It's been a thing I've noticed in all these different maps, is that these hives are very susceptible to arcing from really weird positions.
Yep. This is an arc push happening right now. Only 2 arcs coming in.
They don't even need the arcs.
Yeah,
They should just walk in.
Yeah, weapons 3, armor 2, and probably a little bit of a skill difference.
Yeah,
a lot of aliens on the spawn queue. Only 1 life form up for the entire alien team.
I think these guys, Green Rex and Bless Me, should be just pushing in and killing skulks, killing all the PvE.
Yeah, I think these arcs are just for backup. They're just to do damage. That's all they're there for.
It's a safe play. It's a safe play.
Yeah,
now they have all skulks.
Yep. All the life forms dead. This is probably game right here.
Yeah. I'm sure the GG comes out in just a moment, to be
No
honest.
shells.
I don't even know if they're going to wait for this hive to fall. This is pretty dramatic right now.
If they kill this hive, they take the win. They take the whole tournament.
Well,
am I
it's-
correct in that
yeah.
statement, Loam?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much GG.
Knifey took the tunnel back to SATCOM just to get out of the tunnel to shoot.
All right,
upgrades.
finally seeing a little bit of pressure on the Marines' back line, but it's probably not enough. With Marines already pouring into SATCOM, I don't know really. There's the GG.
And that's it.
That-
That's the Custom Cup tournament. That's it. We're done. Curious
Cool,
Gorgeous won.
And thank you to all our mappers. None of this could be happening without the community of people who are still learning and working in the Spark engine. I really do. It is nice to see that this game still gets a lot of love from its community in every way that it happens. Right here you have a couple of admins and very committed casters creating their own content and making sure you can see it. Here you have some players joining together for this custom cup and the fruits of the custom mapping community. So a lot of people still engaging and playing and giving their heart to this game.
Hey, Knifey. How you
Hello.
doing? So something I like to do after every match, and I really haven't had a chance to do it this time, but I'd like to talk to you and maybe any other players that want to join about your performance through pretty much the whole tournament, because we haven't really had a chance to talk to you guys at all.
Well, I mean, we went into it. We wanted to do a bunch of fun shit. Oops, sorry. We want to do fun stuff, and we did fun stuff. We realized Tanith is like awesome. Gather map for sure.
Do you think we're going to start seeing Tanith in
Yes, I do,
competitive
actually.
gathers?
We're trying
Nice.
to play tonight on Gathers for sure.
Cool. Yeah, no, we saw some of the closer matches on Tanith today. But what do you think about an 11 RT map for Gather?
It makes for such a unique match that it's just so much fun because it's really high RT, but it feels like Nanogrid and Veil, right? But it's like 2 of them, so a team can fight over both of them and be in a super, high res position going into the mid game. But then the other team can literally just walk in there, take it from them, and it's a really nice comeback mechanic. So
I'm genuinely curious about your team's. You have bucked the meta of going Crag Hive first, and it seems like Ritual was going Shift Hive into Shade Hive. Can you talk a little about that?
Celerity good for lurks, very very good for lurks. And then for Skrulks, getting that crush to kill back res, it's really good.
I'm curious to if Ritual during your trammed game, we noticed a lot that he wasn't really echoing out res, as much as he could have to places like logistics and repair. Was that just because he wanted to invest in other things like biomass, or was it just that he just was like, well, I can just do it later?
We really don't know. On the tram game, we were screwing around, so.
Oh.
Going back to the tram round, I had one like question. I was trying to figure out like what was going through your mind the moment that you ran in front of Green Rex and got TK'd with your lurk.
I was thinking, I'm gonna go heal. I flew past Green Rex and he bit my wing, and I was like, well.
So whose fault was that?
Mine. But the thing is, we laughed from it, and we had a lot of fun. So
It's
okay.
fun. It's all good. I saw Green Rex run into a wall in South Tunnel as his lure because we thought there was an entrance.
I did that a lot on repair, like that little where I thought the doorway was. I got running into the vent.
So would you say Tanith was the funnest map you
For
guys played?
sure, Tanith was.
Were
so
there
unique.
any other maps that stuck out to you guys?
Unearthed played well. I think the changes that we've done Unearthed have been really good. I think Toxic Pool is a little too strong though. That's the only thing.
Yeah, I kind of liked. I liked your guys' opening strat of dropping the hive and just like not even sending a drifter or a gorge there. You guys just created a line with your skulks to deny any pressure into that side of the app. So you didn't have to worry about anyone going to that hive.
Exactly.
What are your thoughts on Stag?
That was the first one we played, right?
Yes.
I was super tired. I don't even remember.
Okay.
I don't remember much about it though, so that probably means it was not that special.
That's fair. Very fair.
Yeah, well, I mean, we picked maps that were mostly fully done. Like we find they had mostly textures on all the walls. I mean, Tanith is missing a few, but it's the whole layout's completely built. So hopefully these were some good maps just to play around with. Even if they're not maps that we see as like comp maps, people, I think mappers will appreciate seeing how it plays out in 6v6, especially with the Thunderdome coming up pretty soon.
And the idea is to get more comp maps in the end. So
yeah.
Can I try?
I think Unearthed is ready, and I think Tanith is ready to be tested in gathers.
And what do you think about an Eclipse Lit? I thought it seemed like it was an upgrade above vanilla Eclipse, but nobody's been talking about it at all so far.
It felt wonky.
Yeah,
it's like the best word I can use, because like Datsu kept getting lost. He would complain every 2 seconds.
Yeah,
He'd be running in the walls.
It's a bit confusing with the layout, and everyone's used to playing Eclipse. Like most people know their way around Eclipse, and then just having it completely reworked is confusing. But I also just kind of felt like there's a lot of like looping areas of the map where there's no need for it. It's not favorable for aliens. Like it's like just makes it so the sys chain is longer, and there's not much benefit to assisting in certain directions. There's only 9 RTs on that map, so it's kind of a low res game. So it's more about playing for position than it is for getting as many RTs as you can.
I liked how aggressive P-Stash was being during your Eclipse Lit game, though. You guys held South Loop pretty strong and then moved up to maintenance. You guys seem to have recognized how good of a choke point that room is.
I can't drag Ritual in here.
I can't drag anybody either.
I might be able to. We could also jump into a different channel to do the post-game stuff if we wanted to talk to him.
We could just go jump into Curious Gorgeous.
There it is.
Ritual.
You're now forced to communicate with the rest of the world. He's here.
I think he's eating his food anyway.
What's up? Yeah,
Talk about calm stuff.
Yeah, so we were impressed early about some of your movement and some of the decision you made on Unearthed. I thought that was pretty interesting to see as much PvE as you put out in the bottom of that tunnel. Yeah, just interesting play. Seemed like you liked to use a lot of Shift Hive this match.
Yeah, I don't know. Like,
You also seem very interested in drifter abilities. I saw you using a lot of drifter macro.
Enzyme's really good. So like, I don't know if you have Shift Hive, you should use it. I didn't really, honestly, like, this is a really early fucking tournament. I had to wake up at like 8:30. So like, I'm just tired. There's not
Yeah,
really
woke
a lot
up
of thought
4
put
hours
behind
before.
anything that I did today.
Yeah, just having fun, checking out some custom maps and playing with your friends. Sounds good.
I do want to play Stag again though, because if I remember correctly, we actually played against the new team, the rookies. So that's probably why I don't remember it.
I can check the list and actually tell you what you
I
did.
think Kopunga is the one that got them playing.
Yeah, you
I'm,
did
I'm
play
really
against
happy to
Dark
see that.
Paladins.
I love that kind of stuff. So
Yeah, kind of evangelism into the regular NS2 community and trying to get them to be interested in 6v6. It's really cool. I mean, I think you've done some of that yourself and trying to bring in more players, and it's nice to see that.
It is nice to see that. So I think, unless anybody has anything else to say, I think we can pretty much wrap this tournament up.
Yeah, I'll just say, so our next event's going to be an open tournament, regular maps. We're not going to be playing any of these maps, at least not just yet, for this open tournament. But open tournament, this one will be having badges. This tournament did not have badges, so no badges, no belts.
well, belts for the open, right?
Yeah, the open, I misspoke. It's going to be belts for the next one. So that's going to be in 2 weeks from now. And so we already have the signups open. Anyone's able to join it. And yeah, so we're looking forward to that in about 2 weeks.
Well, thank you everybody for joining us. On behalf of myself, at least, thank you for joining the stream. Thank you for spending your time with us. This has been the Spring 2021 Custom Map Cup. I hope you all enjoyed everything we put out there today. We try and bring the best show possible to you on every one of our streams.
Thanks to Loopy for making those videos earlier. They were really awesome.
If you're interested in playing competitive play at all, go to ensl.org and sign up. Join us in the gathers. Everyone's always welcome. We always love to see new faces. Get involved. If you want to play competitive, make a team. You know, it's always open to you. You're the only one stopping you. So jump in and enjoy yourself. You know, have fun with it. Especially with Thunderdome coming along, which I don't know if we can talk about, but
yeah, you can talk about it.
Thunderdome 6v6 mode for general play is going to be the standard, so learning competitive now might actually make you a better player later. Just a thought. But I'm Loopy, that's Ozilla, Loam over here as well. To all of us, or from all of us to you, thank you for joining us. Have a great day. Good night, good luck, and be well.
See you guys.
GG's, y'all. Keep playing the game.